Futures downside this morning here as we get going into a brand new and very busy week ahead. Get set for the banks to come through on the earnings front. So far this morning, we are dealing with a couple of minor earnings reports. We'll jump into that as well. But the macro calendar back into, or the economic calendar back into focus a little bit. The macro situation back into focus a little bit this morning. Oil back to the upside in a pretty big way after the U.S. and Iran exchanging some displeasantries over the weekend once again, and more rhetoric coming on the back of that as well. We'll talk about all of that coming up. That's how the overall market is looking right now after a positive week last week for the NASDAQ. Here we are gapping to the downside, as I mentioned. Oil catching quite the bid here back to the upside in a pretty big way after some strikes to end last week and then over the weekend once again through the Strait of Hormuz. Trump still saying Strait is open, boats are flowing, Adara, as they quote unquote never have before.
Yes.
Whether or not it's in a safe manner remains to be seen. So oil definitely back on watch here this morning, back to recent resistance levels. But I want to talk about earnings. We get basically all of the banks tomorrow,
yes,
or all of the notable banks anyways tomorrow before the open, which is a little bit different.
Yes.
Usually, I mean, the banks typically start things off for earnings season once we get into the full swing of things, but it's usually 2 or 3 or even sometimes 4 days. This time around, they're just all coming at once.
Yeah, so usually, Brendan, what I find is that we'll have 2 to 3 days of bank earnings. I believe the last 2 quarters, that's what we've had. It's usually Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They space them out. They used to be all on Friday. What this is going to be is different. So it's all the major banks, but Morgan Stanley are going to be on Tuesday. Then Morgan Stanley, BlackRock, ASML, they come on Wednesday. If you want to count Charles Schwab as a major bank, that's going to be on Thursday. So really interesting look here. You get 5 banks tomorrow morning. That is going to be, as you suggested, the big ones here. So Goldman Sachs, you've got Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and
JP Morgan.
Thank you, JP Morgan, and another one as well.
Yeah.
So lots of banks.
And again, these are never really amazing trades the day of their earnings reports, but I think the way you look at it and the way you should be looking at it is all these other companies that we talk about need banks to operate their business. So if businesses are doing well, then banks theoretically should be doing well. So more of a gauge of the health of the overall market at this point. And hey, listen, when anyone and everyone is looking for more money to raise more money to, build out manufacturing, if you're in the semiconductor business, you're going to be relying on banks in some way, shape, or form to facilitate that. So biggest story from Friday, SK Hynix obviously coming to market, just an absolute monster. We'll have a look at that coming up this morning as well. Really, I mean, just an absolute stellar debut, really, if you want to look at what happened.
Yeah, it was interesting here. You had that resistance clean at 177, and then you came back down. I think the low was roughly 11 points lower than that. We closed around 168. So we did technically close below where we opened. But I mean, in terms of the IPO price, that 149 versus where we closed and where we traded, it was a good look. However, SK Hynix did not do well in its native South Korea last night. So it's not going to be doing too well pre-market here either. That's another thing to consider. Here's a look at DRAM. Oh, it'll pop up here on the screen. That's okay. DRAM obviously pulling back a little bit here from those highs. SanDisk, Micron, et cetera, they're all going to be looking pretty similar here in that semiconductor and memory space. So those are certainly names to keep an eye on.
Yeah, Micron to the downside in a pretty big way here this morning as well, actually rolling over as we speak as far as memory stocks go on the individual side of things. Nvida under pressure as well this morning after a huge day on Friday. It's interesting to note the rest of them, I mean, yeah, they're down, but Nvidia taking the worst of it at this point. Intel just making a fresh low also. So semis back to the downside. They've been under pressure for quite some time. I mean, last week was a pretty big week for Nvidia.
Yes.
Back higher again on the back of a 20% retracement off the highs. We're back to about 11 or 12% I was noting this morning. But the narrative shifting once again, back maybe towards the oil story, back towards the Middle East a little bit. On that as well. I don't know if you read, but Lindsey Graham passing away on the weekend.
Yes, I did hear that. RIP Lindsey Graham. And it's going to be interesting as well here, not to get too into politics, but we were expecting a pretty big Judiciary Committee meeting, which he is one of the top members on the Republican Party of. So that'll be interesting to see how that kind of comes to pass. But yes, of course, RIP to him on that.
I mean, opinions aside, as you said,
yes,
as far as politics goes, he was also a huge Trump supporter and a huge hawk when it comes to everything Middle East and the U.S. participation in that. So whether or not that changes remains to be seen. So bit of a shock over the weekend anyways. He wasn't even that old.
Well, that's the thing too. I think everyone was waiting to hear what happened with Mitch McConnell, who is like 13 years older than Lindsey Graham. And I was like, I'm going to be honest, I was kind of floored because he's only 71, which is relatively young. And I think after that happened as well, Mitch McConnell, who was kind of MIA for health reasons, he posted a photo holding that day's paper, I think, to kind of prove, hey guys, I'm alive. But yeah, it was really genuinely jarring, I think, as someone who follows politics as well.
Yeah. A lot to look forward to anyways. CPI tomorrow, PPI the day after that, Michigan consumer sentiment to end the week on Friday, all packed with obviously inflation data that the market and Kevin Warsh going to be paying a very close attention to. We get into the bigger names as far as earnings go, into some of the tech names coming up next week, and then the week after that, we're into the full swing of things. So lots to look forward to, guys, on a Monday. Happy Monday.
Good morning, everybody, and not the happiest of Mondays for some of the charts, unfortunately.
No, it's not looking good over here.
It's like the whole sell the news event kind of deal. You get SK Hynix, and then
I mean, SpaceX is opening up at its lowest price ever right here.
It's not looking very fancy, and everything is down. Like, it's not as if you're looking for what is up today, like on my quote board, it's going to be energy. And for reasons unknown, NEO, probably something there. PayPal up 1%. Like, PanW, 0.5% there. Like, Microsoft's kind of flat or slightly up. But to the downside is just pure chips, right? SanDisk, Micron, Intel, Marvell is the ARM there. SMCI going to be on the radar. Bitcoin's down a point and change. Nvidia's down a point. So really, it just feels like we have another one of these events where money gets spread around. SK Hynix came to the market so that they could leverage the boom, and the hammer's getting dropped as we speak. You get to drop the V on it, by the way, because on Friday we had to trade to SKHYV. Now they get rid of that, so it's just SKHY, which makes a heck of a lot more sense. So that's going to be obviously on the radar, SpaceX on the radar, a little Bitcoin as well, but nothing looking incredibly strong, except for the effort by England. They finally looked like the team everybody thought they were.
So so this is actually to my point. They made the World Cup bigger this year, 48 teams, but I was reading that it's the first time ever that the Final Four are the top four teams.
Top four, yeah.
So that's what I was telling you before about England. It's like they were expected to be here. Here we go, man. The Final Four are the top four ranked teams.
And it didn't hit the wire.
So it just goes like you get all this action happening with all these great stories, but it just turns out that the Final Four, and that doesn't happen almost like even in basketball. Like sometimes you get all four number ones, but it's kind of hard to get that. So that should be awesome. Yeah, starting tomorrow.
Yeah.
France, Spain, and then we go, and then I guess it's what day is the 19th? So Sunday we were talking about that. Sunday is the final game. So they go Tuesday, Wednesday, Sunday. So that should be a lot of fun. But so we're just looking forward to shorting, I guess, all day today. I've written down already the three ideas I have are short SpaceX, short SK Hynix, short to TQs right now. So, looking short everything. You were talking about getting some names that are upside. I mean, SoFi's looking great here, breaking through $19. SoFi up real nice, up 2% right now. So that'll be good heading into bank earnings. And as Brendan and Adair mentioned here, XLF, XLF's another one of those, that have had a real great comeback over the last couple months, right? I mean, XLF was left for sort of dead down here as we were talking about picking up some of that JP Morgan down there at 280 or, some of those other names. And I think the banks are going to have a huge run here starting tomorrow, honestly. I think that these numbers, huge for banks. Like, I just think that, the numbers that they're going to be able to put up here, supporting that deal with SpaceX, they took a lot of VIG off of that. I know it was a great deal, made by Elon Musk where they didn't get as much percentage points on everything, but just the amount of volume that SpaceX was traded through. I think that that's going to be nice, and looking forward at SK Hynix numbers, and then, a possible, OpenAI, Anthropic IPO and whatnot. The markets have been really traded quite aggressively, so I think you're going to get some good trading revenue out of some of the major banks. And then, we'll have to hear what they say about moving forward with this sort of hawkish attitude that we have. I don't know if it's, I was looking at the Fed rate cut last week, and we were up to 25 or so percent, I think it was. Now you're 33% chance for a rate hike, and this is coming for the July number. So we're about 2 weeks away from that starting to kick through. So 2/3, 1/3, that could definitely change here. And we'll see, if the banks have any sort of talk about where they feel the rates are going to go and how they can perform. But yeah, there's those dip down opportunities in April, May that we had in the banks, and now you're going to get out JP Morgan at all-time highs. So I would say that this is sort of the space that I'm most happy to be in right now are the financials. Just heading into earnings season, I still am very, very nervous about all these major names coming out, and just making sure that what is the capex number going to look like for an Nvidia? Are all these names going to keep on spending money and keep that name afloat? Because we did have a big day, as Brendan mentioned, there on Friday. Cerebras down another 3%. Just trying to look at some of the newer names. So they're starting to get clocked a little bit there. Brendan mentioned Intel back at the desk. I mean, This is one that I was literally thinking like, hey man, I wanted to buy on dips, but right now that's a pretty good one. I mean, you were just 140, like 140 a week ago today. Well, that's July 1st, but 2 weeks ago there, I guess we had a bunch of holidays. That's July 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess we had a couple updates there, 5, 6. So in 7 days, you're down about 25% there on Intel. Like that's not good. Like that's not a great look, right? And then I'm thinking the next sort of, it's tough to say this, but like maybe an AMD, maybe, I don't know. Like it's just so up there still.
It's been holding up better than others.
Yeah, that's why I'm a little bit nervous about this one here. And I'd mentioned being nervous about it earlier, and it just keeps on going up. So, and then I was like, I want to sell some Meta up in these levels, right? And now Meta's holding out pretty good here today, only not even down 1% with the market down 1. So, yeah, Meta's had a quite a run. I mean, there's so many names to look at. I hope everybody had, obviously, they're a great weekend. Sharif off today. Hopefully he's enjoying or not. I don't know what hopefully, maybe he's sick. I don't know.
We got Brando.
Hopefully he's feeling better. But anyways, we'll have him maybe tomorrow. It's not even football today, so we'll have to figure out what's going on there. Almost a baseball all-star game. And Cease is going to start pitching. Yeah, fine. So that's nice. And they lost yesterday, though, I think. Yeah.
I want to hear the jokes stat is both all-star pitchers for the American League and the National League. Each guy is the most recent person since Roy Halladay for their team to start the All-Star game.
Right.
The last person started before now for Toronto was Roy Halladay. The last person started before now for Philly is Roy Halladay. May he rest in peace. An absolute legend.
Big time legend.
For us, he was. But one other thing to keep in mind, we'll throw the chart up because you can't ignore what's going on in oil. We're up 3.5 points here. Again, NASDAQ down 1. You can double barrel that with what's going on over what's going in the Middle East, in addition to the chip names. But we have there's a chance here that you're breaking back out. So if you look at the bottom end here on USO, like 115, it was been a resistance, and then another time here. So we're like a headline away from another potential breakout. So I think this week that puts a few things into play, like maybe the little small cappers will start going again that have been rallying. But that'll be worth watching. The 115 level here on USO is going to be one to watch as we try to navigate both chip pullbacks. Bank earnings are probably going to be good, let's be real. And continuing oil prices rising higher and higher. So a lot to get into. We're going to have Michael Moss, of course, at some point as well today. Pre-market, as always. And let's get on up to the desk as the waters are warm.
Not around here. It's freezing once again here.
I was going to say, although in the
but it's going to be a really warm week, that's for sure.
Wow.
It's supposed to be 36 degrees tomorrow. Probably in the 110 area one more time.
It'll be like 40-something.
We did find out that it was Randy and Sharif conspiring against all of us to put these temperatures cooler. With Sharif not here today, maybe we can get a more reasonable level coming through. Yeah, all right. So far, I mean, I'm going to find some longs. I think maybe Apple might be a good long as well. Crypto trying to hold out 63,000. All right, man, 8 o'clock right now, 8:15. Thanks for watching. Everybody that's on TikTok, thank you so much. Everybody that's on YouTube, thank you so much. Everybody that's on Twitch, everywhere where you are located. We do have, once again, our consolidated chat feed up and running. So you guys let us know if you're around on TikTok, on YouTube, anywhere, man. Say hi. We love to say hi right back at you. This is what, I popped out the feed, but it didn't work. So I'm going to get that in a couple seconds. Yeah, welcome everybody that's here. Thank you for being here. Let's go back over the desk. We're lucky to have Brendan with us today.
Wow, yes. Sharif will be in, guys, for the midday, just at an appointment this morning. So not to worry, if anyone was worrying. Let's talk about SpaceX here. Just on a bit of a downtick right now. There was a couple of analyst notes I saw just floating through. We're starting to get some opinions on the SpaceX stocks of the world. We haven't seen, or at least I haven't seen any so far this morning on SK Hynix on the US side of things, but this has not been a good couple of days here for SpaceX, at least.
No, and even the one analyst note that I can say with my own eyes that I've seen, not great either. It was Bernstein basically saying, hey, China might be competition for SpaceX. That's definitely what Elon Musk, who already had issues with China and Tesla, wants to hear. But no, what I think was really interesting here with SpaceX, Brendan, is, as you know, Sam Altman and Elon Musk do not get along. Now, there was that whole OpenAI getting sued by Apple story, which I'm not going to get into here because I'm assuming we'll probably talk about it a bit later. But either way, we know Elon Musk cannot resist the opportunity to pour salt in Sam Altman's wounds. So basically, these two are going back and forth on X. And at one point, basically, Sam Altman kind of goes after Elon Musk. Oh, like he's saying this about me, but he keeps thinking that we're going to get data centers in space. And Elon says, well, we're actually going to have them in space flying overhead next year. Maybe you'll see them if your pro law officer lets you out, which is just a wild statement. But either way, it was interesting because I thought a lot of the comments would be like, oh, yeah, flame him, Elon. Great job, Elon. Instead, the comments were actually like, stop giving us bad projections, Elon. There's no way you'll get them in space on time. So I was really surprised by that response.
So he cancels this interview going back, I think it was Friday. He was supposed to be on CNBC, I think it was.
Yeah, he canceled it after the start time.
Yeah, which was not a great look, and I think left a lot of question marks in people's minds as to exactly what you were just saying. What are we actually talking about here? But then I was reading this morning, he's supposed to give another update this week on these data centers, if you will, in space. But if you think about it from a hardware standpoint, we talked about this on the debut a little bit of SpaceX. It's not that, it's not that far-reaching for them to be able to take what they have already in infrastructure that makes the satellites for the internet, construct a different version of those satellites and use them for relaying data instead. It's not like, they're going to be building these brick and mortar giant buildings in space and having them float around somehow. It's a different version of a satellite.
Yeah, I think it's interesting though too. I think some people and again, software, who knows how much they would actually know about this, but we know people in software and investing space. I believe the CEO of Snowflake said he wasn't really sure about the timing of this. I know that Masayoshi Son also was kind of like, I'm not really sure how this can happen. But again, it'd be interesting to hear from hardware people who are actually maybe more in a position to talk about this. Because I think it's going to be an interesting look, Brendan. It seems like it could be possible, but I also think people are less willing to maybe believe the timeline coming from Elon because he's been so flaky about timelines in the past.
You'll probably know this better than I will, but have you seen their earnings report, the date for their earnings report yet?
Sean and Neil were saying, I believe, August 6th. Okay. I haven't personally seen anything yet. It could be around early August. I think that would probably math out about right.
Yeah, that's August 6th is what's on the chart here. So we have some time to wait anyways, guys. But yeah, I mean, the daily chart not looking too healthy here. We're basically at all-time lows here this morning.
It's
I'm getting on
the only thing that makes it look better by comparison is the fact that SK Hynix is falling like a rock right now. So there's that. The whole tit for tat between Elon and Sam Altman over this Apple thing. Okay, that's not necessarily a catalyst or anything big or bad. It just offers a little bit of a sideshow, I think. But it did highlight the whole projections and make people start thinking about how long the time frame is before you actually get the growth that would justify this valuation. And that's very reasonable. It seems like we're headed to 135. That hasn't really changed. You double bottom 145. There could have been a breakdown trade, but you know what? We gap underneath it. So it's an all-time low. 145 is kind of an obvious level that if it tries to battle and fails to break back over, I think that looks like a short to me. You could probably even get into 140. You can get into 146, almost 147, and still be underneath some resistance. So I think it requires a little bit of patience. If you're breaking out well above 145, say that 47 goes, I think you're waiting for 152 to 53 on SpaceX. But it's been as short till it's not. It is trending down, it's just taking the stairs down. There's been really no buying since that 175 top. You've had consolidative days, but that's about as good as you'll get. You get a consolidation day where it kind of tags the top, but doesn't really break through. So I think you just shorten the pops until something gives. Rocket Labs is also a bit of a story. You'll find that one in the watch list, but it's not as if it's only SpaceX. Rocket Labs is a flat bottom break of its own if it loses $79. So yeah, the entire space, lack of a better term, is looking a little bit weak this morning. And there we go Blue with the super chat. Brennan is back.
Brandon's back just temporarily, of course. Brandon will fill in every time Sharif is not available in the back there. Yeah, look, I have again, another top trade. We've been hitting SpaceX real good since it IPO'd. It's been my absolute favorite stock since June the 12th. So yeah, it's been amazing. It's been like account changing for me trading this name, and we're going to try to do it again here today. 146 short, man. It's where the 200 period moving average is. We're just going to keep watching it. I wrote 147 short, but this is now coming back in. I was hoping that we would just sort of hover around here, but now this is coming back in. So 147, 148.50, sort of the close there on Friday. Any sort of a bump up on SpaceX today, I want to be short the name. I mean, that 135 has a magnet to it, right? So definitely shorting SpaceX today. And look, could be wrong. And if we are, we get out of it, right? I mean, that's the best part about trading is you have the ability to buy and sell shares, and you just got to make sure you get the right prices. So we're going to make sure we do that there with SpaceX today. I, for example, am looking short on SpaceX. And then, I've sort of been calling the demise of this ever since the SpaceX IPO and weeks before the SpaceX IPO. It was in here, man, into these levels. I didn't catch that top right because, I was thinking we weren't going to bump up, 2 weeks ahead. But this is exactly the call that, I made there on Rocket Lab, Astera Labs, all these names. As soon as SpaceX came out, this was bound to happen. So now I think you got to start thinking about some prices to maybe get back into a Rocket Lab. Hopefully you were able to, seek some advice there. I've never been in it. I don't know enough about the company to be like, this is a great spot to buy, but you're at the 200 period now for Rocket Lab. So if it's a name that you like and you do think that space is something, now have 6 or 7 straight down days for this name, from 100 straight to 80, from 145 straight down to $80. So not often have we had things right like this one, but 60 or 40% down, pretty easy call there for a Rocket Lab. So maybe now it's finally time to start getting back to the upside in this name. So we'll have to watch out for Rocket Lab down here. So it's not just SpaceX that's sort of going bump in the night here. Many of these names starting to get hit to the downside. Rocket Labs would be another one of those ones. So yeah, man, SpaceX, yeah, there it is. What's up, Don, and everybody there that's in the chat right here. You've been scalping short since opening day. Yeah, you only would have had 1 or 2 bad days there on SpaceX if you're trying to go short. So we definitely want to say a shout out to that. And I said that too, man. That's what I was saying last week about the cooling in the space. I was thinking that the ocean would have been a much better space to start to thinking about all this stuff than up top, but apparently we are going up north there. What's up, Michael P. DeRider, and everybody else that's here? Looking for people that are part of TikTok, man. I don't see too many. There it is. What's up, Trade with Emily? I see Trade with Emily there. I see Scarlet FX is here as well. So talking about some gold sellers there. So yeah, what's up to TikTok and everybody that's around those levels of gold? GLD has been a downside push as well as Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin coming back in here today, 63,000.
Yeah, it's still
it seems it can't really do much. And then this is the downtrend in gold that I don't think a lot of people saw coming either. Like $500 back down into 370 again. So a name that kind of went parabolic out of nowhere from 2024 to 26. Seeing it start to pull back a little bit into some decent levels. You can get it all the way back to October, now gold. So, sometimes these things are up and down. And I was talking with my kid on the way in today. It's just like, what are you supposed to do? You want to hold these names and you don't want to sell, because you sell it and then the next thing the market's back up a couple percentage points and you might have missed, maybe you sold the bottom, maybe you didn't. So you got to try to make some moves a little earlier than later. So gold I think now might be at a buy spot, but you're always looking for some breakouts, and I don't know, it's not here right now. Oh, you know what broke out? Yeah, I want to look at Levi's, an earnings name last. Okay, so it's still at that $25 mark.
Yeah, it didn't really.
Yeah, because it did have a decent move there. Come on, down, and then we right on earnings day we were thinking about breaking that level, and then I remember looking at it. It had held there the 50 period. So this would be a name that I was actually thinking about possible breakout long through 25.50. So a name that's not a semiconductor name, not a space name, not a super exciting. But Levi Strauss right here trying to break through 25. I bet you it's not on Joe's watch list for calls and options.
Possibly not.
Possibly not.
Possibly not.
Is there, well, we're going to go back over. I don't even know what's on the list, but maybe SK Hynix at some point gets started there. I don't know, Joe, have you heard of any sort of options dates or anything for SK Hynix, or maybe they're even out yet?
I think tomorrow.
I have not, Sean, and I actually looked this morning to see if we had any derivatives for that name. Not quite yet, but we'll look into it and we'll figure it and we'll come to you guys with more information during the midday. But for now, a big breakout in META on Friday's session, guys. $650 price target here on this specific contract. Those are going to be ITM at this point, but a lot of open interest for a $650 name. We're sitting at 15,000 contracts at that level, and then the volume 27,800. That is going to be expiring this Friday, guys. So let's keep an eye out on some of these levels. AMD at that $557 marker, 1,900, relatively cool OI there, guys, and then volume sitting around 2,200. All right, but I want us to focus on the NASDAQ here, $720 strike price. Hangry Wife, if you're in the chat, we've been talking about iron condors for quite some time. We'll go over another example tomorrow, but we've been trading within this range, and it's a perfect setup, and it has been for the past couple of weeks for credit-based trades. Now we're going to be looking at this 720 marker, open interest 13,900 contracts at that level, and then volume sitting around 6,000. All of these contracts are going to be expiring this Friday. Moving forward, let's take a look at some put activity. We're going to look for Robinhood to hold at this $100 marker. We've been chopping around in a range as well. A little bit more difficult to play a credit-based trade off of this specific name. All right, guys, so at this $100 marker, volume and OI, volume sitting around 3,900 contracts, and then the open interest at 6,300. Let's see if we can hold this $100 zone. I know we're a little bit north of that right now, but then we want to break out from this level. Now, DRAM, another name here, guys, $60 strike price. All of our contracts are going to be expiring on the 17th. Now, for volume, we're looking at 4,900 open and closed on Friday session. And the open interest, we're still looking at around 12,300. So let's see if these levels are going to come into play. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean. We'll be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades.
Okay.
Meta.
Yeah, lots of meta action there. Lots of DRAM action. I mean, I think it's kind of to what Joe's doing here, is talking about the names that are moving around.
Exactly.
That if you're going to trade on options, you do want to look for names that are going to have some liquidity, because otherwise you pay the premium and the stock doesn't move. It just sits there. So you are looking for the SK Hynixes, or in this situation, the DRAMs of the world, SpaceXs of the world, and maybe not the Levi Strausses of the world.
Well,
I want Joe to do some work on some of these banks.
You never know.
Maybe for tomorrow or for the midday show, because those are what's coming next week or tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, and it's gonna. Yeah, we're gonna get JPM going, says Joe. And I just think that it's hard to trade options, obviously. The couple days before the major event.
It's like the worst time.
You start to pay a huge premium for them, and just because of the volatility and the expected moves and all that kind of stuff. So that's where I would say, if you're going to look at banks, a Robinhood, a SoFi, something that's not going to come, be reporting in the next few days, but yet in the next couple weeks. So watch out for SoFi. And before I say that, I should probably look up when exactly SoFi is. It's normally a couple weeks after. So here, if we go into no, I got to go into market events. That's what it is right there. I'll find out for earnings right there. Yeah, the 29th. I knew that. We had looked that up before. So, if you're going to play into the bank space and you do think that they're going to be relatively good reports this time around, and you do like your name, I mean, SoFi is now up 3%. We just talked about it earlier. It was up 2%. So there's up another 1% there. So I think something's cooking with SoFi, to be honest with you. Not just because it is a position that I do have and been adding to it. This looks like it wants to break higher. And it's just like this $20, man, we haven't really broken. We talked about it. We haven't done anything in this since February, almost since the whole year. SoFi's just been on a real major downturn right now. But, Michael Noss has taught us to sort of buy smiley faces. This looks like a broken up face into here. I don't know, this guy needs some dental work. But at the end of the day, it's starting to get loopy here a little bit. And if we sort of trade the bottom of SoFi around 15 or 16 and think about, I hope Michael can see this SoFi chart and, maybe he likes it. I like it. I like the look of this thing. If we can break above and hold this $20 mark, some work to do. you're up another 2% here today. But I think if SoFi can break and hold 20 and get back above, Michael's brought us some great charts before, historical breakouts on gold and oil and, IWM and names, looks that where you've sort of had a trough and a peak, and then you got into that peak and starting to continue higher. So I was looking for that little valley trade down there. SoFi might have had a nice little valley there.
One of the few things that's looking up today that isn't in the energy space, which I think is something that's you gotta pay attention to it. Like on on days where the markets are weak, where can you find relative strength? And sometimes it's even better. It's like, well, if it's kind of randomly up when the market is down, that can be a good sign. Someone that we know goes under the hood to discover all of these things. As Sean mentioned, the NOS boss, it's Monday morning, so good morning to Michael. We'll throw you back to the desk and get the NOS boss on.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit high level here this morning with Michael Noss. Good to see you, my friend. It's been a while. Happy Monday. Happy earnings season, I guess, as we get going here. A good topic, actually, that you've brought here going into earnings season, I think, as we'll talk a little bit about the cash pile that not only Buffett is sitting on currently, but how that maybe can portray what is to come a little bit here as we head not only through earnings season, but into the latter half of this year. A lot of interesting data points here. It's been a long time, I guess. I mean, record cash pile, but it's been a long time since Berkshire's had even close to this at any point.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little random. First of all, that SoFi chart, just because they were asking it looks great. I like it as well. I think it's a great call over 20 there. Just a big fan of that one. But yeah, this is the scary Warren Buffett kind of cash pile. And I want to show you kind of what everyone's talking about and more importantly, what they're not with this one. And I hope this can kind of be a lesson to say, okay, if people are trying to scare you with a headline number like this, how to see through it. Because, we live in an age of social media and this is what people do to kind of get clicks and all that kind of stuff. So just completely aside, a book, How to Lie with Statistics, is a fantastic one that talks a lot about this stuff. But this is the number that people are showing. And in the next slide is a couple tweets. Again, no, not being mean to any of these people or anything, but you can just all over Twitter. It was trending on Twitter on Friday, and this gave me the idea for this is, this monstrous, almost $400 billion cash pile. This is crazy. And then they're showing this particular chart there that you can see twice, that the cash pile has just been absolutely ripping recently, and oh wow, he's raising so much cash. What does the Oracle of Omaha know that the rest of us don't? So the next slide is this is the chart that they're kind of sharing that I've made my own version of, and yeah, it looks pretty crazy, right? There's a lot of cash, and that line is kind of going straight up, and man, maybe he knows something. But the next chart is what they're not telling you, and this is going to be kind of the main crux here. This is the value, this is the overall market cap of Berkshire Hathaway. It's worth $1 trillion. Again, congratulations, you reached $1 trillion before. But, if you look at those two charts, they look really close, don't they? So it's almost like as the company grows, he is raising more cash. So that's why when you're looking at just a headline number like billion, and people will say trillion, and again, a lot of these numbers are getting pretty crazy out there. But you have to always normalize your data. Is $400 billion a lot of money for Berkshire Hathaway? Well, let's go to the next chart here and find out. So this is what happens if you take the percentage of what the market cap is of Berkshire Hathaway, how much does he hold in cash? And you go all the way back here to the last time it was this high, and it was 2005. So yes, this is a record. No, without a doubt, this is a record amount of cash that Warren Buffett has been holding. However, if you look at this, it seems to fluctuate between around 20 or 30% of his entire portfolio he holds into cash. And that doesn't seem too crazy to me. I bet you most people look around at their investment accounts, they probably have maybe a little bit less, maybe 10 to 20% of their net worth sits in cash. But for Warren Buffett in this fund, it's around 30, and this is, croaking on maybe 40% in cash. So again, not as crazy when you look at this chart as you look at the other ones. Yes, a record cash amount, but just not as crazy as you would think, right? So next chart is just comparing the two peaks, right? 2005 was 32%. This one's 37%. Looks a little less scary when you look at just these two bars. And then let's say, okay, what happened the last time he raised a lot of cash? Did he have some sort of magic power to predict something? Well, he raised that cash around 2004, 2005. The market ripped another 25% from there. And then, yes, 2008 happened. So did he predict it? If you ask him, no. He just said that that was a pure coincidence. That he had that much cash there definitely helped him. But that's just kind of just coincidentally, he raised a little bit more cash than normal, not a ton more. And for him, if you ask, I actually looked up quotes, because of course people have been asking about this. And he says, yeah, we're holding a little bit more cash than normal, but the reasons he gave was he just can't find a lot of deals right now that he likes, and he's retiring. So he didn't want to leave a fully maxed out, I think he's technically retired, but he's retired, but still going to the office every day and probably still calling the shots. And he just didn't want to leave the new guy with a fully invested portfolio. He wanted to give him some runway to make some of the deals of his own that he may end up liking. Last bit is just confusion. This is just the last chart here of some confusion that people have had, where some people are saying the cash is just kind of way more because they're counting bonds as cash. So you have to pull that out. It would make sense why someone would hold bonds in this environment that has the highest interest rates that we've had for a long time. And that can skew the data for some people when they're showing this kind of 2004, 2005 number. But just know that, again, the cash amount's roughly where it is. So the main takeaway here is, even if you ask Warren Buffett himself, he's not saying that he's raising cash because he thinks the world's going to come to an end. And then also, when somebody gives you a big absolute headline number, always make sure that it's being normalized to something. You know, people will say, for example, the US dollar has lost 96% of its purchasing power in the last 100 years. And that's 100% true. So if you just put $1 and you threw it under your bed, then yes, you can't buy as much as you could. But it doesn't talk about how, you know, wages have increased, how, you know, if you had that money in the market at all, you've outpaced that inflation and some. So again, just beware of big round numbers that sound scary, and then just look and see, hey, is this number being normalized to something that makes sense? In this case, when you normalize this number, it's just not as scary, I think, as people are saying it is.
It's interesting, as I mentioned, going into earnings season here. This is a guy that's been fundamentals based, you know, his entire career. And as you alluded to here, how much influence does he still have? If you're the new guy, however, you know, sitting with your hand maybe not in reach of that pile yet, but pretty close and getting closer, maybe on a daily basis here, you got to think this earnings season is going to present maybe some opportunities for them to start using some of that.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. I think he's looking for, and we got to remember, you know, Berkshire Hathaway is not known for its AI infrastructure investing and all of this stuff that's going on right now. So it makes sense that they don't really see the deals that maybe they used to. But we have noticed all the time, if you go back in history, that when a company, you know, maybe gets a bad earnings report and it has a bit of a sell-off, and if they think that that's a flash in the pan, that's a value investor's dream, right? If there's a one-line write-off or something and the market overreacts to it and they can buy something a little cheaper, that's great. And also, I think it has to do with the fact that he's watching interest rates. So I think it's the two kind of levers that make sense. If we get to see a pullback in, you know, banks, you guys were mentioning they lead off the earnings season now. Warren Buffett loves his banks. He loves his insurance companies. So if we start to see a reaction there, maybe he moves some of that cash to work. And then also, you got to think, for someone who is so safe on investment, to have interest rates so high, he's making a whole bunch of money off of that cash. Now, you know, he's never going to be the one to buy SanDisk and hold it for, you know, a 10x as a momentum play. So for him, he's probably sitting pretty nicely in a bunch of bonds. And from there, he needs to see something that's not only an attractive investment, but is an attractive investment above and beyond what the interest rate's currently paying, which could just mean when interest rates come back down.
From a technical standpoint, we'll get away from this a little bit. From a technical standpoint, we're in a really interesting position here going into earnings season for some of those names you just talked about, some of the memory names, semiconductors, you know, in some cases 20, 25, 26% off their highs. Historically, a spot where people like Warren Buffett or bigger investors tend to start dipping a toe in, testing the waters, testing some levels, even if we get another 10%, 15%, layering into something on the way down. We're in that area, as I said, going into some of these reports here. Anything from a technical standpoint, maybe we can talk about this maybe at the end of the week, semiconductors specifically, memory specifically. I mean, Nvidia had a big bounce last week, but this is a spot where I think a lot of people are going to start being interested.
Yeah, I bought some SMH on Tuesday, and I kind of hope it comes down more to show that, because every time semiconductors in not just recent past, but kind of historically, takes around a 10 to 20% pullback above the 200-day moving average. I think that's important, above a 200-day rising moving average. It's been a great spot to start averaging in, to grab some there. Eventually it won't work, but that's been my game plan with this, and it will continue to be my game plan. And I think it's something that makes sense because I have a hard out. If we break the 200-day moving average, which we are currently on semiconductors, like still way above, 40% above the 200-day moving average. If that ever breaks, then that's kind of when you can say, okay, maybe the party's over for now. Doesn't mean we need to crash, but maybe we stop going up at some point. But I think that's the right move, is make sure you're not FOMOing in as things are moving higher, but have some cash, like Warren Buffett does, for when these drops happen. And as long as they're happening above a 200-day moving average, you got a pretty solid game plan there.
What do you think the odds are we wake up halfway through next quarter when some of these companies start reporting their positions and you see maybe not a huge chunk, but a little bit of Berkshire now going into maybe a spot that he hasn't traditionally been known for because of this opportunity?
I think if you see that, then that's probably mean he's not showing up to the office every day anymore. And the new guy got one in there. I think that's gonna be the really interesting thing with Berkshire is, you'd want to make a name for yourself, right? You wouldn't want to potentially live in Warren's shadow your entire existence. So you'd want to make a couple really good deals. And I just wonder how much that urge or instinct of the new person who's taking over the reins is going to pull them maybe away. Because would Warren ever buy a SanDisk or a Micron or something like that? I don't think so. We got to remember, he sat out the entire internet thing entirely. He bought Apple like 20 years after kind of the internet was a thing. So it will be interesting to see. But I think if you see that kind of stuff, then it could be a sign to the market that maybe the new guy's got a little bit more control than we're giving him credit for.
And let's be honest, it would be refreshing, I think, at this point, for a company like Berkshire. I mean, no complaints on how well they've done over the decades, but it would be refreshing, I think. Michael Noss, great stuff as always. Have a fantastic week. We'll catch up on Friday.
Talk to you Friday. Have a good week, guys.
Fantastic stuff always by Michael Noss. Make sure you join us Monday morning and Friday morning for that segment. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with some downgrades. We're going to start with Papa John's going from a neutral weight to an underweight. We're down 0.6% here, but with a $34 price target, that's down from $42. B of A giving them the downgrade this morning. Now, Best Buy also getting the downgrade, going from a buy to a hold and an $82 price target. We're down a little bit more than 0.33%. Loop Capital giving them the downgrade. Now, HSBC downgrading AstraZeneca to 13,750 Great British pounds there, guys. You're down 0.5%. And Sun Life Financial, the Canadian financial group here, Evercore ISI giving them downgrade, going from an outperform to an inline with a $111 price target, Canadian that is, but that is up from 102 Canadian dollars. Now moving forward, let's take a look at some more positive things. American Express, JP Morgan giving them the nod this morning from a neutral weight to an overweight with a $400 price target. That's up from $328, guys. Now Deckers Brands also getting the nod. You're up a bit more than 0.8%, going from a hold to a buy and a $130 price target. That is up from $110. Jeffries giving them the okay. Shopify, another Canadian name here, guys, up 2%, going from a hold to a buy and a $160 price target. That is up from $140. Now, KC outlet stores here going with a price target increase to $950. No specific upgrade there, guys, just a price target. And then also up 0.8%. North Coast giving them the nod. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Thank you, Joe. And of those upgrades and downgrades, you find Shopify on the free watch list, everybody. It'll be in there from Jeffries. And they're up a couple of points. There's some room here, but like a bunch of other names, including we were just talking about SoFi recently, and yeah, you might be bullish, but you still need that one big break. It's it's about $10 from here, and it's a double top, possible triple top incoming. I mean, if you really want to count it on earnings there, Fed, but 135, 136 on Shopify could be a nice little big breakout potential. But the NOS boss talking about financials. When it comes back, you have to mention the XLF. It's primed. We're right before bank earnings, like literally on the precipice of bank earnings. You've got the double top on XLF. You're literally making the golden cross if you're into that. The 50 period starting to break higher. You've flattened out a little bit on the 200, but that top break kind of feels like you'll get that usual, okay, well, what are we complaining about with bank earnings today? And maybe get that little bit of a dip and then look for the post-earnings breakout play on the XLF. Really like what's going on with this chart for sure. So I think the financials look very good, and they're poised for a big breakout after their earnings. Got to be on watch. Well, I mean, they're obviously going to be on watch, but I've been a little bit. I mean, I like Morgan. I've certainly liked Morgan and Goldman all year long, but now the broad group, I'm going to like the ETF a heck of a lot better with this breakout.
Yeah, before we went to Michael Nasser, I was looking at the XLF there and talking about it. And yeah, man, I really thought that was going to be a good one heading into bank earnings. I still do like some SoFi action over there. I mean, I'm looking at, the breakdown of various sectors here today. So, a SOX L, something like that. I think the DRAM is going to be a good trade. SOX L, I think, is going to be a good trade today as well, down 10%. Looking to break lower, through, unfortunately, it's been a pretty rough ride for this name. Again, a triple levered ETF. So, you gotta, if you want to be something a little more pure, that's not, you're not worried about the triple aspect of it. The SMH still down a couple percentage points today. Not for a good ride, I don't think. Underneath the 50 period moving average, looking a little bit lower here, SMH. So, like I had said before, getting out of the Marvell and all that kind of stuff, and maybe rotating into SMH, and just so that way you have a little bit of everything, so you're not suffering like single stock risk. Because today you have names like Marvell, ARM, some of the names that are more high flyers, going to be down a little bit more than what some of these indexes are. Right, down 3% there for Marvell, and I think ARM was something. Actually, ARM around 314 is probably holding out a little bit better. Let's see, down 3.2. So they're all starting to tick a little lower, and we mentioned Intel before as well. So, and then Nvidia got up to that 5 trillion mark again, hitting up around that 210 marker, and they're starting to head to the downside. There's Intel down 3% as well. So all of these names here in the semi space downside. Nvidia down 1.4. So that might be the best of the best. Needs to be that way for Nvidia. We'll see if it can hold some of those bids from Friday. And then Palantir green today. So Palantir had a couple rough days there back to back. We'll see if Palantir can wind up holding today, as some of the focus will be on that chip space. So we're going to see if we can get some money back into the old account here with Palantir, and it might be on a break lower as well if it can't hold these levels, coming right into this 125 zone that we've seen before. So that's going to be a very interesting little level there as well. So yeah, interested to look everywhere today. Thanks for those upgrades and those downgrades. But yeah, and thanks for Michael for coming through. And I'm glad that Michael likes the way that SoFi looks. So great minds think alike. So I don't know why Michael's thinking like that, but right into there, $20 breaking long on SoFi. Definitely a name that I like, and it's on my radar. So we'll see what they can do. July the 29th coming for earnings on with SoFi. So. All right, yeah, 62.6 on Bitcoin. Not a couple bad looks there. Thanks, Joe, for the upgrades and downgrades. We'll wait to see what SK Hynix and SpaceX do here off the open, as they both continue. Well, I haven't looked in the last 5 minutes, but they both continue to go lower. SpaceX going to open up at its lowest spot ever, and then SKHY there today. No V on this one, and it's had a nice move back off through this 150 marker. So there we go, man. Yeah, we were talking about trying to short some of this, now might be the time. Get ready for SKI. It's still about $30 for 100 shares. I've already paid for it. So we'll wait to see what happens with SKHY moving forward here today. Should be a good one. We can go back over to the desk now. 10 minutes.
Before we do, I know a few people were mentioning this small capper running AGEN. Maybe that's a one that you want to be scared to short. Who knows? But it is looking pretty good, trading higher after the company announced it will raise $85 million to fund its colon cancer drug trial. So 41 million shares of volume already here in the pre-market. It does have about a 14 or 15% short float. The actual float's about 41 million, so it's literally turned it over once in the pre-market. Not a gigantic short float, but a decent enough one. And when you pull this one out on the daily chart, hey, it's been making a range and it tried to break $5 several times in the last calendar year. And each time, topping tail wick, topping tail wick, topping tail wick. So understand that this is a stock that has gone right into this price range multiple times this year and kind of given it up. Gives you a nice little level to work off of. If it holds VWAP to the 5 throughout the morning, this one can look very, very spicy. So yeah, AGEN, shout out to everyone that's mentioning that one in the chat. And Randy has brought some fruit, although it's not the usual fare.
No, oh my God.
Those are not bananas.
Those are
huge
ass oranges.
Big oranges.
Right there. Shout out to the orange family there. It's a big one. I love oranges though, that's for sure. I prefer orange juice than apple juice. I like apple juice too. Which juice do you prefer?
I'm freshly squeezed orange juice if it's freshly squeezed. Yeah. But if it's not, then I kind of prefer apple juice.
Yeah, I don't mind apple juice. Yeah, I think it's all. Let us know in the chat what you guys like. Brendan and Adair, are you apple or orange juice people up there?
Tough one. I gotta say orange, I guess.
I guess I'm choosing between those two. Orange, but no pulp. I'll make that really controversial, I guess.
Yeah, I got to be with you on that. But there's if it's fresh,
yes,
squeezed, then I'll go a little bit of pulp. But yeah, like in the box, pulp is
no pulp in the box, but like fresh. Like my mom used to make fresh orange juice. Pulp is fine there. Yeah.
I find apple juice really sweet. Like there's a lot of sugar in it. It seems like more sugar, anyways, than orange juice. But anyway. Yeah. We digress. Trump was on Fox for probably, 25, 30 minutes at least talking about Iran. There's really the market did sell off the entire time during his appearance, but he has ended that interview now. So, we are getting a little bit of a bounce here on the futures. All the same comments that we've heard before, nothing really outrageous, I think, from Trump. But I was watching oil a little bit here. It did make a new high. We are pulling back once again, but 113 coming back into play here this morning for USO.
Yeah, I remember I actually kind of saw that these strikes were happening again because I was just on X or whatever, and I guess Pete Hegseth has posted something about how these strikes have happened again. So yeah, I believe Saturday night the U.S. strikes Iran again, and then Iran starts striking the U.S. I believe their military bases in the Gulf again as well. So unfortunately, this back and forth continues. Now, as we've mentioned here, Brendan, this is massively below here at those recent highs that we made in mid-May. But there are still some concerns here. President Trump last week said the ceasefire was over. Iran does not seem to agree that the ceasefire is over, and yet both countries are striking each other. There's a lot of posturing, I think, on all sides of this conflict. We're going to have to wait and see. I was reading that apparently we could get, I believe, Lebanon and Israel potentially coming to the table again this week, so we're going to have to wait and see what happens there. But I think right now Iran and the U.S. are probably the bigger fish to fry. And meantime, everyone's mostly paying attention to what they have to fork out at the pump for oil and gas, obviously for their cars. Gas specifically back to the upside the last couple of days here in Toronto, all over Canada. Once again, we're seeing the average creep back higher with oil prices creeping back higher. I was reading a story this morning about more and more ships being asked to make this pass through the Strait of Hormuz with transponders off. The dark passings, as they're calling them, versus the way they typically do it with their transponders on so everyone in the world can actually see where they are, but they're using that far channel that the U.S. is apparently controlling and making a safe passage for. But there's so many contradicting reports here. The U.S. is saying one thing that
I mean, Trump was saying on the weekend that there's more ships coming out of the Strait of Hormuz than ever before. Iran, meanwhile, saying that traffic has essentially come to a halt once again until they say so that it's going to be safe.
Well, yeah, and I think the whole they say so is really key here, because they were also saying last week, Brendan, that, oh, we could only pass through the strait if you coordinate with us first. So now that obviously would be very different from what A, what the U.S. wants, and B, what they've been saying has been happening. Now, in terms of the prices of gas, as President Trump said last week, and I quote, as goes oil, so goes everything else. You're really seeing that happening. I think it'll be interesting, too, now that he's, back from Turkey last week for that summit. I think maybe, hopefully, at some point we get some kind of, press briefing, so we kind of get to see a bit of an update here in terms of A, how long is this maybe going to go on for, if they can give us kind of any indication, because I think there are a lot of concerns. B, when it comes to, as you mentioned, gas prices, it's midway through the summer now, more or less, and I think those concerns are going to continue to ratchet up, especially as we head into back to school. Yep. People want to save money, and furthermore, tomorrow, July 14th at 10 a.m., we get a House Financial Services Committee hearing during which Kevin Warsh is going to be delivering his first ever semi-annual testimony. I bet he's going to be asked here about inflation, potentially in regards to gas prices. And I think given how tight-lipped he is about guidance, it's going to be one to watch.
That'll come on the back of CPI as well, coming up tomorrow morning at 8:30. We'll also get PPI this week. We get Michigan consumer sentiment to end things off on Friday. Just reading a note here from Citigroup on Apple. Huge couple of weeks here for Apple, right back to highs. Essentially, price target looks like raise from Citigroup on Apple, guys, as well. Right here, right now for Apple.
Yeah, Apple's on the list today. And, before we get to Apple, just one quick note on USO. Because on Friday, remember about 10:20 when we had that crazy volume event? And it was like, if you were watching anything, the bid dropped on pretty much any stock, and then energy went crazy ham to the upside, and then just immediately gave the move right back. I think when you see that kind of price action where it's almost just instantaneous, gives it right back on volume, then when it goes back to doing regular volume, it's like basically in the downtrend that it was before. You got to look for something. If you're looking at a strong stock, or you get maybe wicked out of a trade, because that was a lot of that was happening to the longs, you might be sitting in a long. It was just business as usual after the fact. So another crazy volume spike like that, where it's a few minutes later, you're right back as if nothing happened. You got to just jump right back in on some of the trades that might have been gone to kaputs. I think it's just the reality of where we're sitting at with the algos. Some of it might have had to do with the fact it was a Friday in the summer and maybe a little bit less liquidity when that hit. But I think you could start to see more events like that. You want to be there for the reversion. So going to be a little more Johnny on the spot with those. Apple, love it. We've been talking about how Apple is the safe play in the Mag 7, despite some of the answers we keep getting in the polls from the chat, because I guess it's a little bit boring, but boring is great. Boring is leading it to another all-time high test, which is coming in. Do really like the higher lows that it's putting in into this all-time high breakout. It has been failing those breaks, so it's been much better to look for the consolidative levels, like the 312 half. That works. It already double bottom once here at 308. So that's been giving you some places to go into the dip buy for Apple. I think nothing's really changed, so I want to continue that pattern here today. And again, it's just relatively safe. One thing you do have to watch, at least a lot of times for Apple, is if you get like a massive rally in some of the memory chip names, some of the AI play, that will tend to take a little bit of the wind out of the sails, right? So if you're looking short in like DRAM, or I don't want to say Nvidia, like AMD, like those types of names, they do harsh reversals. Sometimes then Apple will start to look a little bit relatively weak. But for now, it's long and strong. 312.5, like that level, because that's the first higher low we got to work off of. It showed last week that if you go for the dip buy, it's really just a matter of patience. And a lot of times it'll even give you these double bottom setups, or a higher low and then form the trend, breakouts, just all kinds of great long setups here for Apple last week. But the first one's dip buy into 12.5.
Yeah, I was looking at the TQs here for a short today. Apple, it's starting to run back to the upside a little bit, which is getting pretty good for us. Sticky notes now out. I wrote down 76 shorts. We're going to watch out for 75, 75, or up to 76 here today for the short side of the NASDAQ. I mean, down another 1% there. I mean, it's been traded quite well on the NASDAQ, considering, we keep looking at these major cap names and say, what's going on with them. You're just now breaking underneath the 50-period moving average. So, we're going to wait to see what happens on this, but I'm looking to go short now that we've broken back underneath it, at least to start the week, until we get some more, major headlines for the NASDAQ. I'm going to be playing the short. We can get out of it so easily, and that's why we write down that 76. Or if you're going to look at the cues itself, the 722 to 721 area, I don't want to be short if we break above 22 right here on the cues. So that would be a key level for me on the futures as we continue to look forward into what today could bring. I think it's going to bring a down day, especially with Brendan just mentioned there. People now looking again at the pumps and trying to figure out, hey, gas is starting to go back up to the upside. Trump was all on, many, spots last week talking about how oil needs to probably come back in and gas prices need to go lower, and blaming some of the gas, some of the companies there at the pump, saying, considering where gas and where oil is, maybe the price should be a little lower. But we still do have that summertime drive. We still do have people taking vacations, everything like that happening. So I think the demand is still there for USO, and it seems like we're going to get more and more turbulence here in the Middle East, creating some issues here for United States oil. So yeah, I would still say this is probably going to be upside move. I know it's coming back in right now. We'll look to see if oil, just looking longer time, it's 112. Do we get back into this 110 area that we couldn't really break through on Thursday, Friday? If so, I think that would be the first area to start looking a little long. So, ears to the ground on what's going to potentially happen today with USO. And I got the news going, and Daryl will be here all morning with us as well. So anything, cracking in energy space, we will definitely have a look. And we did talk about XOM last week and how that had hit in and around its 200-period moving average. Trying to bounce back up today is XOM, up another 1%. So yeah, good levels here for Exxon and CVX, all back into this 130, 135 area. That's exactly where that 200-period moving average is. So looking for a little bit of a long there, and XOM also something to be talked about. We'll talk about J&J and Eli Lilly and all these sort of other names where you can also get some nice dividends in. But hey, man, the oil space starting to go a little too far, too fast, I thought, and maybe back up to the upside. So taking the opposite look of President 47 there, and see what happens back to the upside with the energy space. So, yep, still cold around here, waiting for Randy so I can see him and ask him for another coffee and or to turn this heat up around here again. But 62.6 in Bitcoin. We'll see if that's cooking a little higher soon. The watch list is free. You can go grab the watch list at look at the link in description below. Grab the watch list. There's lots of names on there, including some low floaters there today. And if you go over here, this is what the watch list looks like today. We're about to go through it. All the pre-market trading: SoFi, Shopify, Figma. Are those the I just mentioned we need some coffees around here because it's so freezing. Thank you, Randy, for bringing that one there. Randy not playing around today. SK Hynix, there it is, the oil name, semiconductor names. There's Apple, there's SpaceX. We just talked about that. Meta's on here. And then what I was leading towards here was Fast Track Entertainment. We have Netflix coming this week as well. I'll talk about some entertainment names. And then Q32 Bio, QTTB, and FTRK. You don't need to fix your scanners too much here today. These are two names that we're giving you right off the jump, FTRK and QTTB. Let us know in the chat if you're looking at any of those names. Thank you, Randy, for the coffee. And let's go back over the desk with Adara and Brendo.
Yeah, good point. Netflix after the close on Thursday,
Yeah.
which will be interesting after everything it's been through over the past couple of quarters. As Sean was mentioning, if you haven't done so yet, down below in the description, the link will get you to that sign-up page for the watch list. Has everything on it you need to know every single morning. Comes right to your inbox. Grab that. It's absolutely free. SK Hynix, top of the list here this morning. I mean, trying to bounce here off this 150 area. It came down here twice. We didn't actually get to 150 either time, but trying to front run 150 anyways. That was a headline on Friday, which kind of foresaw what was to come here this morning, saying essentially, yeah, it was up on its debut, but, big but, everything else in this space essentially downside, and here we are, back downside for SK Hynix.
I think the other thing is, Tues, we've had a lot of volatility in the South Korean market. Apparently, yet another halt down or limit down or whatever you call it in Kospi last night. Apparently, Also, the South Korean / native home listing of SK Hynix here in, as I mentioned earlier, South Korea, that was also having one of its worst days in, I think, almost 2 decades last night. So there's just, I think, a lot of weakness and a lot of concerns right now. We saw what happened with Samsung as well last week in South Korea in the memory space. Solid preliminary earnings, but I think because of the solid preliminary earnings, they stoked more concerns here that maybe the AI and memory space is a bit overheated. So it's interesting. It seems like a lot of fear creeping back into the sector. That could be what's happening to SK Hynix and all these other names today.
Yeah, 150 again, just below us here, guys. A couple of attempts already. Which direction do we go here?
Right now it's trying to go up, but I mean, I'm favoring short. Like there's no point. You can look at on Friday when we're trading under the V, there's no key prices that we're going to run into because it was like the high 160s where we bottomed out on Friday, and we're gapped so far underneath that it's almost irrelevant at this point. So you've got double or triple top at 155, depending on how you want to look at it here in SK Hynix. If you look at what's going on, and I think it's like this bounce is pretty significant. You just showed SK Hynix, but then I look at where DRAM is, barely even budging. So obviously, this has turned into a sell the news type of event. One thing to consider, because I'm looking at that 155, which is really the only level to look at on SK Hynix right now. There's that and there's VWAP. Like that's what I'll be looking for to try to work the short, because that's the first place to think. If it gets taken out and we're above 155, DRAM has got a gap. Like there's no question about it. Like you break this 58, it's got a wide gap to work into. So that's one thing to keep in mind if you're trading this. I'm going to be on SK Hynix myself because I think it was fantastic to trade in both directions. Well, I mean the opening trade was great. I guess after it opened up, really the shorts were fantastic. I think from a directional standpoint and a momentum standpoint. But once you get to the 155, which it looks like we're going to test at the open, I'm going to look short there first.
Yeah, I was going to say, I just have it written down here on the stick. You guys can go find it. Right here, man, 155. It's the same kind of level, man. Not well received here on day 2. Day 1 was fine, but now you're down 9%. We're going to have to watch out for that 150 break. Whoops. And then we don't want to click on SK Hynix. And then you want to watch out for that 149 IPO price. So I think they're all going to come into play today, to be honest with you. I think you're going to break through that 150 marker. Then you're going to test that 149. We're going to see what kind of size is there. Now, remember, we had seen SpaceX bounce off of, we'll get SpaceX in a couple of stories, but we've seen SpaceX bounce off that 150 a bunch of times, which is the IPO price there. So now we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening with SKHY coming back into 150 again. Although, we know where this one came out as on Friday. This one came out at 170. So you're already well down here on SKY. And I think it just gets a little lower. As Darren mentioned there, the cost P was down 15% there. And, the 155 just came in. And this is what it looks like on my longer time chart there. There's 155. So here's what the trading was on Friday. Good move there. Great move after hours, back up through that 170 again. And then here this morning at about 7 a.m., that was roughly that 155 top. So you got to go short for, on something, and that would be right there, 155. But if you break it, then I do like the long with some support down here at 153. That's right where VWAP is right now. So we're just kind of hovering right around this level on SK Hynix. So yeah, for me, I think it's going to be a good little look there. And if you didn't like that name, but you do like the idea of going short potentially, then this DRAM is another look right now, down very similarly to what Hynix is doing. You remember Samsung, Micron, they're all wrapped up into this ETF as well. Relatively new ETF to look at, and Micron down. So, we talked about fading the events. And I already showed you what Rocket Lab looked like. We had that call, late May, early June, that Rocket Lab was a short. I actually feel the very same way about many of these memory names. We had a huge bull run, and now it's just time to cool down a little bit. We've already seen the cooling down happen in names like Marvell and ARM and whatnot. Now you're going to start to see it obviously happening in Intel and probably in some other names. Like I recently bought some Qualcomm. That's not going to do well if I think that this whole trade is coming through to the downside. So there's Qualcomm back into almost where we bought it again as well. So yeah, some of these names starting to come out, and I think I want to try to get lighter in for sure on the long-term portfolio. And it might start today with some selling of AMD on the top end of this trade. So I want to get out before the rug does get pulled on AMD. AMD might be a great long somewhere, but I could definitely see this trading back down near 450. And so anyways, Advanced Micro Devices, it's a name that we've been holding since under $100, and now it's 540. So this name just continues to mature up, and what a beast AMD has been. It wasn't even that long ago that we were underneath $100. You're talking about maybe a year and a half, but there's AMD right now holding out high. I like to short in AMD at some point. Don't know if it's today, but definitely soon on Advanced Micro Devices. All right, oil popping. Now coming back in though a little bit with oil. So we'll keep our ear to the ground on any more news, but let's go back to the desk and get the main story on oil, and then we'll talk about a potential trade in the space today.
Yeah, I was watching this comments come through from Trump. Yeah, again, he was talking on Fox for probably a half an hour or so. Equities sliding, USO was creeping higher, and now they're both heading in the opposite direction. So as Sean was mentioning, a little bit of a pullback here for USO back below this 112.50, which is essentially where we opened it. But yeah, huge pop to the upside in a big way here on the back of not only what happened over the weekend, I think the back and forth between the two sides, but to end last week, I think there was a lot of question marks as to what this week was even going to look like as far as the conflict is concerned.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, it's really interesting in a case where you have, a ceasefire where one leader, President Trump, has said it's over. Last week, Iran said it's not over, yet they're both acting like it is in fact over. So it's really hard to kind of know what's what here, Brendan. And as you and I were discussing off camera, President Trump, during that half an hour or so of comments on Fox News, said that the U.S. should actually be reimbursed for guarding the Strait of Hormuz, saying that maybe we'll call it the guardian angel of the Strait, and we should be reimbursed for that. So this is getting pretty interesting here. Again, as we mentioned, the Strait was essentially, as far as a lot of people can tell, open ahead of this conflict, before the conflict. Then the conflict starts on February 28th. Now it's closed. And now the U.S. apparently trying to get some kind of payment for it, even when they said that there shouldn't be anyone paid on any side with regards to the Strait of Hormuz. So it's getting super messy. And I'm really curious as to how Iran responds to this, because they almost definitely will.
Yeah, back and forth continues. Back and forth on the charts continuing as well. This is Wednesday, essentially, for USO. I mean, you can pull up oil. It looks exactly the same if you want to look at the futures. But this is Wednesday. We're back to these levels once again, 112.50, 113, guys, for oil.
Sure doesn't show it too
much.
Yeah. So for USO, I mean, I don't know. We had sort of looked at some different names here today. It's pulling back a little bit. It's not so much volume, though, this morning, right? 389,000 shares so far for USO. So I think it's an upside move at some point. It seems like we're not getting anywhere right now with this talk going back and forth there. And then I'm always bringing it back to what I just know of summertime oil and gas prices, right? And Randy's taught us that, summertime oil is a little more expensive with the blend and everything like that. So I was starting to think that oil was going to go back up to the upside just based on demand. I mean, we're traveling this weekend to drop the kids off at camp, and we got to go up north. And I saw, Sharif was up north this weekend. A lot of people traveling around, and I think a lot of you guys are traveling probably as well out there in the universe. So for me, I think USO goes higher just based on demand without even talking about out east, or Middle East. So I would just watch out again for this 111 mark. If we come into the 200 period moving average, I think I like the long down there. There's really nothing else to look at. I mean, we looked at Battle, once it was really starting to go. This is a name again that oil being up a little bit, you may want to look to see if Battle gets going. 2 million shares already there today. So this is a name that don't sleep on it. Battalion, very levered name that can really get going. It was sub 100 million shares, or way less than that on Battle, and market cap was like $35 million or something crazy. So this would be one to look at, BATL. So keep this on your sort of side radar here today. With a move up in oil, I could see some traders coming for Battle, and just because the space is a little bit sort of blah this morning with names moving around, I would look at Battle, breaking through this 172 marker here, the pre-market high, and then we'll see if we can get going. So yeah, 175. I mean, if you go back on this name, and I'm just kind of finding this right now, would be right into here. There's your sort of 170. This is 210. That little break area is 210. This little top right there is 180. So that's right where we're at right now. This goes back to early June. So if we can break some of these levels, every time we've broken it over the last couple of days, it started to go. So we broke it here, went up, broke it here, went higher. So if we break it again, what about a Battle long at 180, 181 or so, something like that on a break of BATL. So Battalion could be a trade to look at today. Who knows? But 3 million shares, something.
I'm looking for like that liquidity event that we had at 10:30-ish or 10:25 or whatever it worked out to. What was that exactly? Here we go. If you're looking on Friday, it was about 10:27, 10:30 at the beginning to the end. It was about 5-10 minutes long, barely even. That top was 110.50. So I feel like if you get down to there, like sometimes when you get a liquidity event, it'll tell you where the key price level is. In this particular case, even if you get my head out of the way, see how we got support at that price level on USO, and then it turns into resistance, and then it's exactly where we spiked into on Friday. So I think that's a level to look for, a bit of a dip buy in USO. But if we get to there and you're looking long, great. I'm not trying to go long up here. I think if you're looking short in anything market related, you're probably sort of in that mindset already, and that leads me to IBIT because, I mean, come on. Even when we had that little bit of a market bounce on the NASDAQ, like this is the lows in NASDAQ this morning. You just held VWAP with a bit of a higher low. Bitcoin's been only going down. So I want to continue that theme. If this tries to pop, then I'm looking short on IBIT today. You've got the 36 is an obvious level, but then you can look at 35.7 as well right in here. So I'm going to short some pops in IBIT. We do have to get way down on oil for it to be a technical long entry for me. So we're going to have to sit that one out unless something crazy happens.
Let's talk some semiconductors here to the downside once again. Nvidia kind of leading the way here. They all look like this morning after a decent bounce back over the past week and a half or so for not only Nvidia, but the rest of the semiconductors here still. I mean, a 20% plus pullback off the highs for Nvidia. We, retrace maybe 50% of that starting to roll over here, but kind of an interesting idea anyways, feast or famine type idea where, the tech giants bleeding cash trying to do these build outs, as we know, 430 billion coming the way of some of these semiconductor companies.
I was seeing here as well that at least, what's been attributed to part of this decline has to do with, again, the memory pullback too, right? We know that's been a big concern. But in terms of, maybe something to look forward to this week in the semiconductor space, ASML reports earnings on Wednesday morning. So they're the only, other than Netflix, only really big tech play that's going to be reporting this week. To my understanding, we're expecting earnings per share of $7.98, revenue of about $10.28 billion. I was looking at their annual revenue recently. It's been solid growth pretty much year over year. So this is, I guess, again, a less direct semiconductor play to keep an eye on here going forward this week. But in terms of the Nvidias, the Intels, et cetera, it's not really a good look. Let's see if they can continue that bounce. I think a lot of it will depend on what memory and more specifically what SK Hynix ends up doing.
Yeah, down decently here this morning. If you zoom out a little bit, daily chart I think tells a bigger story potentially, guys. A lot of room here for the Nvidias of the world. Even 202, 200 possibly here for Nvidia.
It's the one that if it came down, I think I'd like the buy if it got down there today. That's for sure. Because really, Nvidia, a lot of the story about why it was bouncing recently, you got a 19 or a sub 20 P that got put on at some of those lows. It just turned into this interesting value play for Nvidia. Then the whole, okay, well maybe selling some chips into China, and then that positive story, which I know we've heard it a million times before, and it hasn't mattered. But this one felt a little bit different, like that longish consolidation for a week or change at the 200 SMA, the bounce, the break of the trend down, goes right into the 50 here and stalls out is probably the right word, but checks up here at the 50s, at that 50 SMA. So I think the pullback today on Nvidia, I mean, if it doesn't break 206, that'd be pretty bullish to the overall move. But if it does and the market stays weak, then that 200 to 202 just gives you that curl zone. That said, you have to remember how patient you needed to be when we were dipping into that level on Thursday. It's one thing when it was just pure break, like it was pure break away from that zone on Friday, but you really needed a lot of patience on Thursday to eventually cash that. So yeah, Nvidia, you get down there, it's about 200 to 202. That would be that zone. I am looking at not just, we've talked about SK Hynix to death here, but also looking at an Intel continuation to the short side here. The 110, bless you, the 110, the 108, those are both levels. Support and close, which was also resistance, give 2 good fade levels here for Intel. Down 3.5%, so obviously it's weaker than Nvidia. It's consolidating under the 50-period moving average. I think a test of the 100 seems like that's in store for this week on Intel, so I want to be there for it.
Yeah, so I was only mentioning, I mentioned a little bit of AMD. I think that name's been pretty hype up, held up pretty well during this hype. And maybe AMD's prone for a little bit of a move down, now down 3% there today. But, you don't want to get caught on the wrong side of this one. So if you're going to go short with me on AMD, we're going to look at, breaking out here around that 548 mark. So maybe an early short around 546 if we can jump up. We still have 10 minutes, so that would be a trade to look at there for me. I would rather, due to the fact that Nvidia had such a strong day there on Friday, I'd rather look long. Nvidia, the trend is definitely higher right now. So I don't know, man. Sometimes I get caught thinking one way on this, and then we just kind of get run over. So if we are going to look at Nvidia, I think it is probably prudent, I guess, and prone for a dump, especially if the rest of the market's going to go right around here, that 206. I don't think we want to necessarily get involved until that area. So between 206 to 205, 206 for Nvidia for the long. And I'm picking the long here because it's been strong. It's had now 4 or 5 straight up days. And then, as Neil had mentioned there, I do like Intel for a short. I think there's going to be one name to pick on Intel right now, down almost 4%, going lower underneath VWAP. Everything looks really good for a short here on INTC. And I have written down again, Joe's got the sweater on right over there right now, which is probably a pretty good call. The 76 short right here on the Tues, right? So get our knives and swords out here as we look to go a little short in the overall market, including the NASDAQ starting to get faded right now to the downside. So we'll look to see if we can get, and the reason why we're going short is pretty much because of the semis right there. A little bit of through with their earnings. Adair mentioned ASML. I don't know if that'll be a good report or not, but here we go to the downside right now with the NASDAQ, and it's starting all over again. Only 6 or 7 minutes now till open. Check that, 8 minutes till open, and we're already pulled right back into VWAP. So I'm liking the short in the market. It is going to be led by the semiconductors. The one name that I'm looking to get long, and again, talking up my own book, but I really do think Qualcomm, they had their Investors Day. I thought it was a pretty good story there for Qualcomm. Now we're going to wait to see what winds up holding or not in and around this 177, 175 area. So any dip buys, I kind of like Qualcomm. Good Investor Day. A little bit of a leak last week with SpaceX, and that came out to be not true. Elon came out and said, no, we're not building whatever it was with the Snapdragon there. So Qualcomm downside right now today. But I like the bids if we can get that in QCOM. So we'll wait. A couple good ideas there, I think, anyways, in the chip space. Banks start tomorrow, and it should be an interesting trade. They're not necessarily like, the craziest names to trade, but let's go back and find out who's reporting and what we could expect from some of the bank names tomorrow.
Yeah, typically a kickoff party, if anything else, for earnings season at a whole. So it'll give us a good gauge maybe, or an insight maybe into how things are setting up for the rest of earnings season. If anything else, everything needs a bank. So if the banks are doing good, theoretically, everything else should be doing good.
And over the course of an hour and a half tomorrow, Brendan, we're going to get not 1, but 5. So JP Morgan at 6:35 a.m. approximately, Wells Fargo 6:40 a.m., Bank of America 6:45, so 3 banks, 10 minutes, pretty crazy. At 7:25 a.m., you get Goldman Sachs, followed by Citigroup around 8 a.m. Eastern. Now, this visual not out yet. This provides also the EPS and revenue estimates for all of these as of about 8:30 a.m. today, because they do change a bit. But either way, this is going to be available on XITTV Research later this afternoon. Then you get Morgan Stanley, the lone straggler, hanging out on Wednesday morning. I don't even have a time for this report yet. So interesting look here. As we've said earlier today, usually you get these kind of staggered, like a couple each day. This is the first time I've ever seen where you've got 5 in one day. So it'll be really interesting to see how these react to earnings with that in mind. Are they going to still trade individually, or are they going to kind of form more of a group?
That might be the key here, but maybe they just want to get it all out of the way and get on with things, which is kind of nice too. But this has been on, that's just the XLF. The group itself has been on quite the run here over the past couple of months, guys. Back to potentially highs here heading into these earnings reports.
Yeah, I think we get some all-time high breaks. Maybe not necessarily the day of, but certainly in the aftermath. Like Morgan, the one that we're not going to get tomorrow. I think they break out probably into the week next week. that kind of a thing. I think that's exactly, and then if the group goes one by one, sort of, I think the XLF is poised for breakout. It just did a golden cross here, so the 50 SMA crossing positively through the 200 SMA. If you're into that sort of thing, I just like the trend. The trend has been fantastic here with the XLF. That's it. I think you gotta wait till after earnings. It might have been a bigger deal when they all pass the stress tests, which they're gonna do every single time, and it's basically just how they always make sure that the tests are done. And then when they can, they're able to raise buybacks and dividends. And that's been a big positive for them. And I think that might have ended up mattering more, but that's fine. I think the numbers will still be good enough to press us through and break out the tops. I think it's more of a trade after the fact. Today, I don't know that it's really that big of a breakout. I think if you're looking in the space, you're not looking at an earnings name today. I mean, SoFi was the name that was strong. Well, so much for that 20. It's hard to break 20 if you keep pulling back into 19. I was going to tell you until just about now that SoFi was the name that looked at least relatively strong, but that just lost VWAP. So I think you're waiting until after earnings for that breakout, but XLF is a great way to play it. Double top break. I think it's going to be a good runner for the next quarter.
Look, I have SoFi written down here. I'm going to stick with it on the note here today. It's 925 right now, so we do have imbalances coming out. So Randy has turned the heat down, up finally, the air conditioning down. So we're really happy with that move right there. Yeah, I don't see it on here, but you can definitely see this is starting to come back into the downside. So we're at that 19 mark, so we may have to take an order trade real early on SoFi if we like it, but might as well give it a little bit of a rest. Only up 1.3% right now, so we'll have a quick look at that. SpaceX catching a bid. So that's going to give us a good opportunity to probably short that one. We've paid for shorts on that, looking for a 147 short. SK Hynix catching a bid as well, although that one just dropped off that 155 mark that we have written down. Nvidia, we just talked a little bit about that one as well. That just caught a little bit of a bid. But yeah, I talked about this earlier this morning. As soon as we basically came, and the first thing when we opened it up, I called up XLF there. And yeah, I was just mentioning that we are near a nice little level here coming into bank earnings. And I was also saying, I don't know if there's a sector that I'd rather be in right now that's a little protected. I think it's protected from downside. Bank earnings are going to be relatively strong. And even if like 2 hit and 3 miss or the other way around, you're still probably going to hold out all right on the XLF. So I like the banking space. I think it is prime for a move higher there. If we get a solid rate hike, I think, the banks can absorb a little bit of that. They're well capitalized. We keep talking about the stress tests. They've passed it. Wells Fargo could be an interesting name. Citigroup is the one I always hear about. So, Wells Fargo, $88. That's actually kind of surprising how well Wells Fargo's done recently as well. There's room to run to the upside on Wells. And then the best one that I always hear about is Citigroup, just from their price to earnings and the way that looks their price to book. So I would say Citigroup might be the one that has a little bit of get up to go. So I would pick Citigroup if I could make one trade heading into earnings, probably buy some Citigroup down here. Has a nice hold, hopefully, of this 50-period moving average. We get back, and then on earnings day, we break through this 145, and we see what's happening here. Starting tomorrow with all of the banks should be a good one. SpaceX update coming right now. I thought that said upgrade. SpaceX right now coming. It does have that buy imbalance underneath it right now, SPCX. So maybe it's gone now, but it was. Yeah, there it is right there. So getting less and less right now. Over 1 million shares of interest off the open for SPCX. Right now, flattish on the day. Let's see if we retest that 135. You think we're going to get down to 135 back there on the desk?
100%. Matter of when, not if at this point. We had Elon pass on this interview on Friday with CNBC. That was supposed to be, an update, I think, on the timeline for SpaceX in general. I was reading this morning, there has been a lot of reports that suggesting that he is going to do that at some point this week. Whether or not it's on CNBC, maybe that's the problem. Whether it's another outlet, we'll see. But I think a lot of people waiting for this.
Yeah, I think that was kind of a bad look, him not doing that. And also the fact that he canceled so late, or postponed it rather, is the word they were using, so late. We were expecting this at 12 p.m. Around 12:14 is when they finally said, hey, it's postponed. So if you were looking for that interview, as we were, not a great look here. I think maybe leaving not the best taste in people's mouths. But let's talk about what he was doing over the weekend. So as we know, Apple suing OpenAI over trade secrets. This is a whole complicated issue. Potentially we'll get into that during the midday news segment. But regardless, Elon Musk then posts about Sam Altman, quote, he takes scamming to a whole new level. Then Sam Altman posts, quote, homeboy, you're the one selling public market investors on short-term space data centers. And this is where it gets interesting with SpaceX, because Elon Musk then replies, we start flying them next year. Maybe you can come see them if your parole officer approves. So again, beyond all of the weird escalation of this post, what I think is interesting here is the fact that in response to the whole idea that Elon is selling, people on these short-term space data centers, Elon Musk then ups the ante and says, yeah, they're going to be available in 2027. Now, a lot of the comments I was seeing are they probably won't happen.
Big week to come, guys. Good luck.
Sorry.
By VinFast right there. Go check it out. Ticker VFS on your NAS or New York, I guess, stock market ticker VFS. Go check them out, VinFast. Want to thank them for sponsoring the opening bell. Yeah, so SpaceX downside immediately right there, as we were just talking about it. Interesting back and forth there between Altman and Elon Musk. We know that they have a little bit of beef anyways. So there's a move down there, 145 coming back into 143.50 now for SpaceX. Let's see how low can we go. That new all-time low break there of 143, I think is something that we're going to take if it does get down to there. Apple, by the way, holy shit. Apple all-time highs right now on Apple, just gapped huge up to 319. That's a huge gap right there for Apple, man. What that name is. Glad we have a boatload of that one too. There goes Apple trying to break through 320. There it goes. That could be a good long take there. I know that, I was getting involved a little too early in some of these names, but there goes Apple breaking through 320.
Wanted a dip buy on that one. That's not going to happen anytime soon. What is actually moving to the downside? Stop me if you heard this before. Intel now 4.5 down. That just dropped $2 at the open.
There it goes.
So that's not going to be popping to give us a bit of a fade opportunity, and neither is SpaceX. Like you already mentioned here, SpaceX 45 might just be the number. So as long as it continues to drop here, might just try to fade it off of VWAP and see if we can play it into the 45. IBIT, which is the other thing we're looking at, is trying to bounce a little bit with the market. So this could come into the volume weighted average price for a little bit of a fade as well. So yeah, crazy action there in Apple to the upside. Well, good action to the upside on Apple, I should say, and Intel not looking very strong at all. Nvida could see green on this opening candle. So it's a bit of a different story for some of the chip names. Again, Nvidia showing strength where some of the names that have been high flyers, not.
I'm going long Apple. Yeah, I'm going Apple long 320 if it does break. So watch out for that one. I'm going to go long a little bit. We'll go long almost a unit there, and we'll see what winds up happening on that break. The breaks haven't been great. So we've had a break, a fake, and then a break. If it does come back in, that 318.40 or so is where VWAP currently is, but it's been a sweet move there to the upside for Apple and then SpaceX. What's up, Adam James? I'll check that note in a second. I'm also going to go short here, 1.4. There it is, 143 break. So there it is, man. First position right now on for the day here for myself on SpaceX. So we're going to go short on SpaceX and try to wait for the long on Apple. So far right there, not horrible. And if we do break back above, I mean, we're always looking to say where can we get out once we're in, but yeah, maybe just a high of the day break, 144, 145. There it goes right now. It's already 50 cents in the money right now on SpaceX. So we'll see. I mean, it's a very, very volatile name. So we'll ring the register if it gets a little lower, but let's sit on this just for a minute. We do have our out if it does come through. So SpaceX right now, we're in that trade.
Yeah, and here comes VWAP on IBIT. So it looks like the market does want to get far enough that we're going to get up to that volume-weighted average price. Oh, the other thing that's happening, SK Hynix just broke 155 and is headed into the highs. So IBIT shorted into the volume-weighted average price. Still not a crazy amount of action in the overall NASDAQ, but there's SK Hynix blowing out the top. Remember, in Friday, it traded with a Y. Oh, sorry, with a V at the end, so this chart's not going to be able to show that, but you have no key levels till about 168. We have Adam James abroad with a super chat. Good morning, y'all. If V clears 17, it's races time. V off to the races. It's actually halted down right now. There was a merger, which was the news piece here for V. It's halted downside with a tap of 11. So profit taking on V, it looks like.
Okay, yeah, good one there. There's a couple other names. CLRO halted as well. That was a name from Friday, so that name's on the halt watch. And there's Apple. So now we're now long Apple. We get long at 09. Pretty much the high. The high was 320.10. And like I said, man, this has been faded before on breakout. So there's the break. comfortable taking it. That's 317.50 right there. So, unlike SpaceX, where, we're going to have to give it a couple dollars, this name as well, you could go, oh boy. I was going to say you could go a couple dollars there, but this just absolutely took off into the 60s right now. There it is right now. Thank you, Joe. But we're going to spin this one right now, or Andre, as we go higher now on Apple. There it goes right there. So we have the trade. Yeah, so far it's a good money trade, that's for sure. We're waiting at 320.64 right now to get a little bit more out there on Apple, and we'll see what winds up happening. But there it goes, man. We hit the Apple long. We're in it. Neil's got the iBit short. There it goes. Yeah, let's go Apple. Nice little take there, man. Now it's 75 cents. 75 cents of the money over here. About 50 cents in the money was the most we got on SpaceX, but we don't have any outs over here yet. So, yeah, man, we'll just see how much we can hold Apple. Big surprise there for Apple today, taking out 320 immediately, up now almost $1 off of that level. So far, so good here as we continue to hold it. Thank you for watching, man. We're trying to do this every single day. So right now we got 2 positions on Apple, SpaceX. Neil's got the short and iBit. So yeah, good luck to everybody today.
Yeah, well, SpaceX is continuing to hold under VWAP. So if it's going to do that, then I'm going to join that party. But it's SK Hynix that's got my attention right now. And really, the second it fit, look at the move that it has to the upside. It's dragging, for obvious reasons, it's going to be dragging some of the names higher. But look at DRAM. You're actually getting weakness here in DRAM. So the other memory names are not really going with SK Hynix here, and that's just making me want to wait for that fade under 155 or trend break, because as far as I'm concerned, this is still looking weak. The NASDAQ is looking weak. Actually going to try and add to the iBit if I can here, but I'm looking for, once we break back down through 155, we're going to jump into the short on SK Hynix. The other name looks pretty bad. It's not a VWAP yet, but I can't wait forever on you, Intel. This was near the top of the list to be short. If it's not going to come in here and test some of those highs, I'm going to look for the consolidation under the volume-weighted average prices. Yeah, this chip name hasn't been good for quite some time. So 155 is really holding for SK Hynix. Unbelievable. It's actually strong this morning, SK.
All right, man. We got double barrels here, man. Both trades 80 cents now, as there goes SpaceX, man, trying to finally make that move lower. I mean, look, sometimes you got to sort of put it out on the table a little bit early, and, sometimes it doesn't work, sometimes it does. And right now, we've got almost $1 now in SpaceX. We have more life than Apple right now. There it goes, man, through 321 and change. So boom, shakalaka. Now $1.13 in the money on this Apple trade. And, wasn't even really on the radar early for me. Well, it was, but not this 320 level. And there goes Apple right now. You sometimes you take the trade and you just got to play the momentum. And, we've been sitting here long enough to be able to do something like that. And then, by the way, so we've hit our daily goal right now. There goes SpaceX, man. We just take $1.50 on that short. And if you're looking for something to trade off of, I mean, it's all right here. We wanted the short of the NASDAQ. That's at the lows, so there goes the short there. The 155 SK Hynix short. I'll take a look over there at some point. SpaceX was the short. SoFi was the long. We could definitely have a look over there. Go find it on the sticky note. But yeah, man, it's Apple. Both these trades are dollar clubbing right now. So, we can look for a little bit more, but why? We could just sit here and watch this name bleed. I mean, SpaceX coming to the downside pretty aggressively one more time. Let's bid some 141 flats now, see if we can able to get that. The trade that I'm most worried, I mean, I only have 2 trades on, but I would say Apple. I'm going to get some more out there right now on Apple. We have half of Apple, a little bit under half of Apple, and about 60% of SpaceX. So, yeah, man, it's daily goal. It's 938. It's been met right there. It's been such a big month. Big month of June, big month of July continues right here. Wow, Neil, there goes Apple now, $1.52 right here. Neil's got a bunch of positions, man. All shorts, I like it, as the market's near the lows.
Well, it is near the lows. Everything except for Apple is going to be near the lows, and maybe something else that we haven't looked at. I'm sure some small cappers in there. It's actually just 3 positions. The way that it scrolls makes it seem like it's a million, but it's not. It was SK Hynix back through 155, so it finally broke that 55 level, although it held on to VWAP here. That's worth keeping in mind. So it just held that volume weighted average price, got some 54s. I'm going to look to the open range bottom at 52.5 as a target. iBit, which we mentioned, which was at the volume weighted average price, goes right into VWAP and starts popping to the downside. Gonna get a bid out here in the middle of the range until we get into the low. And then Intel, just look, the chips were weak, the market's weak. Again, short underneath the volume weighted average price is a plan of action. So we got that short, looking low of day at 104 is pretty much everything. I mean, that's maybe not the right. We're 1 1/3 to the downside here, but here's a name that we didn't talk about. You know, it's a different market when we go the entire morning. I don't think we mentioned once Tesla. That's just how it is. Tesla lost $400, down 2.5%, and not looking that great. It lost a 50 period on Friday. The trend is your friend till the end when it bends, and I hate to tell you, over the last week, Tesla's is to said downside. So right now, it's just a matter of, holding on to the shorts. I don't know what's going upside. Hopefully, one of those small cappers for everybody. Maybe that V is going to continue to go. V halted down, opened back up. It's trying to break the highs, but even this is starting to struggle, everybody. So yeah, V up 150% and can't even seem to get any further. We just got Intel LOD, so we got VWAP to our target. We'll ring the register on that one. Hold on to SK Hynix. We're looking 152.5, looking about a couple of bucks on that.
Yeah, we're starting to clean out here. I'm going to post it out on Apple as we continue to look elsewhere. But yeah, Apple, we just took some out 22s, so a decent level there for AAPL. We'll wait to see what's going on. But right now, yeah, like we said, $1.65 on SpaceX, $1.20 there on Apple. So nice downside plays there as we wait to see just a little bit more. And the other name that we had written on here was SoFi. And then, oh, something just hit. Oh, boy. Okay, now we're $2 in on SpaceX. It's really starting to get real like right now. Let's put another bid down here. We just said we were bidding 141. Let's go to 140.20s now and see if we get that level, as there goes SpaceX. Very, very clean break of the low of the day, and so that was clean. That's why we took that trade short. I'm just trying to make things as easy as possible, man. Good trade there. We had the SK Hynix, and I could have taken more trades, and we should have probably had that there at 55, so that was a good one there. Good level 55. We had written that one down, so boom, Jagalaka. But like I said, man, you're only as good as the trades that you take. All right, there's Apple. We just took another out there at 321.75, so another move there as we continue to go. Obviously, I'm going to be at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. We can check on what's going on in USO just to look somewhere else. Right now, not much going on there. We did like the battle break of maybe 180 if that was coming through. It does not get there yet, so BATL not doing a whole heck of a lot. And then the SoFi, I mean, with the market going down, we've kind of ignored all the longs except for the ones that we're now $4 in the money on these two trades. SoFi, boom. They can never hold bids, man, SoFi. So, yeah, I'm not going to get involved with that right now. SoFi once again loses the bid. As like I said, I think it happens every single day. That winds up happening. But
oh my,
yeah, man, there it is, man. SoFi downside.
Robinhood was up $2.50 off of the open and just gave it all back right away. Last I checked, that's not good. But as Adam James abroad says, boom shakalaka for V. And I'll do that so I don't mess up the 3 Vs on VEEE. Halted upside 1357, halted literally at the high of the day. Sorry, 1356, the tap is 1357, doesn't really matter, a distinction without a difference. But that's what's up, everything else is down, everybody. Low of the day just hit, so the power up thing, I gotta hit the market is red. What are we doing here? It's red. IBIT just broke the LOD. We got our target already on Intel. SK Hynix, however, at least that's holding on to the lows. Yeah, that just bounced off the low. So I gotta respect it and see if we can't. I can't let this one get back above VWAP. It's actually putting in a higher low despite the market breaking the low. So Intel got to the lows. IBIT's breaking through the lows. SK Hynix, believe it or not, is trying to hold on to the volume weighted average price. So all the shorts have worked, but this one at least a little bit relatively strong. I'm gonna try to respect that. I'm a trend line respecter, if we like to. I love trend lines. So when I see this happen, there's your low, there's your open range, there's your hold it again. I'll take the $1.50 scalp and just move on to what is the next. IBIT, different story. This is structurally, hold on to it, short it every single time it gets into the volume weighted average price, and then looking for about 35 even as the next out here on this thing. Let us know what you guys are watching, because if it ain't fallen, then it's worth the look. Apple, I think still probably looks strong.
Apple's
Remember,
a
it's about the
monster.
AI play. Everything that's related to AI sucks, and Apple's insulated from it. It is what it is. But the viewers didn't seem to like that out of the Mag 7. I still won't understand why.
Yeah, the viewers are the viewers, but yeah, right now, man, it's just a big one there for us on Apple today, man. I mean, we are just over the moon with once again with today's trading. SpaceX, here we go. We're almost at the 2 times our daily goal. I just put a bid at 40. Maybe it's gone. I'm going to buy a little bit more there. We'll punch a little bit out there at 60. I switched my bid from 20s into 40s. I just don't know if it wants to go too much lower than where we are right now. And, you know, just talking about the reason why I'm saying those daily goals and things like that is like it's 9:45 right now. You have no idea what this market's going to do. Sometimes that opening rush gives you the great opportunities that you're looking for. There it is. We get a 40 fill, 41 fill, I think it was there, 41s, yeah. So sometimes I don't know what this day is going to bring. So I'm trying to get out a little bit here as we've sort of rinsed to the downside. And, you know, if you can finish your day in the first 15 minutes, go spend some time with your loved ones on such a beautiful day outside. That's not a horrible idea here into the summertime trade. So, but here we go, man. We're still going to keep on watching all of these names. Let's see what happens with SpaceX. Apple, you know, it's been a great move higher. We're out. I only have a third left, a little bit less than a third left of this one. I just took another piece at 322 there. With the market really starting to bleed down, man, we called the short today. We have it written down as a TQQ, which is the NASDAQ market. We have this short written down today, but we don't have it. That never really gave us an opportunity to short it, except for maybe right around here where it danced a bit. And now you're starting to make new lows there on the TQ. So we do want to say thank you to everybody, including you, Lunch99, as you're here almost every day. I notice you. You got that Tesla short. So yeah, boom shakalaka. Glad you're playing the short with us, man, as many of these levels are starting to come into play one more time here. So yeah, that's why you got to try to cover where the covers are there and try to make the money when you see the opportunities. And you sure did there, Lunch99 or 911, as that's moving to the downside again. Apple's still trying to go higher. We'll have to wait on that. Its new high right there is 322.50, which is right here right now. So that to me, I'm at 48s right now. You know, maybe you can just wait. You know what? Let's just wait for it. I'm at 48. Let's just wait. There it is. Let's go, man. That's your hot dog trade of the day for me is Apple. Well, they're both $2 plus. But yeah, man, we got some good, relatively good amount of shares in on these. So able to do it nicely there. And by the way, thank you so much to Randy, man. It's more, I can feel my hands again. So I'm starting to make a little bit of sense now. Right there. What's up, Roger Noonan? Good thing you're having a good day too.
Adam James Abroad just noticed the 450,000 float on V. Yeah, well, Twin V or any of these small cappers, it's really just, that's what a lot of times the movement comes down to. It's more the float than it is the short float. It's halted again. It just halted to the downside. This might halt half a dozen or more times today, let's be real, given how small the float is. It is not the only one which is running. AGEN, the small capper, Agnes. This one was, I believe they raised money, but it doesn't matter. They're breaking out the tops. This was a bit of a, it was like a 41 million flow, so a lot larger of a float. It's up 80% now, but this has just been trending and trending and trending. At no point has this really slowed down. It's actually pretty orderly trading. That looks really, really good. There for AGN, holding on that $5 into that VWAP price. Man, sometimes you get out for a scalp trade, it's like, oh yeah, but it's gonna go lower. One of the 3 shorts for myself that did not break the low was SK Hynix, and that just took out the high. So you gotta be able to read the room a little bit here. The market's weak, take the money where you can. There's it holding the trend line and breaking and continuing to go. There's no levels to look at for SK Hynix until you get to about 166.
Ooh.
That was Friday's 166-ish. I'll have to go back and look at the charts. One of my charts wasn't working to be able to look at it on Friday. But there's also the even dollar at 160 to watch. I'm still going to favor the short, but it doesn't mean that I'm just going to hammer in at every single price. No bounces yet in IBIT, so we haven't done any reloads in IBIT. It would have to get to about 35.4 here. Bitcoin trades at 62. So I guess we bounced off just in front of 62,000 for the lows right now. So yeah, market's still looking pretty weak. I don't know what to tell you, but at least SK Hynix has got some strength. Maybe that'll give some juice to Micron. Nope. Like SK Hynix is literally breaking out. I pull up Micron, I pull up DRAM, and these things still look like dogs. It's just an SK Hynix story. This is going to hit that 160. That's why you got to be able to get out. When you get a fade and the overall structure is still a bit of a long, you got to watch for those bounce zones on the trend. This is flying now, squeezing higher as SK Hynix.
Yeah, I saw 158. Good levels there coming through. You know, what's really been the squeeze for me of the day here, and we keep talking about the same name, but Apple is now at 323. Like, you know, took that long break there and was going to give it, we talked about it, giving it to view up at the time was 319.50 or 318.50, something like that. We never had to worry about this. One never went against us. Now there it goes, man. It is just a monster move now for Apple, up to 323. All-time highs coming through there on Apple. What a week and a half AAPL has had, that is for sure. I have to check to see. I don't know if we got the lunch menu this week. I'll have to see if I did.
I don't.
All right, man. Here's what's happening in the broader market with a little bit of an early look on happening now, right now. You know, AMD downside. I said that was a POS, and we should have got out of that last week, and I don't know why we didn't. Definitely want to get out of that today, if not right now. Intel down. What is this one? SNDK down 5% today. WDC down 8%. Or sorry, SNDK down 10%. WDC down 7-8% as well. There's your Micron trade as well. Google not having a great day. Softy, nice upside there. Palantir, Netflix, some of the software names starting to get back there to the upside. Come on, man. Let's get back down now. SpaceX, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Tesla down 3%. Here's a space that I'm always talking about, and I think AMAT, we did say that ASML is going to be coming later on this week as well. Vernova down 2%, Lamb down. Some of these names, Caterpillar down today, getting hit. You know, the space that I'm most excited about, we did talk about, I thought that the a prime space heading into earnings was going to be the financials, but man, do I really like this space, including AbbVie, J&J, Eli Lilly. It's funny because these are the three names pretty much. I don't own anything else really here. Maybe I own a little bit of Pfizer. I can't never remember. But Eli Lilly, J&J, and AbbVie, the three names that I've got in this space. So, wow.
There's an upgrade on AbbVie.
Was it? We really like that one, man. Apple now, we're now guys, we're $5 now in the money on these two trades, and they're just the simplest trades, man, Neil. This is what we like, man. Simple trades going to the upside. Apple breaking 320. You don't get any easier than that one. Straight squeeze to the upside there. SpaceX a little difficult, but we knew you liked the short. That was a pre-market break as well. One in on both of these as we continue to go upside, man. And that is what it is right now. We're just going to sit here and watch it, man. The money's just pouring in right now. Apple, $3. SpaceX, $2.50. And the thing about SpaceX is, just trying to get back into the lows right now. So let's go SpaceX, let's go Apple. Two bangers to start the morning.
Yeah, I mean, it's percent moves all over the place. That's all you're looking for at this point. The Nasdaq's moving down 1 cent, and it looks like we're going to close in that gap. We just broke overnight lows on the Qs, everybody. So, I don't know, buckle up, Buttercup. Looks like we're headed for another test of 2%. That seems like it's the litmus test every single day. If you're looking at the QQQ, 713 change where we are right now, and then highs on Wednesday at about 711. So that would be the next gap. If we're not bouncing here, then it looks like we are headed down to there. So for me, really just going to hang on to that intel. I see Rabbit in the chat saying, please let me, you don't want us to miss Eli Lilly. Yeah, couldn't really read that message. It was kind of all over the place. But I know you're probably just chewing through really quickly and trying to get it out there. That Lilly is running. Well, tech week, where will you find strength? Rotation has been, this is a good space. I like AbbVie. They just got an upgrade this morning, and they're looking fantastic. Eli Lilly is always going to be good. Sean had already mentioned some J&J. You can look sometimes at the ETFs, and another one to maybe just throw into the quiver. Merck just went red to green, and it's also breaking out. It's in the midst of a nice technical pullback. I'm only bringing this one up because I was looking at some charts in the space, and this one's pulling into prior highs. So it looks like a good technical bounce level for Merck. Doesn't mean I like it more than Eli Lilly. I don't even own the stock, but I do like the look of the Merck chart for potential bid. That fly needs to die. He's been flying around. We'll get him. At some point, we'll get him. But SK, before we get back to the super chat, SK Hynix did not reach 160. I did say that was the level I was going to look for next for a short. Got to about 159 and then pulled a crazy reversal candle here. So it's still very volatile. I'd like to wait for this to break the overall trend. It doesn't seem like it's anywhere. If it does that, it's such a flat trend line in here that it'll be way under VWAP by the time it does it. So either 160 or a little bit of patience to be played for the next play in SK Hynix.
All right. Yeah, not much else going on. Oh, I want to look at SoFi. There's Randy. I was going to ask for another coffee there, and I forgot to put it in the chat. Well, I did put it in the chat, but I tagged you.
You did
wrong.
put it in the chat.
Right there. So what's up to Randy there? At Randy there. That's the wrong Randy, but I put it in the chat anyways. Yeah, SoFi absolutely bleeding down, man. I mean, this was another name, and we talk about the sticky note. We talk about, taking the trades on. And by the way, SpaceX about to break 140. We wrote down $18.90 to $19, right? But as you could tell, sometimes you got to put your thinking cap on. When that name was coming back in there right off the open, we got a little bit of a bump up there, and it came right back into $18.90. Thankfully, we were on other names, but that just bled right through that level. So, that pre-market, I think if you were going to take it, you would have had that easy out there. But, I don't know where SoFi is going to land. But down to 1840, does not be able to hold these bids right now as we look at SpaceX at that 140. It's having a whole hell of a hard time breaking through $20. So that hasn't been here all year. $20 on SoFi, looking pretty darn good right now. Let's go, man. We have more shares on SpaceX than we do on Apple, but it's close. We did take more initially on Apple than we did on SpaceX. So Apple, we just got some more out there at 322. And here comes Apple. Here comes the market. I'm going to take another offer here, low 321s. I mean, we're just trying to absorb some of this blood that may be spilling in this market. Now down 1.5%. And here we go, man. Honestly, what else can we say about this so far here today? It's SpaceX, and it's going to the downside right now pretty aggressively. So, more to come. We'll see. But so far, not the greatest trade on the long for SpaceX, hence why we're short. Now, let's see what's going on with SK Hynix. Maybe we can get that short. We like the 155. That could come in again. SK Hynix potentially there. But right now, we are just loving life with this short here. Let's see what happens with SpaceX breaking through right now. 140. We're $3 in on this one. We've already taken $3 on Apple. It's been a hell of a day here so far. Micron downside. Yeah, I've already said, man, like AMD, already ashamed to not be completely out of this one, but it's only down 5%. We've been battling on this one over and over and over again. I guess we don't really need to worry till it breaks $500. That could actually happen today. So watch out for a 500 break there, potentially on AMD. But oh boy, it's the hot dog trade of the day for me anyways. There's now SpaceX, as clean as it gets, man. Low of the day break. Now here comes 140. We can say see you later to that one. I'm bidding 140.10 right now on SpaceX. Just got to refresh my computer here. I just lost memory again.
That's what happens sometimes. It's like there's too much action in the market, and that is causing all the quotes to go nuts. I just tried to get a trend break on SMCI, and look at the candle. SMCI, like you're seeing stocks move around like 1.5%. SMCI just dropped to the low and did 1.5 points on like a single candle on the 3-minute. Like it was just right down. Like you're seeing stocks, like the entire morning might be it moving that much. And I'll try to play it on any kind of a bounce. There's another name we like short, but it never got to my level. I like 28.5. For sure, I like that 28.5, but it just broke down underneath Friday's low. So any pop available, this is going to be one. I see a lot of people are liking this Micron breakout of the volume weighted average price. It rejected VWAP earlier. It's at VWAP now, but I'm not really seeing the break. One thing that works in its favor is SK Hynix is uptrending. There's no doubt about it. SK Hynix is in an uptrend. I still like it short, but it's got to break that uptrend to want it again. Like you go 1 for 1 on a short, and it happens to be trending higher. So if you're not breaking out on SK Hynix breaking down on SK Hynix, I'm probably going to stay away. Micron, my first thought is DRAM could be the way to go here, because if we uptrend on SK Hynix, then DRAM is probably a better long than Micron in some ways, because you kind of get the best of everything. But it needs to break 58. You got to break out that high, show that you're holding that volume weighted average price. As for IBIT, which I'm still in that IBIT, it's still holding trend lower, about to break the trend line, and I'd probably jump out and then reload into the volume weighted average price. So it's pretty close. I'm trailed near the bottom here. We'll jump out, take our 3 wins, and then look for the next available trade. I really thought it was going to be SK Hynix, and that just doesn't seem to be it. And one thing that does work well and bode well for the markets has been USO. We saw all morning long, and most of the morning, and we were pulling back. There was a bounce off of the open. Oil tried to go. Now it's going to fail again. So underneath that volume weighted average price, we're kind of trending back into the downside. This is somewhat resembling what we saw on Friday, outside of that crazy volume spike, where we were just stair-step down in oil futures. So worth watching USO. If it gets back to the bottoms, could be a nice bounce spot for the markets. Let's go to Adara. It's time to see what's happening now.
Ooh,
What's happening right now is the market attempting to recover. And actually right now, certainly above those pre-market highs. We gap down as the tensions here between the U.S. and Iran heat back up. We'll get to that in a minute, but we'll take a look at the NASDAQ, which is not recovering to nearly the same degree, or I think with the same velocity as what we're seeing with the SPY. Contrary to what we saw with the S&P 500, the NASDAQ here actually still below that pre-market high. So we're going to have to wait and see if these actually continue to trade differently from one another, or if they start to show some confluence in terms of how they're trading. Let's take a look at USO now. As I mentioned, strikes here from both the US and Iran aimed at each other over the weekend. Then we had some comments coming this morning, around just after 9:30 a.m. The Revolutionary Guard spokesperson for Iran reportedly saying that the U.S. has, quote, seriously jeopardized the security of global oil and gas supplies by, quote, interfering in the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran asserting their authority and control over the Strait of Hormuz. So these tensions certainly are going to continue. AAPL pulling back a bit from these highs here, but nice push up here for Apple, suing OpenAI here for stealing hardware and trade secrets, allegedly. So hardware trade secrets theft allegations from Apple against OpenAI on watch. Last but not least, SK Hynix and Focus, SKHY. Second day trading in the U.S., but its native listing in Seoul, South Korea, had a pretty rough day in the overnight session. Kospi also rough session there. So weakness here still for some of these South Korean names, and I would say memory absolutely still on watch with SK Hynix in mind. We're going to send you back over to the guys.
Hey traders out there, there's an offer. Your broker's not giving it to you, and it's here. The markets are really active, as you can obviously see, and the traders that are seeing it know that this environment creates opportunities. The big moves mean more setups and more momentum, but if you're trying to take advantage of those conditions, you need a couple of things: discipline and access to capital. That's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access the firm's capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. There's no more fear of blowing up your personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, visit tradethepool.com. Well, shout out to them. Scan the QR code you see right in front of you if you are interested. Shout out to Trade the Pool.
Okay, yeah, shout out to Trade the Pool. We keep on getting a bounce off of SpaceX. So I got some more Apple out as it's trying to rip through, get into the 25 period. I'm going to buy a little bit more if it comes into 320, but after that, man, we're going to stop and see if Apple does bleed down. We did get a nice little rebound there, and I think it's a lot of you talking about the Micron move back to the high side there, and yeah, that was a good one, man. Got into 900, right back up $20 from 903 or so into 927. So definitely a good little look there for the Micron rebound. We'll see if that winds up holding. And, you know, just looking at DRAM, we can always look at different names, of course, but we always talk about maybe the ones that are moving might be good ones. That VEEEE, we did get some super chats about this earlier. Shout out to Adam and everybody else there. A couple halts so far there today, trying to hold out through that $11 mark. And it's already broken out through. So right now, V trying to take out 750. That was the big level there. Does do that. Now we get up into 14. I guess that was maybe a pre-market level. But here, okay, just on this look right now, here comes SpaceX, man. Big trade alert. This has really been, I've said this over and over again, and it's been, I don't know what's up with me and SpaceX right now, but we've been really hitting this name, and it's, as I said, it's part of the best days I've had has been trading SpaceX, and we're going to do it again here today on the short of the pre-market low break of 143, just one time in. And right now, thank you so much, Randy. That's my hands are starting to get some feel back into it, which is nice. There go the break of 140 imminent potentially there on SpaceX. I just got 140.10s. So the low of all-time low right now on SPCX coming into play quicker than maybe we thought. And I don't know, like when I was up here and this was 225, man, people were still saying when moon, and now we're saying when get back up there into this level. And we mentioned taking profits up there, but we only had a very small amount at 170, and that's still where I'm at. So we're gonna wait. An average in back sometime around now on SPCX, but see you later. It's gonna, that was easy. That just absolutely, wow. Talk about the trade. We do all these videos, man. We could do one today just on this trade alone. Like, there's the break of the pre-market low. We've seen SpaceX downside play. Easy trade, man. We wrote it down on here. There it goes, man. Now $4, Neil, in the money on SPCX. We're just going to sit back and chill and watch this name bleed down.
Exactly. It's been a perfect morning so far. You're seeing it here. All the shorts have worked. A single long has worked. But the reality is...
Well, no, Apple's been the...
No, I was saying a single long has worked. I'm sure that...
Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah.
No, I'm sure there's other things where longs have worked out for you. I was hoping maybe V would be doing a little bit better for some of the small cap traders out there. Okay, fine. So maybe not that, but maybe you're long like Lululemon or something like that. But everything else is headed to the downside. I actually am going to get filled on my stink bid today on SpaceX.
Yeah, looks like it.
So we've been talking about how there was 150 and there was 135 because that was the actual issue price on SpaceX. So I'm going to get hit, and it's going to be in Toronto. Over here because I'm in the CDR and I'm probably going to get more because 135 is that price. We did say this, 135, it could get defended by the underwriters. Could is the word. Just because that was the issue price, it's been a while, it doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be a big bid there. But the first time it tests it, probably going to try to go 01 long if there's a fill at 01. Maybe there's a fill at 10s or something like that. But it'd be a hard stop underneath 134.9. I've been saying that for weeks, but that's certainly going to be the case when it gets there. It's a different story taking a long trade with a tight stop as opposed to like DCAing in the personal account. Like those are two different things, obviously. But yeah, hang on to your butts, hang on to your shorts. Still want to take one more shot at SK Hynix. That's about the only other thing I'm looking at, but it still refuses to break the trend. SK Hynix is holding on to VWAP like an absolute champion right now. So until it breaks that, I guess we'll have to back away and not try to fight the stock. If there's one place where there's strength right now, it seems like it's like memory names. Micron's actually holding above. One of these things has got to break trend line. Maybe DRAM wants to break the trend line. That could go. Maybe DRAM just wants to break the trend before SK Hynix does. That's a worthy pivot, I think. Take the one that goes. That's the idea.
Yeah. Just take the one that goes. And wow, Netflix trading higher. Okay, we'll have a look at Netflix.
I guess that's that relative AI stuff.
Yeah, maybe. We just got 138.20 right there, man. That's almost $5 right here on the SpaceX. Still working out, man. Palantir, potential. Palantir's not. I'm trying to look somewhere else. There, it's funny because my net is almost like the same it was, like 20 minutes ago or so, because Apple's fallen back in a little bit. We've done well to take out. I still have more shares in SpaceX than we do in Apple, but this has come back down a little bit. So as this comes back down, so does I'm gonna get another piece out here of Apple. Just because if we get something in the 20s, then we'll take that out. SpaceX right now breaking through 138 and just getting lower and lower and lower. So what are the names that are up? We will talk about happening now. We did that a little bit. Wow. Holy man, this is starting to get real exciting. Like, will we see that 135 today? Probably 137.75 now. We're short right now at 143 as this name just bleeds downside. The only thing left for me to do is just go over and just crush SK Hynix now. But we're gonna wait on that one as we're just over the moon with what's been happening right here, right now. We did talk to want to talk a little bit about Softy. That's losing its bid as well. Trying to finally go red here on the day is Microsoft, only down, not only up 0.2, as there goes that one. Another name that I should be getting out of at any moment now would be Uber. Don't love this name. That gets to $76, and that falls on its face there. Bye-bye goes Uber right now. NFLX would be the other name that I just mentioned to you. A little higher there today from what I saw, up 2.5% right now. Looking to take out 75.40. If it does do that, giddy up on Netflix right now. But yes. I mean, look, last week, man, the only trade we had at this time sometimes was Nvida. Now we've only got these two on, and looking to put on some others. J&J is a good position in the longer term account. That's pulled back a little bit. I don't mind averaging into this one if this does dip down. We're long at 220 on J&J, 223 I think it is. That's had a nice little run up. I don't want to get out of it, but if we can come back into 250, I think that one might be worth a little bit of a buy. And then in the power space, right, CEG, been buying some of that a little bit lately. What did I just get filled on? Oh, my Apple just got filled out there, which was good at 321.20s. Their CG up 1%. IREN, though, getting hit to the downside. Another name that I most recently bought was IREN, and that's been getting hit there as well. And Bitcoin now 62.30. I know you're short IBIT, so that might be a good call there. We'll have to wait to see what happens with IBIT.
Hood's getting moked.
We are, yeah, Hood, yeah. So good little, Hood and SoFi, man. Those ones got crushed here today.
Moked is bad.
Yeah, moked is not good. This is my best fill right there, 130. So that dropped into 137.60. Let's just put a bid down there. We'll put a bid at 80, see if we get that. And I'm going to take one more fill here. Maybe it's gone a little too far, too fast on SpaceX, down 5%. Let's see if it does get a little bit exciting down here near that 135 marker for SpaceX.
I jinxed it.
No, it's coming. It's coming, though.
I know. What the hilarious part was, like, it looked like very imminent. Like in the next 5 minutes, I was gonna get this stink bid in my personal account, but it's not happening. I think it's gonna get there. It's just a matter of time. No, in going back, we were just talking about like Robinhood and SoFi. SoFi, it's starting to get interesting. If you like mean reversion trades, this type of a move down on the 15-minute is obviously very intense. If it gets to $18, that's just a level on SoFi. So I'd look for a bounce there. There's also a bit of a pivot zone in here where it's trying to bottom out at 18.25. So this looks not bad. Like it's putting in a decent higher low. If it can maybe break and close above 18.50, that gives a little bit of a long here to play into the volume weighted average price. So SoFi, it's on the radar now. It wasn't on my radar before, but it's on my radar now, just given how crazy the move is. Nvidia is holding VWAP. So this is starting to look pretty good for Nvidia. It led the way last week, and I think it can do the same thing here again today when it comes to the chip names. IBIT, we trailed out of it. I'll work back in terms of VWAP. If we get to VWAP, maybe 35.4 or so, or we wait until we get the double top at 35.5. So that's a couple of things that we're watching. SMCI hasn't really done as much since it broke the trend. SMCI. So as long as that one holds a lower high, I still like the structure of SMCI. Want it to play back down into the LOD. It's still putting in those lower highs, but once it stops that, it would actually be a trend break and maybe even a reversal if it gets back above the prior day lows.
Yeah, prior day lows. I was just going to load this up so I can show you guys. We don't have Sharif in here today, but Sharif's morning note and membership promo time. I mean, this is something that we've worked really hard on over the last little while. It's, Sharif's morning note. A lot of you have liked the sort of the extended information that we're giving you, on stocks and on what we're potentially going to trade the rest of the day. It's his morning note, and it's absolutely fantastic. Looks a little bit like this. It's only $5 a month, and what you're going to get here is everything that you're seeing right here, right now. All the technicals of different trades. Nvidia, this is a past day, but Nvidia right onto here. AMD talk, key levels. Uber, what's sort of going on with them? DRAM, SK Hynix listing right there. So this is from Friday's note as well. LMT, you get all of these stories all wrapped into one little fine. It's not little. It's like 12, 13, 14 pages daily there. And we want to thank Sharif for that note. And it's coming right there. You get the story, the technicals, the trade plans. $5 a month. You get to be in our chat with some cool, funky emojis. We like to call you guys out there for all of the members that are in the chat. It's on YouTube. You can go get that right now, and it'll allow you access to that morning note. That's a daily thing. It's only $5, 20 cents a day. Cannot go wrong trying to get that. You're wondering, like, hey, what story with SpaceX? That's in the morning note, right? Key levels, why we're shorting it, or maybe not why we're shorting it, but information on what SpaceX is up to. And then you can see if that matches with your studies and go and trade these names with us. So definitely for $5 a month, we want to thank everybody that's always part of our chat, both here on YouTube and on Twitch, TikTok, everywhere where you are. Hopefully we are as well. But yeah, so just to talk about what we have left on some of these positions right now. So I still have 20% left of SpaceX, and I have 10% left of Apple. So that's it, man. 2 small trades left, waiting to see what happens next. But it's Apple, it's SpaceX. They're both a little small on the size right here. SKY. This is going to be my next trade. Probably I would say, I mean, I like to look at names that are moving, but we looked at the 155 short. Right now, that's holding. So we have seen SpaceX on day 2 also moon a little bit. And I'm not going to talk about SpaceX, the position that I have, just looking at what this did on the daily. So remember, SK Hynix, if you're looking at it and you're like, okay, there's only one day of data, it had a V at the end of it. And now, the proper shares are now trading. So it's SKHY right now. But look at day 2 on SpaceX, right? It wasn't day 3 where we started that move lower. So potentially here today, good to get out of the short and maybe wait to see if the short does play out, because right now it's playing long again. Even though it's still down 6%, doesn't look like it's a long, right? But since the market's opened up, we've really had, and I know Neil went short there successfully, but we've only really had bids underneath this. It does come right back into basically those pre-market starting points and give you that jump spot. So 153 is sort of where the jump scare happened on SK Hynix, and now we're going to wait to see if it does retest again. I still love this 155 short, but it's definitely not as good as it was before. But at least this time, it's a break of VWAP, and maybe that gets this name motoring to the downside. I just think the claws are right now out for SpaceX. So that's it here. We'll get it figured out. And here we go, man. 138.50 downside right now for SpaceX. We've been doing some covers, 10% left of Apple, 20% left of SpaceX, and just waiting for that next trade. So keep putting them in the chat. If there's anything you guys want us to look at, day trading is here as well. And some of those names, here we go, GFUZ. So GFUZ just halted. Again, JZ. Shout out to Eminem showing up at Jay-Z's concert there. Apparently that was awesome. So right there, 1150. Good level there for, I don't know if there's a joke there or not. MI, another name. V hasn't halted. This one may halt. It's finally starting to get going again right now. A couple up candles right here. This is getting some velocity back in the name now. For VEEE, we can see if that name wants to get going a bit. Looks like it may. VEE upside through $12 could be a decent opportunity to take that long. It halted right in around these levels. So here it goes. Wow, we just mentioned it at 12. There goes 12.20, 12.30 now on V as that continues to go higher.
All about the V. V is for victory.
Yes, sir.
Everybody. One of my... you probably never watched that.
Wait a minute, what's Apple? Are we getting some bad quotes here?
Something just happened in the market. Adara,
my
what
earpiece is just not good
Adara,
today.
what up? I was literally in a cruising trend break, and then the next thing I know, we were breaking LOD. So here's what just happened. This is USO. So big spike up. Remember there was one like this? We're going to go to Adara. Last time this happened, it was a fade. Adara.
President Trump apparently reinstating the Iranian blockade. I repeat, seek reports that Trump has reinstated the Iranian blockade. I'm going to look here for a Truth Social post. If I see anything else, I'll let you know. But either way here, looks like the Iranian blockade has been reinstated. USO rocketing here to new session highs.
So it's a good thing. We just talked about having 10% left of Apple, so all good. We tried the 320, we got out once it broke, so we'll lose 20 cents on the last piece right there. It's another one. But it seems like we might be getting a plane crash in right now as this market definitely giving it back up. If anything, man, we could have stuck with our guns there and shorted. I'm going to go long again right now off Apple just to see if that, we've seen this back and forth. I don't think it's a taco trade per se, but let's just wait to see what happens now with Apple. 320, 319. What was the low there? I don't necessarily want to give it to the very low, but that's 319. Yeah, let's go to 319, like 79 or so there. We'll see what happens now with Apple as we get right back into the long on this name. And, I don't want to, like I'm saying here again, I don't want to discount what's happening. Unfortunately, I don't have any news working in my ear, but we do have Adara back there. So any sort of a change up here, we'd be love to hear any. Oh, we did get a little bit of an out there on Apple in the 30s, but now it's falling back in one more time. So let's stay tuned to Adara right now for more news on the breaking story now of Trump and Iran.
Here's the True Social post here, guys, from President Trump about this blockade. The Hormuz Strait is open, all caps, and will remain open, all caps, with or without Iran. We are reinstating the all caps Iranian blockade, so named because it is only stopping Iran ships or customers from entering or leaving. All other countries will have the fair and open use of the strait. The USA will be, from this point forward, known as, all caps, the guardian of the Hormuz Strait, quote unquote, but as such, and as a matter of all caps fairness, will be reimbursed at the rate of 20% on all cargo shipped for any and all costs necessary to do the job of providing safety and security to this very volatile section of the world. The process information will begin immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter, exclamation point. So basically, guys, as President Trump kind of alluded to during his Fox News interview this morning, which went on for about half an hour or so, the U.S. is now going to be the guardian of the Hormuz Strait. They will be reimbursed to some extent for their services that Trump says they're going to be providing. Again, this is going to be the rate of 20% on all cargo shipped. Apparently, they're still working out logistics, so as we learn more, we'll let you know. But yeah, it looks like the guardian of the Hormuz Strait is here. Back to you.
All right, man. The guardian of the galaxy. I mean, what this guy's guarding everything right now. This guy's got the Space Force going on too, as well, does Trump. And now they've got the guardian of the galaxy thing going on here. So it should be a real fun a little bit of time here for everybody trading with us. And, no matter where you're trading, we hope that you're having a good time. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. So based on that news, that doesn't really sound, obviously it's a change of game plan right here for the United States. They were trying to open up sort of the strait a little bit. It seems like it's now going to be closed. And, the one thing that you got to say about Trump is like, you're not playing around. If you sort of break that ceasefire and he don't like it, then you have some explaining to do. And right now we're going to have to wait to see there. Whoa, yo, what up, Donald? As it keeps on going to the upside right there. Now USO blasting higher. We just did take advantage. I took out half of Apple there. I just wanted to make back what we lost. So we did get in there at 320, basically flat. And then we got dropped out at 85 when it broke. So we lose 15 cents there. And we're making we're making exactly that now, up 25 cents now on Apple. And we'll see if that one can get us back to the promised land on AAPL. I'm going to take one more fill here in the 40s if we're able to get that, which we may be able to. And there it goes again. So just ahead of VWAP. Let's see, Apple was cruising. I was just about to get the rest out, to be honest with you, up here like we've been doing. And then all of a sudden, kablamo to the downside on that story. So we definitely want to get ourselves back into Apple at those lows. So stop out just in case. Get back in as we start to go a little bit higher. One more out at 40, and then we'll let the rest sort of breathe out a little bit here. Apple, good take on the low side of this one. And then we are bidding 139 on SpaceX. See if we get a little bit more out there, as that's at the 25 period moving average. So I'm still bidding 139. We'll see if we get that fill or not. But right now, you know what? I might just punch this. Here, let's take a fill at 15s, and we'll cancel our 139, and then we'll just take another out right there as it's at the 25 period. So getting less and less into all of the positions now. However, we do have more shares actually in Apple.
What's crazy, this is different from Friday in USO. So I was just staring down Battle and Nvida and a couple of things for reversion, but unlike on Friday, when right around the same time, we got a volume spike in USO and it almost immediately reverted. This is a bit different. It's actually holding up a little bit better. So the next 5 or 6 minutes after have been a little bit more buying. It still could turn the corner. If it ends up being a topping tail at 114, that can be a play. Battle right now because it's looking a little weak. It's not really, this isn't breaking out for some reason. So if USO fails at 114, Battle is a short with a gap. There's a gap to 150 here, which from 175, that's a good chunk. So this is the one I'm going to look for. If we fail 114 on USO, Battle is actually free locates here at Real Trading, so we can actually go short this for free. I'd want it through VWAP. 150 would be the eventual target. I think the long play that I'm watching is going to be Nvidia, but now Nvidia, a second ago when I was looking at Nvidia, it seemed like it wanted to get back above VWAP. That's no longer the case. So I'm going to stay away from that. I think the next for me is going to be battle, especially with USO not following through 114 just yet. We're going to go to Adara for the small cap recap, of which this is one, but there have been many, whether it's V or some of the other names that the chat has been all over. Adara's got them for you.
We're going to be covering VEEE here first. This is Twin V PowerCats trading higher after announcing a merger agreement. They're going to be combining specifically their boating operations with a subsidiary of USFM over in Greenland. So the market cap here, $5.73 million. Float, notable here. Keep an eye on this, guys. 440,000 share float. So very low float runner here, VEEE. Next up, you've got AGEN, Agenus, until the last couple 3-minute candles here was just on a steady cruise to the upside. They announced they're going to be raising $85 million to fund a drug trial for colon cancer treatments. Financing could actually reach $340 million should warrants be exercised. Now, AGEN here, this is actually in the Russell 2000. You go to market cap of $325 million, float of around 37 million or so shares, 15% short float. Last but not least, QTTB, this one was actually on our watch list this morning. They released positive data for their trial of their alopecia areata treatment. This one's going to have a $424 million market cap, 9 million share float, 7% short float for QTTB. Back to you.
Okay, quick
Thank
one
you.
there. We
Yeah,
did get stopped out a little bit there on our Apple trade because it did break back down below 320, but then I just got back in again. I will ride this back to the upside, like taking real small hits in trying to hold out for bigger winners. I think that's the best way to trade. That is for sure. But yeah, VEE looking pretty good again. Oh, there's MI just halted. I brought this one to you guys earlier as well. As that name trying to get higher through $15 right now. That's on a halt, and so is VEE right now, as Adair just mentioned, that breaking through 15. And you know, when this was at 12, man, we started talking about it again. I was like, it looked like the velocity here on VEE starting to pick up again, and there it goes. Nice movement there. Now halting at 1485 with a tap of 15 right now. 15 coming through on that name. And yeah, it's looking like my guy over here. I like it a lot right now. Qualcomm starting to get going again. So yeah, that's going to be a good one. Not feeling the same fate as the others, but wow, talk about a choppy name. Very, very hard to trade this today for sure, unless you're just waiting for sort of the pressure points there. And we're at one right now, breaking through 187 right now on QCOM as that goes higher back in for the day right now. Yeah, SpaceX.
160.
160 for SK Hynix. Okay, so that 155 that we wrote down was wrong for now, but we'll wait to see if we can get back into that trade. But yeah, 160. What did it come out at? 170? So we still have a way to go.
Yeah, well, a lot of ways to go. I think the low was like 166 and change on SK Hynix from Friday on the first day of trade. Obviously, it was a great long trade early on, but this sucker just continues to go higher and higher and higher. And all I keep saying is just break the trend at some point. But now all of a sudden, this is now $3 above the trend line, so it's really starting to overextend. USO did do a pullback, so you'll see I did jump in the battle because USO did this. It did fail that 114 level and is heading a little bit lower. It just bounced off of VWAP, but we've seen this before. If the high on any kind of a, call it tweet or truth or whatever we're calling, if the high is instantly made and we never take it out and can't close above it, then I'm going to look for the fade. So I'm in the fade here on BATL, and we'll see if I can get to the low of the day. We're going to go back up to Adair. We've got yet another update.
Yeah.
This is an interesting one here, guys. Another post from President Trump on Truth Social, and I'm just going to read it. Quote, in honor of Senator Lindsey Graham, a big supporter, the U.S. Senate should pass the Clarity Act. China and many other companies would like to take complete and total control of this major financial quote happening, as well as AI, where we are now leading, but where they are fighting hard. Don't let China win on either subject, 3 exclamation points. So President Trump, following the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham over the weekend, is now saying in Lindsey's honor that the Clarity Act should be passed. This is an odd one to say the least. Back to you.
All right. So we've seen a little bit of a move there. I mean, you're seeing, I was looking at IBIT there, trying to go higher, potentially. Come on, let's load up here. There it is. So a little bit of volume coming in right now for IBIT, as that seems to want to get higher. And yeah, just right now, it's still looking at the same names. We could look at Coinbase you know, potentially here, 160, little low there for coin. We can see where this one wants to go upside right now, and you know, breaking through this 160.50 or so marker there for coin. You know, again, guys, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Thanks for being here with us every single day. Nvida was a big move. Last week, every day it seemed like it was going higher, and right now today a down day for Nvidia. 208 trying to hold, but looking like it wants to break. I mean, the Nasdaq's trying to go higher right now. Some of the names I'm looking at, Apple not going higher. It must be all these DRAM
Nvidia's
names.
looking weak.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Nvidia's right here, not doing great. Micron looking strong. You know, this is probably where the strength is. I wonder if you just sort of wait for the downside push every single morning and then buy it up, right? There's downside pushes in Micron, bought up there on Friday. Let's see what happened on Thursday. Now, Thursday, it looks like almost the opposite. We really got going there at 10 o'clock was the high. Then we hit the 200 period, and we kind of hovered around there and then actually closed. Yeah, I guess so every day. I got to zoom back out a little bit to see if that story is actually true. But it looked like today, anyways, a lot of rinsing happening. We talked about SK Hynix, talked about AMD, Intel, all those names. You know, we're on a downside move, and they've sort of brought themselves back up. So Intel bounces off 103. I think you got to wait for $100 for that one there. And then SpaceX, as Neil mentioned, there's some dip buys not getting hit, but still does dip into 138. So that was pretty good coverage, man. We haven't added back to this name, so we'll have to just wait to see where our out is. I was thinking about 141, just stopping out. But we had mentioned before, you know, we had less than 10% on this name, and we haven't added anything back. In fact, we got some out at 139. So let's see what happens here with SpaceX. We have 15%. It was Apple that we had the lower shares on, but we've reloaded Apple. So right now we have about 15% left. We did have 20%, 15% left of SpaceX, as that's trying to take down 140 again to the upside.
Yeah, and speaking of upside, Palantir looking like it's one of the names that's making a bit of a breakout here. So if you're looking for where the strength might be, the IGV getting a bit of a bump, and don't look at Microsoft as the reason. There's the IGV breaking out. This looks pretty solid, at least technically it does, because VWAP, Friday lows, I mean the consolidative level here in the pre-market, like in the open range, 92.2, looking very good. If Palantir is the one doing the heavy lifting, there's got to be something else in the services that I'm not seeing. Like, look at Microsoft is still trend down. Hopped over, like ServiceNow, I know was a popular one. That's just breaking the volume weighted average price. No, this is definitely Palantir leading the IGV by a long shot. I don't recall seeing a story on Palantir this morning, but doesn't matter. Doesn't necessarily need when the market's bouncing anyway. So Palantir off VWAP, I suppose, looks a little bit good. USO is still tracking the same move before. Like, there's the higher low. So as long as that holds, as long as that high holds, then I'm short this trend break, looking low of the day on Battle. So we'll hang around that one, but I'm looking for one of these names to try and be into the long side of. And Palantir, I guess Palantir's really standing out. It's the one. I can't seem to see anything out of the software names that's looking a little bit better. So when in doubt, you know, go with the one that looks relatively the most strong, and that means VWAP here on a pullback in Palantir. Yeah, looking really good. SK Hynix is, forget about it. I thought this was going to be a short today. That was wrong. Took one crack at it, and I don't see much of a reason to be short this thing again. If at some point, as I said earlier, like one of these crazy steep uptrends gets broken, I suppose I'd take another shot at SK Hynix. But that sucker has gone ham. I guess they like it at the depressed price. They didn't really like it above 170. So now they seem to like it at a bit of a discount.
Yeah, exactly. And so we're just going to wait to see where that one winds up trading. I mean, you know, we've seen SpaceX try to pull back lower. Yeah. We saw day two play on SpaceX was relatively high. So SK Hynix on day two trying to get bought back up. Again, talk about a name that's being bought back up. Wow. Fire off the hot dog cannons if you're into this one. It is your friend AMD. I mean, it's definitely not my friend. I've been the one talking negatively about it. Up to 550 again, and just like, okay, you know, another $20 straight to the upside. Tough trade, right? I mean, I'm not going to sit here and be like, hey man, you know, you should be long or short this name. I don't really have a preference, you know, at these current levels. I just think I want to get a little lighter in it just because of how heavy we are in the AI trade. And this name, of course, has been an AI darling, and just one of those names really maturing back to the upside is AMD. AMD. Look, I mean, this is kind of some of the names that are hitting on the hot list right now. These are names that are tracked by eSignal, giving us ideas of maybe what's potentially going a little outsized volume here. So AGEN, I've seen some of you guys post this as well. AGEN, so there it is, $126 million. They're talking about Tesla. There's that QTTB. That was on our watch list earlier today as well. So a potential look there for QTTB and AGEN as we go. Intel, SOXL, SOX-S, we are looking at both of those. There's SPCX hitting the scanner once again. There's SK Hynix hitting the scanner. So this is called the hot list. You can get this pretty much on, I would assume a lot of the platforms have something similar to what this is. And it's just going to show us what's doing outsized volume and printing a little bit more on the tape than it's known to do. So yeah, Intel, Micron, Nvidia, and then there's AGEN that we had talked about here again as well. So I don't know what the story is with AGEN, but there it goes, upside Adara.
Yeah, I mentioned it during the small cap recap. They're trying to raise some money to the tune of $85 million for a trial, but apparently they actually have the ability to raise up to $340 million with warrants.
Okay, so yeah, it looks like if they're going to be able to raise some money, yeah, why not? Let's see what happens here with AGEN trying to go back upside right now. Yeah, breaking. We had zoomed out before, breaking through the $7 mark seems to have, really got this name going. But yeah, again, up 127%. $4 to start the day, $4.50 up to $7.50. But hey, just be careful because there's that zoom out look all the way back into here. So that goes back to last year, July. Almost. This is basically 360 round tripped, man. We were back here. This is July 15th, the last time we were right here. So there's $7. Watch out for a break back down below through $7 on AGEN there. But yeah, good look if anybody has that one.
Yeah, definitely. It's not a good look for these oil names. Like you saw USO with the pump. Oh, this is not a good sign. If you're looking at Oxy right now, like USO bounce was about 10.15 or so. So if you look at 10.15, basically you held the lows, but you're still trending down on Occidental. Not a good look. If they're not even spiking when we get this, then that's just not a good sign. That's not a good sign. I'm looking at CVX here. Maybe a little bit better with CVX, but it's not doing much of a job here off the bottom. It's such a good technical break. I wonder if these are running out of steam a little bit. CVX at the 50 period on the daily. I'd like that dip buy into the Venezuela high, but you should be following through if oil is going higher, and if that's not the case, yuck. Yuck, yuck, and more yuck. Still waiting for Palantir to get itself to VWAP, but it's Palantir's pulling back. Here we go, finally pulling back into VWAP. I'm going to save that trend line for everybody as we are getting the dip into Palantir. Oh, the other thing is IBIT got out. It did bust VWAP, came right up to our entry price, and is now retaking the trend line down underneath the volume weighted average price. So the reload on IBIT is coming in for me as it's back underneath trend. So jumping back into the short for Bitcoin, IBIT, whatever, same thing. Going to target the low of the day here at 35.15. We're at about 62.5, but it's more about regaining VWAP downside, and then we'll try to hang on to this one a little bit longer. I love the fact here that it's curling under VWAP while obviously the NASDAQ futures are a little bit stronger than that. So it's still weak relative to the overall market, which makes it worthwhile to take another shot here at IBIT. What about that volume weighted average price in the middle of the day for me?
Yeah, I love the VWAP, I love the support and resistance levels, and I love SpaceX as it's coming right back in. I'm bidding 139 flat right now. We did have to absorb it all the way up to 140, so if it does pull back into this dollar right here, we're going to see again it. You know what, I'm just going to buy it. I was going to say, now I'm going to pull my 139. I just bought some 139.15s there, just in case, this was something. Oh, and we do have a new position. All right, we're in the TQs right now as we shorted that. This is another thing that we like to shorten. Reason why we got into this is because Apple went whoopsie daisy. We tried Apple again right there, lost it right there, broke through sort of not the low of the day, but the low of, that's been holding for the last half hour. So when that happens, man, we put on our trading cap. I got to find it around here. Where's my Palantir hat? It must be over there. And we get some more outs there on TQs as that made a move down right back, and this is why we want to talk about it, because now it's starting to go back upside, right into the 50 period, right into view up as we shorted right there. I'm gonna take out one more piece. We didn't get out of enough. We'll bid some 27s right here off a short 44. Maybe let's bid some 31s, and we get some more out here on the low end, but we're starting to retrace back just a little bit here on the NASDAQ. And again, I trade the TQQs. It's triple levered. It gives me a little bit more juice there. I'm bidding 74 10s right now to see if that will come through. That is pretty much where that 25 period is. My best outs, though, so far 15s. We got a couple here in the 20s as well. We'll see if this one wants to make a new move. I had to get my daughter blue through her hockey skates. Again, only 1 year it takes her to go through one pair. And so we bought some more, man. $700 for hockey skates for an 11-year-old. Seems a little bit expensive, but, we got to get her the best one. So we'll wait to see here. My wife's going to go get steel. And that's the problem. Once you buy skates, you got to pay for the higher quality steel as well. So she's in those black, they're called step steel. Yeah. So she's got to get those. She can't go back to the normal stuff. It's like once you finally swing a good bat, you can't go back to a shitty one, or the same thing with gloves and all that stuff. Every single kid on the High Park baseball team swings a $400 bat, regardless of if they can even make contact with the ball or not. So that's the most hilarious thing. All the parents always are laughing at that. It's crazy.
Well, you can't break a bat if you're not making contact.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, no, they won't.
Well, again,
they definitely won't be breaking those bats. But you got to buy quality equipment. That is for sure.
Yeah, it's worth the investment.
I think so for sure. But what else do I make money for if not my kids?
If you buy cheap stuff, it's just basically it's just.
Well, plus it's performance too, right? They don't.
Yeah, it makes an absolute difference. I've had that conversation with a couple, like one of the best kids. It's like, look, your kid's really good. Just get him a better glove. Like he's probably going to play Select next year, so let's just get him a better glove that fits, and you're going to be better off. It's going to last longer, and you can use the glove for like 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
Let's go up to Adara at the desk. It's 10:40, sector watch time.
It is indeed time for Sector Watch, which basically means it's time to look at a lot of weakness in tech, because electronic technology, save Apple, is really bleeding here today, guys. Intel down 4%. You've got SanDisk down 8%. STX down 4.5%, WDC down 5%, Micron down 4.5%. So semiconductors and memory names really weak. Now, if you go to tech services, you have some strength in the likes of Netflix and IBM, but then you've got Oracle down another 3%, AppLovin down a whopping nearly 9%, Meta, Google to the downside. So again, like some SaaS strength, but a lot of notable names, specifically the larger market cap names in this sector, are selling off. Producer manufacturing, you've got weakness here in the four leaders in the sector, namely AMAT, CAT, LRCX, and GEV. Some weakness here in consumer durables led by Tesla. Consumer services with some spots of weakness, AB&B and Hilton among them, and health tech, some weaker names here. Now let's talk about finance, because we're going to be watching the sector tomorrow when 5 of the 6 biggest financial institutions report earnings before the bell. Right now, you have some of these names, including JP Morgan and BAC, to the downside. Morgan Stanley, meanwhile, they're going to be reporting on Wednesday morning. They're still down about 1% today. Back to you.
Boo, Morgan.
Yeah, what's up with that, Morgan Stanley?
That XLF's just going to have to wait, which is fine. That was never something that we thought was going to be pre-earnings. I think that breakout is post-earnings and maybe even next week. But it looks fantastic. I might even add to it in the personal account, to be honest with you, because after last year, I kind of fell out of favor for me, and then I only really liked my individual banks, which is Morgan Stanley and a couple of Canadian ones. So I've basically stuck to those, and it's just been fine. But getting back into the XLF, I think, makes some sense. Battle, I was thinking someone in the chat's like, oh, there goes Battle. Sorry, not sorry. Well, you knew where my stop was going to be. There's us, breaking this trend line. There's the high. There's the out. Trying to take 15 to 20 pennies, so we don't want to be giving it more than 6 or 7 and not to do that thing. But that's the level. That's what we're going to do. We're still over into our IBIT. SK Hynix, however, that might have been the top. That might have been it. It's a pretty heavy wick, but for the first time, SK Hynix is actually threatening. 155 was just, look, that was the level because it was a pre-market. So it looks so random taking a short through that price, but that was basically just a pre-market high. So when it came back through, that's a short. This is different. If we hold on to this southbound of the trend line, there's the open, there's the higher low, there's all your higher lows connected. If you hold this, then I want to enter there, look to give it to the prior bar from whenever it happens, play it to VWAP first, which is about a couple of bucks here on SK Hynix. Still one of the strongest things out there. It's got to be sure that it's actually going to be holding underneath that trend line. I'm still surprised that it's so strong, but you know what? They trade at like a 5 PE, so I guess there's some dip buyers out here maybe on some value.
Oh, and that, yeah, maybe.
Like it's super, well, both Micron trades at a cheap PE as well.
Oh, wow, Rev Boost, yeah, man. That's a blast from the past right there. Yeah, I do have Oscar in the portfolio, and yeah, you're welcome. Someone said right here, am I holding it? You have it right here, Rev Boost, right here as well, talking about how you're up 100% on Oscar, and that was a good call. Hey, man, yeah, sometimes there's good calls around this joint, and wow, I mean, the TQs, wow, nice move to the down. There he is. What's going on, my guy? Sharif is now in the building right there, so we say a big shout out to Sharif. All right, so yeah, TQs, man, still bleeding downside. This was a big trade, man. We brought this to you. We told you as soon as we took it that we like this short in the market, and there it goes right there. So, yeah, really mistrading with Joe and Sharif coming on board right here as well. Neil and I taking you through the morning. It's 10:45. Yeah, okay, so Oscar, yeah, I mean, I guess you're welcome. Yeah, I mean, it's been a good one. You know, we're still long in the teens with this. Oscar's been a really good trade. And, you know, we sort of mentioned this a while ago. You know, I like some of these new names that are trying to disturb the space. It's Oscar time, baby. And that was definitely a decent look there for OSCR. Nice move higher right now into 32 bucks on Oscar. So, yeah, man, good trade there. Glad that we have it. Glad that some of you do as well. So, yeah, so far so good there for OSCR, a big-time winner. And another one, like I look at the portfolio and it's like, why is the portfolio actually holding up this well, considering some of the names that I have? But it's because of diversification. And, you know, there goes Oscar. We talked also about J&J a little bit. You know, AbbVie has been a big one from the portfolio. So has LLY. You know, has been doing pretty good for a while. And then, you know, obviously holding on to the big one. And Sharif, you may not realize this, but Apple today takes out all-time highs, goes as high as 323 there for Apple as that keeps on going higher. But right now it's fading out a little bit on Apple as we get a little low there. And I don't know, I see that there's a note here. We can quickly look at USO as I read this. The U.S. hasn't discussed the issue of possible tolls yet. Okay, so we thought that was maybe coming through. I thought there was like a 20% toll or something, but there it goes right now. The headline is that. So USO right here, you could see, has that big move up, then comes back down in. Now we're just kind of hovering around as the NASDAQ remains pretty lit up there, down 1.3%. Still $5 or close to $4 now on SpaceX. And here it is, man. This is actually right now, if you want to talk about like trades and, you know, sitting here and, you know, trying to put on something that we talked about. I mean, right into there. There's the SpaceX. This is all frozen. Golf. All right, my computer.
Global tournament? What is that?
I have no idea. My computer has completely lost its ways right here. But if we scroll down a little bit here, as we got to wait, there's our TQQ short. There's the SK Hynix short. There's the SpaceX short. Those are the 4 ideas that I have on today. We're going to go 3 for 3 right here with Apple long, which was a banger. The SpaceX short, come on, man, 1 time in right there. And then 1 time on the TQQs as well. So, you know, 3 for 3, big time movement here today. And yeah, it's 10:47. We don't have the lunch menu. So unfortunately, we won't be able to have the what's for lunch conversation there today. But all good on the end of it anyways. So far, so good.
Plain chicken.
Plain chicken, yeah. Maybe. Yeah.
Some kind of grilled chicken has been pretty popular the last couple of weeks, but who knows? It doesn't really matter. We're into SK Hynix again, so you know, this has been upward trending. I'll be real about it. That's why I'm going to be sitting at the volume weighted average price. Like, it's been making higher lows the entire way through, but there's a topping tail, not really a topping tail candle, but as you can see through the trend line, it's a topping tail candle. Bless you, Sharif. That gives me an entry point. It gives me a stop. It gives me a target as well on SK Hynix. So for the first time since the open, we're back in it. If you're looking at the other names in the memory space, Micron holding up a little bit better. This actually looks, in some ways, a bit stronger now, holding above VWAP as well. It's a potential breakout through the high. I think expressing it in DRAM is another way to think about it, but that's about the same. So this morning, you had some weakness in the memory names early and strength over in SK Hynix, and now you're getting a little bit of the opposite take, if it even makes sense. But that's just how it is sometimes. One name that we haven't talked enough about is probably Tesla. It is bouncing, but see that 400? It's gone to $399, no dice over $400 yet. This is still lower highs. This is still looking like a curl day for Tesla. That's an obvious level. You don't break 400, I think this sucker back through the volume weighted average price will also be a short. But to me, it's about SK Hynix right now. You know, whether it's going to hold this, give us our trend, scalp trade. I think it's only scalp trades in SK Hynix as long as it keeps on holding these bids, right? So I want to respect that volume weighted average price if we can get it. But we're going up to Adara. Time for a little bit of money talks. How's the US dollar doing with oil coming back down?
We're actually going to talk a little bit more about oil before we get into money talks, because we have some more comments coming out here from CENTCOM and the U.S. military, so U.S. military and U.S. Central Command, making some announcements here about those strikes that they had against Iran over the weekend, saying that they apparently struck a submarine and ship maintenance facility in Iran on Sunday. They also are claiming that the strikes degraded Iran's ability to continue attacking commercial shipping. So, again, some comments coming out here. Apparently, this is the first time, according to U.S. CENTCOM, that the U.S. forces have employed sea drones in combat. So as we get more details, we'll keep you posted. Here's a look at the dollar, which is trading higher today. I mean, we're not quite at that level of resistance that we hit last Wednesday, that high being around 101.3, but currently around 101.1. Let's see if we can continue higher. Again, the double bottom here on the daily chart around that 101.5, around prior resistance going back to March. That's going to be of significance here for the DXY and the US dollar. Economic data is going to be on watch this week because we have it in spades, specifically some key numbers. We're going to be getting CPI and core CPI tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. On Wednesday, we're getting PPI and core PPI. And then on Friday morning at 10 a.m., we're going to be getting the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print that does include an inflation reading. Now, tomorrow, CPI, we're expecting a little bit cooler than the prior print. So year over year, 3.8% versus 4.2% prior, and the CPI month over month, negative 0.1%. So a negative reading is what we're expecting compared to the prior print of 0.5%. The core readings, we're not expecting any change on a month-over-month basis. Here is the CME Fed Watch tool. Now a 40% chance of rates getting raised and only 60% chance of them being held. We've been seeing roughly 75-25, so this is a bit of a significant change. If you go over to probabilities, you're seeing another significant change, namely that instead of expecting another 25 basis point rate hike in March, following the rate hike we're expecting in September, that second rate hike has been moved up to January. So could be getting some rate hikes sooner than maybe we expected. Also want to let you guys know, tomorrow, just under 24 hours from now at 10 a.m. Eastern, Kevin Warsh, Fed Chair, set to attend his first ever as Fed Chair semi-annual monetary policy report in front of the House Financial Services Committee. This is going to be on watch, so stick with us for coverage of any and all of these events. We're going to send it back to the guys.
Thank you very much, as always, Adara. What am I doing? I got to hit this.
Thank you very much, Adara.
Yeah, thanks, Adara, for all
Exactly.
that.
Why not? The market's trying to go, but are we going to have another
emotional damage
moment here? Sorry, I was just looking at AGN. Shriek sat down and was like, what's strong? And I was trying to remember the other ticker, and it was V and then that other one. No, we're right back to opening range highs and starting to head back in lower. It feels like it's that spot where you're looking to reload in some shorts or take some new ones. I mean, SK Hynix it's not new, but it's kind of new. But I'm also looking at something from earlier. Like there was that move on SMCI. It came flush down a bit, then broke the trend line. Now it's back underneath VWAP, so taking another shot at it, it's going to make a little bit of sense to me in here. So I'm going to get rid of that old trend line and just work off of VWAP here. If it closes underneath VWAP, then I still want to jump into the short. Just another reminder, I want VWAP here on SK Hynix. So I'm looking 156. It's like scalp the 150 to $2 and just take it. This stock has been unusually strong, and it hasn't made sense to me why SK Hynix is so strong. I thought it was the news event on Friday, outside of us taking the opening print. Let's be real. And that's sort of one thing that you've got to keep in mind. Like you'll see Sean, myself, everyone on it. I'm pretty sure everybody was taking it to the long side that I know of. but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're buying the hype for longer than just a few minutes. The idea is to go long on an IPO, or in this particular case, the direct listing, not the direct listing, but the ADR, and then just get that hype trade and then work after that. Pretty much everything after that was a short. The afternoon show was looking at shorts. Today, while trend-wise it's been wrong, Phil, every time I just moved a little bit higher off the 156.5, which is the opening range. Here's the open, that's the top, and it just immediately starts bidding higher. So it doesn't want the full $2. It looks like it's going to be that maybe that $1.50 range. They just keep on buying it every time we get these dips in SK Hynix. So it's defying a little bit of expectations, in my opinion. I think that could be valuation. It could be manipulation. People are saying, oh, they're just trying to sucker people into longs in this stock. I don't know. I just know that we got to scalp it out. Someone just stepped up at 80s. Fine. I'll try to take 80s too if that's the way it's going to be. If you're not going to give me 60s, we'll try to take some 80s.
Yeah. Look, nothing wrong with SK Hynix. And I think that's a good short there. I mean, we've talked about liking that stock to the short side, so you got to wait for it, and that's a good one for sure. Yeah, just coming back into what I've been doing here. We only have a couple more minutes left. We don't have what's for lunch. Sharif's already seen the lunch there today, so we'll get an update from him on what exactly it is. Yeah, he could. Okay, yeah, Neil mentioned chicken.
So roll my eyes.
Sharif says it might be chicken there. Who knows?
What do you mean might?
But right into there. I did not reload, although we're right back in now. I did not reload that. I'm waiting for 55s. So if we get a 55, then we could stop out maybe around here, 75 or so. So waiting for a short to come into play here, of course, on the TQs. And it looks like it's hitting right now. I'm bidding 86s. That was kind of the best we gotten already. So we'll see if we get a little downside drift right now. And then, SpaceX is what it is for now. Yeah, hard-boiled tilapia. It was hard-boiled eggs for breakfast, and those are okay.
And literal hot dogs.
Yeah, that's the meat these days, is the hot dog feel around here. But yeah, Palantir, pretty strong there, up 1.3%. We could have a quick look at the watch list of mine. This is a self-curated watch list that I just put on different stocks. I got to add. Actually, I don't have SK Hynix on here, so I'm gonna. Or do I? Hold on, let me sort it by volume. I don't think so because I didn't add it. No, so I'm gonna add it right here. SPCX. So we'll go add. Where is it there? Add row. Insert row. SKHY. So we'll add there, and then we'll save this. Down 7%. All right, so that's SK Hynix. We'll sort this by change. So right there, as we talked about earlier, man, it's SOX L with downside movement today. DRAM down 8% as well. ARM Holdings down 8%. I mean, some of these disgusting names go lower there. Marvell down 7%. Yeah, we're starting to bleed a little bit in the space, that's for sure. Micron, Intel, we don't like Intel. SMR is going to probably head to that $5 mark, now at 860. Oracle down again. That might be new lows there for Oracle, 135. Feels like it is, down another 4%. We can have a look at the Oracle daily chart. Yeah, so it does break below right now. Yeah, its last low is right around here, 133 and change. Watch out for Oracle at those lows right now. SpaceX, we've got that one. TQs, we got that one. Cerebras down 3, not doing a whole heck of a lot. Silver, let's go to the high side right now. And unfortunately, this is nowhere near what we've been doing on the other way around. And, we don't like to see USO long. I'm not long oil or anything. I still have some XLE that I just legacy position. So collect the dividends, see what's happening there. Roblox, man, my kids can't stop playing it. So there it is, $57. They were playing it at 5-6 years old. Now they're playing it at 12, 14 years old. XOM, big time move upside there too. DraftKings, I like the DraftKings look. Netflix coming with earnings on Thursday, so they're up 2.5%. Shopify on the note this morning, and Disney also upside. Starbucks. So, some of the names that are a little isolated from the AI and the data center build out there. Starbucks, PayPal, Palantir. Obviously, Amazon and Apple are kind of interesting as we talk a little bit more about the software names. Microsoft upside there. Alibaba continues to work. I like that. We may have seen the low. Shout out to Joe on Walmart there. Walmart now up to 114. Had a great low of 107. Wow. On Walmart, that's up now 6 or 7% from that level. So that was a good one here. And SPY not doing a whole heck of a lot today. So we'll have to wait to see on the spiders. Flat or so, down 1/3% there on the SPY. But that's a little bit of a look right there. We'll call that Stock Blitz for the day there. So there we go, man. Always trying to give you guys some more content. Stock Blitz right there to start with some of that look. Not bad. Shopify might be the best name on there. We'll see if it can break out.
Yeah, Shopify looks surprisingly, well, I shouldn't say surprisingly good. But to me, it's surprisingly good because the market's so weak.
Yeah.
And the other thing about Shopify was what happened to it on Friday, and not just Friday. Sorry about that, but I have to go look at a 15-minute. This will show you a little bit better. The last couple of times it tried to break out and make a fresh range, fail, pull back. Friday, breakout, fail, pull back. So it was a little bit surprising that it's holding on so well. If this gets over 127, I think it's got a shot about as good as any. The second I moved up the bid, it decided to sell right through into VWAP. So someone was asking me, and I'm going to do my best. Someone asked in the chat, Neil, can you move your chart over so there's some space on the right? So it kind of defaults to that, and every now and then, it won't let me drag. It's weird. So sometimes I can drag, sometimes I can't. It's probably some kind of a weird setting. But it did bounce right off of VWAP right after I got out of the trade. So a bit of a pullback happening on SK Hynix. If it gets under the volume weighted average price, I will jump back over to it. I am now offering SMCI underneath the volume weighted average price. I want to jump back into the long on this particular name. But with less than 1 minute to go, if we're talking about the theme on Friday, it was memory. Why? Well, because of SK Hynix. It was a sell the news event right when SK Hynix debuted, and then Micron caught a bid after the fact. Micron is now breaking out the high of the day in about 10 to 15 seconds. So now strength is coming back into it, and the way I see it, it's leading the way compared to SK Hynix. So if it continues to press higher and SK Hynix is underneath the lows, I'll look for shorts in SK Hynix, probably around here, 160, like a head and shoulders type of look, because suddenly it opens stronger and now it's looking relatively weak compared to its brethren. So SK Hynix at 160, I think will be the next trade for me. We're going to send you guys over to the midday boy. Sharif is now in the building alongside Joe, and according to him, we're going to possibly be eating some chicken because he looked at the lunch and was like, maybe it's chicken. I don't know. We'll see. I feel like,
he was incorrect, so it's probably some sort of.
Oh, it's not chicken.
What is it, Joe? What do you got over?
So we're not eating chicken.
Joe, what do you think? What is it, Joe? All right, over to them. See you guys.
Just tell us. I love salmon. We get.
Derek gave it away, but bang! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif, and the small caps are already lit. We're already doing it. We're doing it live. Let's get right down to work, Joey, just before we say hello to everybody, because things are moving. Things are moving very fast, Assassino, and V triple frickin' E is halted to the upside. This one is all gas, no brakes. The Katina man told me immediately when I sat down, you're going to like this one, V, and it is, I don't know, it's doing something to the high side. It's halted 2148 to the high side. It was about 1902. I think we had a prior halt level there. This is the 5-minute chart. BRAI as well, ripping to the high side. We took this one for a nice move. Initially red on it, got back green into this one. This is a nice breakout through it. But these ones are moving, guys. There's a lot moving right now in small cap world, PSNL. We're going to keep an eye out on that. But before we do that, Joey, let's do this. Yes, I am wearing a red hat today. I don't know why, but I went to the doctor's this morning. Good day, Maud you. Lele, get it. AGEN, she says, options deep. We got Wampadilla, we got Byron, we got Brian, Kalua, shout out him, Airy Pages. We got Smiley and Hangry Wife. Yes, we got terrible trades. That's not true. This is not a mega hat. This is a Blue Jays hat, right? Ichiro. We got Guckin and Shampoo, Drew Farrells and Zombie, and Bruce Chun. Shout out to Jarn Walking and Blicky Spears. Yes, Bash Bros right back at you. Shout out to my man Benton. Come on, you Gunners. Arsenal, first day, August 21st. And Joseph, I'm just going to throw this out there. The Colombia trip
it's approaching.
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
It may or may not be approaching. We might flip the switch.
And?
I might want to go to London to watch Arsenal play the opener.
Bro, are you kidding me?
Yeah, like I might flip
I
the switch
understand.
completely. I
Now-
might do like a mini like.
Now
Euro
listen, I understand your love for football. Like now I know
soccer
you're,
tip of the moment. You know,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
World
exactly.
Cup,
No, yeah, and that's exactly what I'm getting at, brother.
yeah.
Get out of here. Didn't you already buy your tickets and everything?
So they're all refundable. All of us, all
yeah?
my cousin made
Bro,
do it because his work is wishy-washy. He may or may not be able to go.
You know what? Never. Oh, okay, but I would still be going. This is the only
telling
way.
you, bro.
I know, but I would.
I'm debating
me
it.
personally, no. For me, there's no debate.
There's
man.
no debate.
There's
huh?
no. I'd be straight off. Oh, to Colombia.
I would. Yeah, of course,
Yeah.
sunshine. Yeah, but
Yeah.
Europe in the summer is not bad.
No, Europe is not. You know,
not
whoa,
bad.
Assassino, give me a second here. Uno momento.
Assassino doesn't want to hear about
he
it,
doesn't
man.
want to hear about that. All right, let's fire things up.
Yeah.
VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. There it is.
What are you looking at today?
All right, yeah, let's go over our little spiel here, guys. Working on a couple of things bright and early this morning, but now I have my eyes on the overall market. FBL is going to be my leverage play as the NASDAQ and the SPY continue to chop around. So what we will have to do, guys, is try and find the lower end of the range. But what we did is we bought a little more NVDA over the past couple of days, as this name looks like it wants to break out on a higher time frame, but it also could be a big time false breakout here, right? So a couple of strong sessions out of the past 5, 3 of them a lot stronger than what we're seeing to the downside. But one thing that is really starting to get rocking and rolling, and finally we're ITM in the long-term portfolio on this bad boy, is META. Both of these names trading at ridiculous discounts, in my opinion. And according to the price-to-earnings ratios, they are 19 on Meta, 19 on NVDA. Hello, you got me as a buyer, and I'm going to continuously grab up some more. As I'm only sitting on, I told Katina Man I had 10% cash today. It seems I have a little bit less as we've been getting filled on some orders, Katina Man. So we're sitting on about 5 to 7.5% cash. But what we do have on our eyes and on our mind bright and early is META, JPM, and NVDA. Those are going to be my primary suspects here this morning. And I know there was some small caps moving. Sharif already involved with them. Adam James abroad, best believe he's already involved in them. He's been participating bright and early.
He's in Canada, bro.
He's in Canada?
Yeah, he's in Van.
Yeah, that's where that's his home base, we'll call it. If we do want to call it that. If we do want to call it that. But yeah, there goes VE open once again. A lot of halts on this bad boy. Let's see if we can get involved.
2406 limit up.
Let's see if we can get involved with some FBL. Go ahead.
Yeah, Joey, this is really going here, and I wanted to update Adam, but yeah, we're open already. So 2406 limit up. Here we're in the halt perimeter again. 2406 still limit up. So here it is. We're doing about 38 million shares so far. Let's see if we're false halting. This is the third false halt, the fourth false halt. 2539 limit up now. Have we been through 25? There it is. 2539 limit up. This one's really going. 426.75%. It looks like we're going to limit up here if we have a few more seconds at 39, 2, 1. Come on now, gray out, baby. Let's go. We need a little timer there beside it. Yeah, so this one's grayed out, guys. Keep your eye out on BRAI now, okay? I always jokingly say this, but when one halts, the DGen's going to trade something else, right? So their hands start shaking. So they go to the other one. So keep your eye out here now on BRAI. And I'd say that jokingly, of course, myself included in that DGen world. $9, guys. Keep your eye out on $9 because it looks like we're failing 10. Prior bar low is about 9.5 on BRAI, 954. Current bar low is 981. You're seeing the 10 EMA at 915, and you have 9 and VWAP very close together, 885 VWAP, 9. Obviously, whole dollar support. So BRAI in focus. Joey, there's a whole lot moving in small caps today, man. Once we have some of these triple-digit winners, you can smell like some more coming. Like that's kind of the.
I had the feel that those were going to get rocking and rolling this morning because I seen a couple of them bright and early that were hitting 100%. So yeah, VE, we'll keep an eye out on that one just in case we do get some more momentum. There was another one that Jose being the algo Joe, not not Trader Joe here. Trader TV Joe, I should say. He is a fantastic trader at that. Much better than I. But anyways, aside from that, let's head over to our watch list, guys, and see what we got going on. A nice pullback in FBL. Now, as for volume, ACTU, no reason for me to go over these. Sharif's going to be covering them a lot, but VEE, it actually halted. I believe there was a couple downside halts early this morning, shortly after the open. You get that move into the volume-weighted average price, but then off to the races it goes, back towards a beautiful volume-weighted average price bounce, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 halts since the bounce, since 10 a.m. So a lot of halting
happening now. Look, there were so many halts that malfunctioned.
Listen, our leaderboard, it was just malfunctioning. Matter of fact, you may as well hit the intro to our show once again.
Why not?
Yeah, I know. Here we go. They're on the stick. Bang, we love it, man. No, good times over there. Other than that, guys, let's wait for this pullback in Meta. I believe we're going to continue to move a little bit higher, maybe not from an intraday. We've seen that the pre-market and the post-market PA has been significantly better, but I want to grab something off the dip here, and we will take a look at the open interest momentarily. And while I send it over to Sharif, I'm actually going to look into when SK Hynix is going to fall into the derivatives world, which is going to be very interesting. I stated before the actual ADR release is that it is horrible for the South Korean retail guy. Now, that may be a little bit dramatic, but if I was over there in South Korea trading, Sharif, I would not be happy about this.
Yo, bro, I mean, what is it up this year, percentage?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
They've had their cake.
They've had
already. How much cake
So
are
they want to eat more of it. That's, well, I
clearly.
told you, and we went over this. 25% of their population is actually retail trading, actively trading, which is a massive amount.
I feel like we're hearing a lot of those demographics. We hear like the Indians love options.
Bro, they love that
right?
stuff,
And then
man.
these guys are very much into equity retail. I always feel like there's like little demographic observations you can make, whether they're accurate or not, whatever, who knows. Guys, loving these supers. Adam's printing on V. I can tell because their supers are coming in fast and furious. Shout out to my man, Adam James abroad, 2 supers back to back. If you remember, I said if it clears $17, it's gonna moon. Said this morning, check the weekly, it's gonna fly. Go back in at 1750. What? Shablamu? All right, man.
Shablamo, man.
Shablamo? What does that mean?
Yeah, it's like
Shablamo. Shablamo. Okay, let's look at what he's talking about because he's talking about the weekly here. So let's flip the weekly on VEEE. Oh my days. Yeah, well, needing to be worried. This is typically what the chart of a small cap gapper looks like. So that's kind of the way that is. But we needn't worry because we're not in it for a long time, right? We're in for a good time. So where are we at right now? We are looking here, I think, to easily $50 to $60. I'm not saying that's going to happen today, but that's where the shelf is. You can see that clearly, right? There's a shelf here in and around 60. I would say more around 60 than 50, but there is, some prints around 50. Now you are above the 10 and the 20 on the weekly, and you've got the 50 in and around 46, 47. So entirely possible, maybe an aftermarket move, right? The halt parameters get shut off. This one makes its move. Right? Who knows how the cookie crumbles, but it crumbles so many different ways. And we see that all the time. Thank you, Adam, again for the super. Continuing to watch BRAI and displeased with what I'm seeing. Let's look quickly to see what the tap is here on VEEE though, because I didn't even cover that. I should be covering that. 26.54. So halt price 25.39. Halt time 11:06:51. Meaning this one will be a 10-minute halt. 11:16. 11:16:51 is the resumption earliest resumption time, showing 26.65 right now. So it looks like the buyers are still piling in. My suggestion to you is, and this is been on my observation with these halters, especially on the second halt onwards, start watching the tap in like 30 seconds before, 30 to 45 seconds before resumption. If it starts selling off aggressively, then usually that usually means something. So keep your eye on the tap. I would say about 30 to 45 seconds before resumption time. That means start watching it around 11:06 and change, or sorry, 11:16 and change, because that's the first time I think this one will be open. and we will do that as well. But for the moment, looking at BRAI here, continuing to put in lower lows, lower highs, and struggling to break 10, Joe.
Good stuff. Yeah. Just replying to my guys here, Los Pollos. I actually seen our boy Jesse in the chat this morning. Good to see you there. I don't know if you're still involved here. I'll see if I can eye you now. You're probably gone and hit the old work ski there. But yeah, Los Pollos, Gaurav, it was fantastic. Maybe I'll show you guys a couple of pictures momentarily. But let's focus on the overall market here. And I mean, listen, SK Hynix, I was seeing how the boys did on this. Sharif doing some work on that. I'm sure the boys did as well. But I mean, here it is, right? Like, so the initial, right out of the gate, this is what you want to see. Like, in that first 5 minutes, you catch $1.40, and it doesn't break that opening print. I think that's really important to note. So 169 all the way to a high of 176. That's pretty good. I'm not going to complain about that. Then absorb some more liquidity at the lows here, dip down into 166, and then way back up to 177, but then chops around and ends up fading in the latter half of the session. What time did it open at? What time? Oh, 11:30. So not bad. All right, 11:35, or 11:30 it opened up, so not too much waiting there during the show with you and Obi there, Sharif. So hopefully both of you guys got to take advantage of that.
Obi did. He took a couple of trades. He had a good second one.
Nice.
Really good. He held it for a while.
That's good. Yeah, that's really good. Let's send it over to you, man.
Yeah, man. Quick reminder, guys. Trader TV Live members get Sharif's daily morning research note every trading day that I am here. The big market stories we're talking about, the key levels, the trade plans, as well as the catalyst, and what we're actually watching into the open. It's only $4.99 a month, and you also get members-only videos, posts, custom emojis, and loyalty badges. Hit the join below this video to become a member. Thank you very much for everybody who signed up. All right, let's take a quick look at V here. Top still in and around the same area, 26.70. It's zigging and zagging in the high 26s. Really, it hasn't changed all that much. We're looking at now about a minute and change resumption time. What exactly is the time here? Yeah, we're looking at about another minute, almost 2 minutes here, resumption time. But I'm still watching BRAI, guys. I mean, those are the two that I'm focusing on at the moment. BRAI is still struggling to break through $10, so I'll just have nothing to do with it at the moment. PSNL is another one that I've been watching. Shout out to Tasha Does My Hair NYC. Thank you for joining, Tasha. Shout out to you, and we'll show you exactly where to get that in one moment, but I just wanted to cover PSNL, this one that I've been looking at here, 15.90. We're struggling through that, but it's essentially a range here, $15.50 to $16. It is a bull flag. Whether or not we break away from this one to the high side, we failed on all our attempts through 16 on PSNL, so that is one to watch. And then QTTB. I've been watching this one closely, recovering below VWAP into $20, struggling with $20, but putting in higher lows. So it does interest me for a possible breakout. We're about 40 seconds from the possible resumption time to VEEE. So as I advised, I'm going to start watching the top. Into 27 we go. Okay, so now this is as high as I've seen it so far, 26.80. Let's see if we get a big move up or a big move down closer to resumption time, Joey. That's what I'm going to be looking at here.
Good stuff. Yeah, let's head over to the overall market. Hangry Wife and I are just discussing some things that we've been talking about over the past couple of weeks. And if you're a credit-styled options trader, then there's some pretty good opportunities here. And I've been saying that when you're in these consolidations, and I mean they have been for quite some time now, when did it really start to pan out? It was about mid-June, so about a month ago. Established a couple of credit-based trades. And full disclosure, I personally didn't take them. My concentration is elsewhere right now, and it's working out really well for me. So I'm doing some things. Obviously, I'll disclose it to you guys on a different time or whenever I'm done. It's not going to be done anytime soon, that's for sure. But anyways, aside from this, a nice sideways PA, and as long as we don't break down too aggressively, I think there's going to be plenty of opportunities to get involved with the NASDAQ, right? Like if it pulls back to 680, which I think is totally reasonable, this would be a little bit more hefty of a pullback if we go all the way down to 639. But on the bigger picture, from peak to that base, it's only 14%, which I believe you can get the overall market at a pretty good discount at that point. But another name that is down 30% off of its highs is MRVL. But where's it bouncing off of? Look at where it started this gap up. We put it down 35%, right? That's quite a bit. But this is still in a downtrend, and until this breaks, I don't know if this is going to be a good time to engage, or wait until you have some opportunities to get on the backside of this trend. Right now, my concentration is in a handful of names. It starts with an N, ends with an A. All right, NVDA. I've just been building, and I'm going to continue to do so because at this PE, I think at some point the street's going to come to a realization that Michael Burry is cheesing Joe, and we want to blow this guy out of the water with this short.
Yeah,
exactly. So
he's trying to short my cat.
He's trying. Yeah, well, I mean, Caterpillar. Hey, listen, man. I don't know how he works at it. He's talking about going short. I highly doubt he goes all in at once with the amount of size that he's got going on. So, building into these positions, listen, I do believe that there is the potential of this being a false break and you head a little bit lower. I was talking about it just because of the shelf that's been formed on this name. But regardless, anything, like, I'm grabbing it as long as, let me put it to you this way.
Go.
If it's below my average price, I'm continuously buying it. It's like, oh, well, Joe, that's not rocket science. No, I know it's not, and I don't have any intention of it being rocket science. I just want to put my capital to where the best names are, and I think this is at the top of the list. It isn't the #1 market cap name for no reason. It might be #2 now, considering Apple hit all-time highs, but it's a neck-and-neck race between these two, and I think it's going to be for the next couple of years, and I'm totally fine with that. So your best players are supposed to be your best players. That's why they are your best players, and we just expect them to perform like that. Are they at all times? Not necessarily, but hey, at least I can say I'm putting myself and my hands in the right position.
I like it, brother. I like it. Way to stick to your convictions. You're not going to make money unless you have true convictions. So shout out to you, bro. Guys, I've been watching VEEE here. Look, we had an initial good trade through 27 onto 29, and then look at the flush to stop out through 25.5. So the market giveth and the market taketh away. So, yeah. That was a tough one. That was a big flush down, but I still like this one for a possible 20 hold. It might be somewhere around 20 3/4 to 20. I'm going to have a bit more of a range because there's a halt level around 19 and change, right? There's that 19 1/4 halt level. Then you got 20, which is obviously important. And you got 21 1/4, the top end of the 10 EMA. So this one's range here is quite wide, and that makes it tricky as to really where to put your conviction behind that level. So I'm going to continue to watch. I think that the right thing to do here is really watch the tape and look where the big buyers are stepping in. So that's what I'm doing right now. 22.5 seems to be a good double bottom on the 5-minute chart. Prior area low 29.20 and current bar low. Come on, hover over. You suck. All right, we got to load it up on here because it's not letting me use the mouse over feature. 5-minute. Current bar low is 22.80. Okay, not bad, not bad. All right, continuing to watch here. I don't like it quite yet. I don't think it's the right thing to go into now. There is a buyer in and around here, but yeah, I don't think it's quite the right time. Continuing to watch. Sorry, just keeping my eye on the 5-second chart here for VEEE. Looks like it's bottomed out in and around 23. The problem is it's making lower highs on the 5-second chart, right? You have an area high of around 25.40, and now you have a lower area high of 24.46, and now it is failing 23. So it's going to lose that level. Yeah, definitely not for me, and definitely not yet. So continuing to put in lower highs, lower lows. How's BRAI looking? It sucks as well. Continuing to put in a downtrend, not for me at the moment. It hasn't based out. Obvious 9 support, but it's not making the right move higher. PSNL though. PSNL, I really should be working my way into this. It is a bull flag, and that gives me the opportunity to buy towards the lower end of the flag, take profits towards the higher end, and then hold a piece for the breakout should one happen. So PSNL, I think I'm going to set some orders here at around $0.0025 down into maybe 15.50. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. I'm not going to take a breakout trade on this one, even though it is giving you breakout signals here through 16, especially through 16 into maybe 16 double digits, low double digits, 15, 14, something like that. That's what we'll do. We're going to go that, and then we're going to set up some dip trades on this monster as well. Let's go ahead and set some up. We're going to go 69er, and then we're going to go a little bit lower as well, maybe mid-50s. We'll set up at 57s. Right there for some more. Now, what did we get? We got 86s. It's already showing me 90s. It's showing me 92s now. Okay, so we're going to set up a little beak wetter here at 97 and a liquidity tester north of 16 to see if there's a big seller at around 16 bucks. So that's what we'll look for there. 91 still showing here up on the tape. Ozan, get it, Ozan. It says buy it. Yeah, I should have bought that beef jerky at Buc-ee's, which I didn't do, but that's okay. We can go back again, Joey, right? So everything's
Where's
good.
Buc-ee's?
Buc-ee's is that big ass Texas gas station that I gotta show you.
Oh, it's in Texas.
Bro.
Yeah, you should have popped by there.
Yeah, Buc-ee's was sick.
Yeah.
So we did it live on the weekend, eh? I know you had an outdoor weekend as well, but so did I. I went to my aunt's house, which is kind of like my cottage.
Oh, that's up. Yeah,
Yeah, in Keswick. And then we did the beach yesterday, my boy and I, man. We went to Woodbine Beach, which was nice. That's where I screwed up my foot, which was nice. I'm trying to get some Bucky pictures. What are you looking at, Joey?
Yeah, let's see what we got going on. Yeah, Brady. Yeah, Brady, man, I typically say there's no such thing as dumb questions, but congratulations, you officially had one there. But I mean, anyways, listen, at the end of the day, we can take a look at the options chain and see what we got. Oh, no options available on this bad boy. Let's see what we got going on here. NVDA, boom, boom, boom.
Boom, boom, boom.
Why does this pop up like that? Okay, we don't want this.
I did dun, 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 dun. You don't know that, eh? Venga Boys?
Yeah, what do you mean? Everybody knows. I think everybody might know that song.
My bad.
If there's a universal track, there's one.
There's one.
It's that one. So we'll take a look at what we got going on here with this week's expiration cycle on NVDA 210. Oh no, this isn't good, guys. This is not good for the near-term longs. Look at this July 17th. Look at the increase over the past couple of weeks. 210. 90,000 contracts, 215, 93,000, 220, 96,000. This is absolutely disastrous. Man, oh man, let's see what the next couple of days are telling us, because we could see some rejections of this 210, which we have. We popped up to almost 211, came back in with a little gap down in the pre-market, and then maybe we had a little bit lower. So if I'm talking about a false breakout, this could be it. And what we're seeing on the options chain may have confirmed that, which is absolutely disastrous and dangerous. But anyways, it's good. You can buy a little bit more. I talked about breaking this 192 level and heading a little bit lower. I think that's what's going to happen. So an additional liquidity grab. And I said I'm posted up on SpaceX at 125. We're at 138 right now. We're going to look at the options chain momentarily. But this 135 marker, there is a lot of size there, relatively speaking, and we might head into that 125 marker where I'm posted up at. And I'd be happy with that, because I just load the boat, add a little bit more to the position, add some at 135 if we hold up. But what I'm seeing from an overhead resistance standpoint, not good in the king of the chips. Now let's head over to SPCX and see what we got going on with the options chain here, ladies and gentlemen. Sent this to Sean and Neil at this level, 24,000 contracts. Look how large this is. These are now ITMs, right? Like, these are about $12 ITM. So those people are cooking up a storm, especially if you're on the right side of that trade. Okay. But this is where you want to keep an eye out on. And then where's that next zone of support?
Where's it at?
$100, man. I'm not saying we're going to get there anytime soon, but it can happen. 135, that'd be absolutely disastrous if you've been buying it. I mean, I grabbed a little bit myself, but if you went guns a-blazing in the 50s, then you're in a little bit of trouble. But I do believe 135 is going to be in the works. We're only about $2.50 from that level.
Absolutely. Good call, Joey. All right, we're long a bunch of stuff here. Let's go. There goes QTTB through the area freaking high. We have 43s on with this one. We're looking for the move through 22. The high of the day, 2190. We're knocking on the door at 86s. Let's go ahead. Oops. I got to fix that. Otherwise, I won't be able to take prints, Joey. There we go. We're showing seller here at 90, 97s. Here comes the break of 22. Big seller at 97. Can't shake that seller. So let's post up here north of 22 at 2207s. And then we're going to go farther north. We're going to go 22 and a third. And there it goes through 22 into 22 and a quarter. We're looking for the third. QTTB is on its frickin' horse and is about to take out triple digits on the day. Knocking on the door of 100%, 96, 97. We're looking for a little bit more. Limit up is still far, far away, 2340, so we needn't worry about that. We're looking for a decisive move above 22 because you're not getting that at the moment. A lot of profit taking, a lot of short selling around 22 for whatever reason. 22.24 is the high of the day on this monster. So I like the rounded bottom kind of flat top breakout that manifested here on the 5. Take a gander over here. A lot of accumulation for a 21 break. That's what caught my attention. Once this one cleared 21, and I was not worried as much about it encountering the same selling it had at around 715, because I made a bigger move in the pre, as you can see. Then I was kind of more confident with this breakout, so we jumped into it. We're still building a position, as you can see, on PSNL, but that one is still, you know, a little indecisive at the moment. Now we're focusing on QTTB. And Joey, even though we've been hovering above the $22 area, it doesn't feel like we've decisively taken out the level, because there's a seller here in the single digits preventing us from ascending. Look at this 7 seller, very convicted seller. So this might flush into 22 or 2190s. We'll see. So continuing to watch that one. How's PSNL doing? Well, okay. You know, it's still going through that same higher low, lower high kind of compression pattern. That's fine. I can wait for that. As long as I don't get anything decisively through 15.5, I think that's okay here on PSNL. So we'll monitor that. No, we're not going to trade DRAM. And there we go. We fail. We fail through 22. So now we're showing 80s. This could be a bigger move here, guys, and it could be a bigger move into 21-ish on QTTB. Reason I say that is because that's the flat top breakout. So if that's a flat top breakout, then that's going to be resistance, right? That's former resistance, now support. So be on the lookout here. I'm just going to move my stop to break even. I know that's not the right thing to do in this case, but I'm just going to do it, right? So we'll throw that out there. And there it goes back through 22, but no continuation. So we'll pack the patience there. What's been your look? I'm looking at VEEE, Joe. I'm not liking what I see. I know people keep talking about it, but it's not setting up for me yet.
For sure, man. Yeah, listen, I haven't put anything on just yet. Maybe we get involved in a little bit of FBL, but we're going to be patient and wait for those high opportunities, those high probability opportunities. Like, I'll start really small, but that 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock hours is where I have been performing. I know USO's in play a little bit, but there's a couple of things. Once we get back to the desk, I'll go over one of them here quick. So someone's asking me, hey, Joe, how do I use my delta as a percentage, or sorry, how do I use my delta in a covered called scenario so I don't get called away? Well, what we can do, so guys, what you see here is your delta, and it makes sense, right? So you want to use this as a gauge. I'll go over this quick before I know we got to get into one in the European close. So look at this. We're trading, this is an at-the-money contract. Your delta's sitting on $50, okay? So for every $1 change in the underlying asset, you're going to see a $50 change in the contract. But we can also use this as a gauge in which percentage, a chance from a percentage standpoint that the contract is going to expire in the money or out the money, all right? The deeper in the money you are, the higher the delta, and the higher the probability that the contract is going to expire in the money. So we'll use this as an example. Think about it, $105 strike price here on SpaceX, 98 delta, so almost a 1-to-1 ratio from contract to actual underlying asset, but also look at it as, hey, there's a 98% chance. Why? Because we're trading at 105. We're trading at this is a 105 strike price. We're trading at 138. In 4 days, there's a 98% chance that this contract is going to expire out of the money. Now, as you go higher, you see that really start to decrease. So we'll use this 157.5. What the options market is telling us, in 4 days, there's a 90% chance that this is going to expire out of the money, or a 10% chance that it's going to expire in the money. You see how you can gauge it from current price action to what the actual delta is? And that's how I look at it, right? So when you start learning options, you can see, like, hey, at the money, 50% chance where your delta's sitting at, in the money, 90% chance, deeply in the money, 90%. And deeply out of the money, you can see that 10% chance. We're going to get into call and put walls momentarily, Hangry White, but hopefully that helped you and answer your question. So if you're looking to write covered calls and not get assigned, the higher you go out of the money, the more probability that that contract is going to expire OTM. Send it over to the desk.
Whoa, explain, bro.
I try, man. I try.
Explain, bro.
I try. We'll send it over to the desk with Juan and Adara.
The morning is almost over, but what is over for certain is the European session today. Here to take us through what happened in Euro last night is going to be Juan.
Thank you, Adara. I hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. So we've got the European markets opening the week off with a defensive note, some global, I would say a dual macro threat. We've got energy shocks, of course, of renewed tensions in the Middle East, as well as a tech-led global valuation reset, especially off that SK Hynix debut last week, Friday. So we take a look at some of the indices. Stocks Euro 600, pretty much flat, but to the downside. Powerful energy push barely balanced out the broad technology correction. DAX and Germany, they're doing quite well. Even though there's been a technical relief bounce, they crawled back into positive territory, especially of domestic value rotation as well as travel and transportation. So even in the UK, they're also capitalizing off the energy upstream, of course, all the commodities as well as oil bring everything up. But if you want to take a look at the main stories or the main theme for Europe overnight, global semi and AI sectors, they basically faced an intense valuation shakeout. You know, after SK Hynix debut last week Friday, it actually plummeted like about 15.3% in Seoul, Korea. So that triggered a sell the news dynamic among all the European. You saw Infineon down by nearly 2%. You know, traders were fearing a little bit of less capex or capital expenditure for data centers, especially ahead of key earnings this week in that region. And then on the other side, we've got, of course, oil. Oil surging more than 4%. Brent crude up like to $79 a barrel now. WTI $75. So this definitely rapid spike reignited Eurozone stagflation risk. We see also some of the travel commodities like all the airlines, they fell sharply, especially in the day. We've got Lufthansa, Ryanair, TUI, all dropping between the ranges of 1.2 to 2.3%. You know, this is going to be the last week of World Cup. Imagine at the end of the week how much those airplane ticket prices are going to be. And finally, you know, with all the energy and natural resources segments, they caught a little bit of a defensive bid. London's FTSE, the UK, did pretty much okay. I mean, they were down, but not too much, nearly flat. We had BP, Shell, and Total Energies. They were all up by nearly 2% on each front. So we'll see how the week goes, but all in all, it's been quite a defensive bid for Euro.
And you mentioned earnings there. We're going to get ASML earnings, of course, in that European space. That's going to be coming through on Wednesday morning. So lots of overlap here between these European and U.S. markets. And if you want more insights from Juan about regional markets, you're in luck because at 3:30 p.m. every day, in addition to this 11:30 a.m. segment, he's going to take us through the Asian close or Asian market.
I'll go over a couple of things if you.
Yeah,
if you
no,
could.
nothing.
Very, very valid point, Don. And it's very important to remind everyone that your Greek metrics, when I'm just going on with our spiel about delta, is always changing. It's always fluctuating with the underlying asset. So something that may be a 50 delta 1 minute, 20 minutes from now, it can be deeply in the money and change to 70 or 65 or something. Even your theta and your gamma is always going to be fluctuating. Gamma's at its greatest at the money. Now, Hangry Wife. Now, we're going to go over a quick thing here on open interest. And I know Ozan and we got Travman for real and everyone else who's been trading options. What we look at here is our open interest. Why am I looking at these levels? Well, and we'll get into gamma exposure momentarily, but there's multiple ways that we can register the same information, but take it in a different perspective, all right? So Ozan and I are looking at the exact same strike prices, but we may interpret it a little bit different. But essentially, it's the same objective. So what I'm getting at here with open interest is that when we go through our strike prices and we try to identify call and put walls, well, what we're looking at is the way that I interpret it is supply zones. Now, what do I mean by this is that when you have options contracts, you're not creating liquidity. It's actually liquidity that's already on the open market. So that's where you need to really understand your obligations and your rights. Those are two different things, all right? If you're on the short side of things, you're obligated. And if you are on the long side of things, whether it be a put or a call, you have rights, okay? So what we have here at this $105, we'll go over this example, at this 135 level, is we have a bunch of supply. Now, why am I referring to this? Because it may have that magnet effect because you're sitting on a bunch of negative gamma. But what also might be there is you have people on the opposite end of the trade. So this is a supply zone. We'll make it simple. I'll put it into layman terms. This is a supply zone. And we know with supply, in order to breach and head into the exact same direction, you're going to need more demand. Now, if the demand isn't there, you could see potentially a rejection. So at 135, there's a supply zone of 24,000 contracts. This is already outstanding information. This is already outstanding liquidity. Now, if we don't absorb it, this is where you can find a support level, okay? Now, if you go to the opposite end of things and find the resistance zone, we would be looking at a supply zone in the call sector, or in the call section, and that's when we fall into NVDA. Now, when we get into gamma, something that Ozan is looking at, when you have an outstanding amount of open interest, they have exposure to market movement, okay, market volatility. Now, Ozan would be like, hey, at 210, we have all this gamma exposure. Why? Because that's where we're seeing the most amount of contracts who have exposure to your rate of change. And if you blow past it, the people on the opposite side of the contracts need to cover themselves so they don't get destroyed. And then that's when you can fall into gamma squeezes. Why? Because you have everybody rapidly buying back shares, rapidly, so that they don't lose too much money. Now, we can look at a call zone, a call wall, or a outstanding amount of open interest on the call side of things as resistance until that supply is absorbed. Now, open interest and an outstanding amount, the most amount on that expiration cycle, we can look at support level until that supply is absorbed. So that's what I'm looking for. If you're going to bounce off of those specific zones, gamma exposure and OI is really, really important.
All right, man. That was fantastic, though, bro. I mean, you really went through it there. Joey, Professor Joseph, options. Here, guys, I'm watching QTTB through 22. We're looking for sort of a flat top break. It was above 22, and it popped locally into 22.18s. And it was very strong. Now it's showing a little weakness. Through 22, out 21.5, added from this one into that 22 area. So can't give it that much room. Also, not just because I can't give it room, but it wouldn't make sense to give it below prior area low. We're looking for continuation here. So through into 22 again, no continuation on this sale. Yeah, so we're still struggling with that same flat top. And the funny part about this was we were through 22 by a good margin, almost at day's high, which is 24. We were at 18s. And there was a big seller at 18s, but there had also been a big seller at 8s. So something to note there, possibly 10 penny increments. I'm going to look out for that again, but I only saw it once. We'll see what we get on this one. So looking for a hold above 21.5. Let's go ahead and set up the stop there in case this one does flush. Now, I am still holding here on PSNL, and I'm looking for my dip trade into the $0.50. Alas, it's not giving it to me. It is finding a lot of resistance here, and I just got stopped out of QTTB on the below 21.5. So we will give back a little bit on that one, which is all right. We did it good on the top, but we'll give back a little bit off this one. So it sucks. Yeah, I was looking for that 21.5 hold, but I couldn't be too strict, so I gave it to the low 40s. It looks like it is finding some support here in the low 40s. But if it does break out above 22.25, I can definitely get back into this one. How's my other trade doing here on PSNL? Not great. Not great on this one. Still, we're holding about 10 pennies out of the money. Mike P, freaking D-Rider, 11-2, my favorite part of the day. He was going buck wild in the chat when you were dropping your knowledge there on options. Guys, sober, just, yeah, I could have done that one, but I won't do it. There we go. Through. This one is ripping, guys. What the hell is this doing? Up 106%. It just popped off from 65 pennies into 90 in one fell swoop. SOBR ripping to the high side. Possibly $1 soon on this one. Yeah, Ozan, you're hilarious. Yes, guys, SOBR into 91. I'm not sure if it has a new headline, but I was already on my watch list today. So nothing really from Sober anytime recently. So this is just regular price action, just ripping up like that. But it was the breakout really seemed to come in 11:38. So it's 4 minutes deep right now. Are we halted? Halt to the upside on Sober 91. We are halted on this one. What a big move up here. This one's a penny stock. Let's load it up on a trading screen so we can get a gander of how we're going to be looking at this one. We'll change DRAM into SOBR. Not the MX, Joey. It's not the MX. There we go. So top showing 91, so we'll be able to see what the imbalances are, the top during the halt. So we're halted at 91, still showing 91. Resumption time, earliest 11:47:19, halt time 11:42:19. So we'll definitely keep you guys apprised of that one. Joe, what do you got?
Good stuff, man. Yeah, Mike P. DeRider, I appreciate that. I know you went over that, Shreve. I was actually thinking about, I think about all you guys over the weekend. So yeah, man, these guys are my friends. Yeah, Mike P. DeRider. You know why though? Is because we're on the water, and if you're talking about water people, Mike P. DeRider is most definitely going to be involved with that. Now let's see what everybody in the chat. Let's say you buy NVIDIA call at 180, super deep in the money. As long as your contracts are still traded, you can still make money. See, now this is where it gets a little bit more complicated, and you need to truly understand the difference between intrinsic and extrinsic value. It's like, so people think, oh, hey, yeah, I can buy this deep in the money call and make money. No, that's not necessarily the case, right? You have to understand what your intrinsic and extrinsic value are. Intrinsic value, obviously, or not obviously, I shouldn't say that, is stating in which the amount of in the money it can be. There's no negative intrinsic value, so it's either, say we're trading at 150, we're trading at $200 right now on NVDA. You have the 190 call, you have $10 of intrinsic value, but you also have to take into consideration your extrinsic value, which your time value, okay? So just because you buy something in the money doesn't mean you're going to actually make money. Now, they need a tutorial on parity. Yeah, exactly. Hey, man, listen. We got some things. You can always go back into our archive and go over the options basics, that a lesson that Sharif and I used to do. So a lot going on there. But anyways, what I wanted to focus on, guys, is an actual trade. We'll talk about some of the trades and the positions that we're currently in. So we had a nice little move from FBL right back towards the volume weighted average price. I didn't take anything off north of VWAP, which would have been nice at 28.51. Instead, we're breaking trend right now. So I removed 20% of my position, and we're going to allow the rest of it to ride with the potential to add a little bit more if this market wants to turn around. With that being said, we have to see what USO is doing. We have market down. Is USO up? We had that strong volatility spike here bright and early this morning, and I get it. People are, it's like, man, this guy always has to say something or something going on. Yeah, that's the nature of the beast until we get a complete closure of what's going on in the Middle East. Now, 4.2% to the top side, volatility spike right here. But what we're starting to see is that that inverse correlation between the NASDAQ and USO and oil that is start to arise once again. Man, we're really getting a hefty pullback in Meta. I'm going to have to exit this whole thing as 28.27, getting a little bit aggressive for my liking, starting to form somewhat of a bull flag here on USO. We'll keep an eye out on this one. USO up. Man, I'll tell you this for free, guys.
What?
I do not like trading the overall market, the NASDAQ and the SPY when USO is in play. It just causes a complete mess, in my opinion, completely subjective. You have to find your own way. But here it is, a hefty pullback. I'm glad we took at least something off, because if it goes to my break even at that point, I believe we're going to be heading a little bit south here on FBL. We had a massive gap up on Friday, which I didn't even notice until this morning. And I was like, boo, yeah, this is what I'm talking about, man. Just out on the water. I'll show you guys some stuff. I uploaded it here momentarily, and we'll take a look at that. But just stepping away from the market at times is good. You get on the water, you do whatever toots your horn, and you have some fun with that. But FBL is starting to come back in.
Yeah, guys. Okay, there's a lot going on here, Joey. EHGO is really ripping up here. 279. It's up 70%. It's really going. This one did move in the pre-market, so be alive to the pre-market highs. You have to be alive to those levels. It was really early on, but it was on a very big volume, bigger than the volume we're putting in now. I'm talking about, 875,000, 633, 1.4, 1 million shares per 5-minute candle. Just by way of comparison, we're doing 250, 245,000 now. So the volume there bigger than here. Now, the levels are in the pre-market are essentially a lot of closing prints not clearing 290. The wicks go through 3 into 312. So there is going to be 3 area resistance likely here on EHGO. But the good news is there's about 20 pennies from here to that 3 resistance. So how you get in and how we move up essentially is really going to be important here. All right, looking for a little bit more on this one. Looking for a big move up. Don't have any qualms adding to this one. Should it, give me a reason to add, especially if it keeps seeing the same player come in and around the same buying level. I also have to make you guys alive to the fact Sober is open through 1 into 106, dropping below 1 now, but holding current bar low. SOBR open. There's a lot moving, guys. Here we go. We're involved in this one, and let's set up, I should say, our dip trade levels to defend into current bar low on EHGO. So current bar lows takes us to about 57.5. So we got to be pretty strategic about where we want to add here. Let's go ahead and throw one there for a buy, as well as into the 50s as well. We'll see if we can get something in and around there. So that will be my move with a stop through 50. Sober about to take out current bar high into 107. Sober did drop below the dollar, but it's close to the day high. 107 seller. There it goes into 109, 113. Sober's ramping into 153, 112, 116 limit up here on SOBR. So 116 limit up. Look for that dip possibly into, the single digits for a move into limit at 16. You're getting a 12 seller though. I don't mind getting involved in this one as well. Oh, baby. EHGO coming back down pretty aggressively. Does it hold current candle low? That's the move here. Looking for that dip. What do we got? We got 73s on this one. This one, managing these, well, good thing I'm not in Sober at the moment, so I'm just going to have to focus on EHGO because that's the one we're involved in, Joey.
Good stuff, man. All right, so yeah, this pullback getting pretty deep here, guys. I mean, trail it out. I could just get out and at this point, I believe we'll get a better entry. We have Nvida heading towards this 206 and a key support level. Well, guess what? If it breaks 206, I'm a buyer. I mean, I'm just grabbing, in full disclosure, right? I hold no shame. It's like a couple of shares here, a couple of shares there, a couple of shares here or there. And I don't know if I'll ever be done buying it until we get to $400. Now, are we talking a couple of years down the road? Hopefully, that'll be nice because by that time, we'll just have built an absolute beast of a position. They'll be calling me, Michael Burry be calling me, be like, hey, man, what's going on over here? You got a hefty long position on this name. I'd be like, best believe I do. No, anyways, I'm obviously being sarcastic. We want to see a little bit of a bounce here in FBL via, this is the 2x leverage on META. We'll head over to our watch list and see what we got going on. A nice little bounce would be nice here for us. All right, cool. Sounds good. We'll head over to see it momentarily. Then I'll show you guys a couple of things. Nvida 207.18. That's starting to sell. Google at 355. Look at this on the daily. We had a high of around 375. I do believe there's going to be a little bit more downside here. This is just a bull trap in my opinion. And if you want to see the king of bull traps, I'll show you one right now.
Which one, Joe?
It's going to be on SPCX. This is a big time bull trap right here on this rebound. People buying all up in this neck of the woods, and it was shablamo to the downside. 7% on today's session. See ya.
Yeah, just keep an eye out on ticker HAS, Hasbro, that owns Monopoly. So Netflix is officially partnering with Hasbro on Monopoly. So now Netflix and Hasbro Entertainment, alongside Studio Lambert, that is the one that produced the very popular Squid Games, are turning Monopoly, the board game, into a high-stakes, unscripted reality TV series. It's a bit of an uptick on HAS, and let's check how Netflix is doing right now. The last I checked, it was a bit of a downtick. Yeah, still continuing to slide to the downside. Keep an eye out. Netflix and HAS. Netflix, a bit of a downtick, and HAS, a bit of the upside.
I can get behind that.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all.
Monopoly Deal. If anybody here in the chat's played Monopoly Deal, you know how serious that gets. But an actual live Monopoly game, I think that's pretty cool, man. It'll be very highly competitive. Maybe some new ideas for game shows. I think I'm making a mistake here on the long side of things. Let's see if this support level holds up at 206 on NVDA. I don't know if it's going to. There was a 5-minute print. And listen, this trade's either going to work relatively quick or it's not, right? Like we're either out at the break of the low of the day as the momentum is most definitely. And with that being said, we'll hop out, break even here on our FBL trade. We'll hold on to this NVDL trade for as long as we can, and if we don't get any big time bounce, and what I'm looking for here is a lower high to be established. So a small scalp on FBL, we didn't get to take full advantage of it. Looking for a little bit more continuation, but VWAP seller step in. Now we're in on this bad boy. Let's see how this plays out. And again, I'm just playing with small size right now until that 230 marker where I can really just lock in focus and see what we got going on with the latter half of the session. And you know what, quite frankly, I haven't even pulled up SK Hynix. Like, this is a new name, right? So I think it's totally understandable for myself to forget about it, but SK Hynix down 9%. And I think Jose, Obi and I definitely on the same page here. When it comes to the Kospi, watch out because 300% in an overall index is absolutely insane in a year and a half. There's going to be a lot of downside, in my opinion, a lot of room. Not saying it's going to happen right now. Be patient and look for that derivatives route. If there is anything from a derivatives route, guys, and what I'm talking about options is because I have a fixed profile, a fixed risk profile, then let me know, please, because I will be buying contracts. But SK Hynix down off of this 176 marker straight to the tune of 14%. I know the Kospi almost hit limit down, I believe, yesterday.
Yeah, man, 9%. I think, is it limit 9 and change? That's what I heard anyway. I'm not apprised of all the news as I got in late. But anyway, SOBR, we're doing okay on this one. New area high into 119, but it feels like a fake trade with tough continuation here. What we have on Sober, we're at 110, so we're break even now. Couple of prints, defends the dollar well, but they're topping till candles galore, both on this current candle and prior bar. So a lot of short selling here, and if I, had to guess, even though we're putting in higher lows, higher highs, there is a good amount of equilibrium here between buyers and sellers. This position is in trouble. EHGO, we're defending into the flat top break of 240, but this is as good as it's going to get. The chart pattern, for me anyway, I'm not going to add here or give it any more room. The chart pattern is not promising. Sadly, this looks like a failed break, but it hasn't stopped me out, so I'll have to continue into the trade. At the moment, we'll see if it can get back above 50 and then possibly get into the 60s. It's being met with aggressive selling every time it does come into the 50, so I am kind of concerned about this trade. QTTB, we're back into this one. Good entry here on QTTB at the $0.50. We're showing 3/4, looking for the move back through 22. Don't forget, last time around here, there was a pretty aggressive seller at 22. We had a lot of trouble clearing that level decisively. So 2 things to be looking out for. Obviously, the seller at 22, but look to see if they're setting up south of 22 at a specific level. That's often what happens, all right? You're looking at an 80 area or something like that, all right? In case, it gets too close to the area here. SOBR back into 13, looking for a day high break here of 119. This one comes in spurts, and you can see that by its topping till nature. So how do you get around that? Use resting orders, right? Because if you're not looking at the screen or you're not quick with it like I'm not, and you're managing multiple trades, let the computer do the trade for you, right? Throw in the resting orders out there at key levels to take advantage of that quick price action. So we're in 4 trades at the moment, not typically what I do lately. Anyway, PSNL, this one is holding on by a thread. We're going to stop out here if we break through the 1105 bar low, which is 1147. So a couple of okay trades, a couple of not okay trades at the moment, Joe.
I hear you, man. So yeah, there it goes. A nice little bounce off of the support level. Double hammer being formed at this 106.71 support system. This is what we want to see. Why? Because look at my risk to reward on this. Like if it breaks and holds on the 1 minute south of this 31.66, that's 20 cents of risk that I have to give it. So can I please check BBAI? Yeah, we could take a look at what Big Bear AI is up to here today. And then we'll also see what some of the banks are up. I know JP Morgan and the big boys are reporting tomorrow, so that's going to be on. I will take a look at some of the options activity. We'll go through the expected moves here, even though they're usually nothing crazy, but it doesn't matter. We want to see what we got going on. BBAI not looking too good there, guys. Average $3.14. Moving forward, we'll take a look at JPM. Come on, bounce, baby, bounce. NVDA. Here it is, JP Morgan off of those highs to the tune of exactly 2.8%. A red day here today. Where's the strength? Because the SPY was a little bit stronger than the NASDAQ, and it's probably going to fall into XLV and some of the healthcare names. But we are heading towards the low of the day, and it's being led by the big boys as it typically is. Strong days, led by the big boys. Weekdays, led by the big boys. Now, Morgan Stanley to the downside there, Sharif. Goldman Sachs as well, too, going to be a little bit off of those highs. Sean liking the banks in the near-term future. Same. Going to be continuously buying a little bit of JPM. No shame over here. But, hey, we were talking about the bottom in Walmart. There's a couple of stars aligning, and I'm glad that it actually worked out as we are off of that 107 low, now up around 114, and a couple of strong sessions back-to-back. Low volume, though. But what told us and what kind of gave us that indication that we were at a potential low was the volume and the price action print correlation. All right, VPA 101. Now, as for any anything else, guys. What else? Oh, yeah, CrowdStrike and the cybersecurity names. Those guys were on big-time runs, so I wouldn't be surprised if they cooled down. But no stopping them right now, Sharif, as we do find a little bit of a rebound. 187 there on CrowdStrike, and PanDub also putting up numbers. Great yearly return so far in both of these big boys in these cybersecurity juggernauts. And you know what I was thinking of? Shower thought.
Okay.
You ready for this? You don't have a shower thought?
Of course. Who doesn't?
Why are not some of these, like, I'm thinking in the near future, some of these cybersecurity names like CrowdStrike and PanW can be in the top 10 of most valuable, like, why aren't CrowdStrike and PanW trillion-dollar companies? Because all of these tech names essentially are not safe without any of these.
Yeah. Do you think there's a threat that they bring home the cybersecurity in-house?
Eventually.
What I mean. Yeah, and that's remember the big sell-off when PanDub hit 160?
Yeah, when all with the Mythos scare and all of that stuff. But also, just think about it. It's hard to just play catch-up just like that. You can come with an in-house software, but is it going to be as good, and has it gone through as many scenarios as some of these pioneers of the cybersecurity space?
Well, yeah, those are great questions, brother. I mean, yeah, it would be interesting to see. I'm not going to complain, man, if they hit that kind of market cap. But guys, involved in sober here, looking for defending of the dollar. Generally, you are getting a good defend, but we're not out of the clear quite yet. We're not out of we're not in the clear quite yet. So, going to continue to watch this one. Added into QTTB on the higher low, looking for a move into 22, but it is also putting in lower highs, so a little bit of a concern there. And then PSNL continues to zig and zag right around 60, so we're still a little bit out of the money on this one. None of the chart patterns are bad, but none of them are awfully bullish. That making me feel like, we're about to break out here. So, and by the way, I did get stopped out of EHGO, so we had to let that one go. Even though, it's at a critical level, this 240 level, which is VWAP. If it wants to turn back in and curl back up and try to take out 3, I can get involved in the breakout, but I don't want to DCA to no end. So that's what we're talking about here. But let's shout out my man there dropping 10 in the chat. Let's make some money makers. Thank you very, very much for the $10 super chat there. What have you been trading? Let us know in the chat, and we'll shout it out. But for now, we're going to pause Joey and I. We're going to send it up to C at the big desk for happening now. And Neil is going to drop his lesson of the day.
Good afternoon. Let's take a look at the 3 major averages. The SPY currently down 0.5% at the moment. We have the triple Qs down 1.4%, followed by the Dow sliding 0.26%, and the IWM down very close to 0.70%. So safe to say, all major averages in the red today, not looking great at the moment. But let's take a look at 2 things I want to talk to you about. So first of all, Citi has hiked its price target on Apple to $365 per share from $315 per share, saying that Apple should continue to gain market share despite the slowing market. Now, this new target implies a 16% upside from Friday's close, and Apple is set to report earnings on the 30th of July. Shares have gained 18% year to date. Let's also take a look at how banks are doing. Joey was talking about banks reporting, so let's take a look at that as well. So they have slipped today. Some continue to hold certain bullish momentum. We have investors readying themselves for a raft of earnings reports from some strong names. So the State Street Spider and S&P Bank ETF, that's the KBE, has shed around 0.5% as of midday. Trading is down more than 1% over the last 5 trading days, but still higher over 12% this year. We have names like JPM, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, and Citigroup reporting on Tuesday. That is tomorrow. Morgan Stanley will be posting its quarterly results on Wednesday. JPM, let's take a look how it's doing right now. Flat, not that bit of a difference. But let's stop before we go back to the guys. Neil, what lesson do you have for us today?
Thank you, Sia. The lesson of the day is, oh my goodness, just go along AGEN. AGEN. And sometimes when I joke around about that, I'm like, I'm actually not going to talk about it, and it'll be something else. But you know what? Forget about shorts have been fantastic. I could do something about sticking to your convictions, even when the market pulls back up, and then where to reload and all that stuff, because that's what the play was today for a lot of the other shorts. But man, there's a line that I like when we talk about indicators or look, we have our favorite indicators. Everyone's got them. You're going to see my chart has literally VWAP and volume on it. And one of the things I'll say is it's good to have an idea or a plan of action or an indicator that you like to use, but what determines whether you should trade off it is how is it respecting that indicator. Now, I can't remember the last time that I saw something set up like this where look at VWAP. Once it gains VWAP at about 7 o'clock, it just holds. You have a gapper on volume, doing good pre-market volume, good VAR vol, and it's just holding the volume weighted average price. However, it's what happens at the open, which is the confluence. Because I don't know how many times I've ever seen this. Like you're holding the volume weighted average price, it's very, very clean. So if you're a small cap trader, you're probably liking this one. Then it finds this support here on the dip, about 470, 475. This is 930. I'm going to zoom in so you can see what happens at 930. See this candle at 930? Remember, it's holding VWAP. It basically tries to false break both ends, but the break of the high, that might matter a little bit, but it doesn't really do anything but break this consolidative low and hold VWAP. It then closes above VWAP on volume. That's a pretty bullish sign. The fact that it tried a false break of the high and immediately also wicked the low as well while maintaining the overall structure of the trade. So that's just some shaking out of some weak hands right away. And then even better than that, so 2 points of confluence here. 1, hold the volume weighted average price. 2, try to shake people out and then hold. Then look at this candle. Now you don't have to be a chartered market technician to see what this candle does here at 939. This is another consolidative bottom and a bottoming tail wick. So this time, no run to the high, just a bottoming tail wick right into what? Oh yeah, it holds on to VWAP and snaps right back. And then you get a breakout. Now I've seen a lot of charts over the years. In recent memory, I can't remember something that looked that technically clean as a setup trade, giving you multiple flashes as hold the volume weighted average price, attempted shakeout here. And this is a 3-minute chart, so maybe it does the same thing on the 5. I don't care. The 3 is what I'm looking at. Attempted shakeout at the open, and then it gives a bottoming tail candle with multiple entry styles here. You could simply be, okay, well, once this candle happens, I'm like, that's good enough. I've seen this candle. I'm just going long on the next one. That's even fair. Like you could just be long somewhere in here, or you're just taking this candle does this, you're taking the breakout on the next one higher. It's got everything you would be looking for. And then if you're asking yourself, well, okay, well, this is my setup on the 3-minute, when do I get out? It doesn't even have a red candle until effectively the high. Sometimes there will be low-hanging fruit out there. And if you're a small cap trader, there were other names that were good, but my goodness, like this, to me, it almost had to be the one for sure. And it just comes down to when you're doing your watch list. We literally did a lesson on this. We had our video over the weekend. We did this last week. Narrow down what it is you're looking for. It's not enough that it's a gapper. It's not. You want to also have some RVol. We also talked about it being at or respecting key price levels or indicators. So whether that's a fact that it's holding VWAP, demonstrating that it's holding VWAP, or at a key price, that can be the added juice to your trade. And if you did that in this particular case, then you probably caught the best move in small cap land because it was super clean. So fresh and so clean. So shout out to anyone that was on the AGN. Look, it's a profitable day shorting a whole bunch of stuff. If you're trading off of, if you were trading momentum, it was great. Like this, I'm not going to say it wasn't a good day. But one trade on AGEN with that kind of a setup is absolute gold for any trader. I don't care what your ilk is. So sometimes you keep it really simple. We did a lesson on what you should look for gappers and curating what you're doing when you narrow down that watch list. And this is the power of doing that, because it would have given you AGN, at least to be looking at it. Whether or not you actually get this breakout trade, that's up to anybody to hit the keys. But congrats if you got this one. Fantastic technical setup, and it just goes to show you can have ideas that work on multiple styles. right? Like that's a setup I'd look for on a big capper that I'm trading, but it shows up right here in a small capper as well. So I'm going to go have my salmon for lunch. Oh, it's too shiny, you can't even see it. Salmon for lunch. We'll see you guys back at 2. Good luck. The market is giving it up. The shorts are working again.
We're starting to see comments coming through here from different shipping agencies after President Trump made that comment about the U.S. charging a 20% fee here for cargo through the Strait of Hormuz. UN shipping agency saying that they're awaiting further details before they make a fuller comment, but they did say that they oppose fees that are used in international navigations, including for Strait of Hormuz. So again, some commentary coming through here. Expect probably more commentary from different organizations. We continue to see reactions to President Trump's announcement that the U.S. is considering charging a 20% toll, I guess, for things that are coming through the Strait of Hormuz. We'll send it back to the guys.
All right, guys. Just gotta do this 1 sec. All right, ready, go. Tiffany. VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM, they launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them trading on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. Shout out to the great folks at VinFast. Joey, look, we're involved here. We are involved in Sober.
There you go.
Yeah, you get so many different things you can say about this one, but here we go. We got some good size into the area high, looking for the clearing of 19, not immediately seeing it. I've got 5s on. There has been a lot of selling every time this one gets into an area high. It doesn't feel like a good squeeze candidate, sadly, to say. So we defended the dollar pretty aggressively, looking for a bigger move into the quarter dollar. You know, getting into 19, essentially, to me, that counts as a fifth of a dollar touch. But I don't know. Let's see. It's really thickly traded at every single level, and we haven't seen kind of it open up, sadly, above the dollar in a way that we see some others, right? It feels like there's a lot of short selling here. Now, I looked on my platform. It's not easy to short. I didn't check with the boys to see what kind of locates we have here and how much they cost. Gives me typically an idea about the demand for shorts on this one. So we'll fly in blind here. But here we go again into 17. Seller as there was last time at 17. 18 print showing up. Can we get 19? Joey, we got 19, but we didn't get 20s. Looking for a little bit more. We've got some resting orders north of 20. There it goes into 20. That is a new high a day. Let's see if we can get up into the quarter dollar now. We're up 172%, but no continuation through 20 as of yet. So let's pack the patience on this monster, see what we get. We won't get upset. Shout out to my man Neil. There it goes. Joseph options through 22. That's another area high. Let's take some out there and wet Zebik. OG Darth Trader, you see V today? I do, brother. I'm looking right at it. There's no way, we can be a self-respecting small cap trader and not having eyes here on V, right? So we're going to continue to watch that and see what's up. Oh, sorry. With VEEE. We're doing bigly here, though, on SOBR. So let's take out a good amount of shares here where I think, we're going to find a little bit of resistance. So let's go ahead and wet the beak there, Joey. Good amount of shares, so that will put us nicely on this one. There goes again, Joseph options through 23. That's another area high. SOBR is up. Now look, there's another. This one is a KC526 special, ELPW. I need to concern you guys, though, with the pre-market action. Technically, we have taken it out during regular trading hours at around 12 o'clock into 44.5 pennies. However, there was a lot of pre-market selling around 42.5, 43 pennies. And I want to say it looks similar, not the same, similar to EHGO. So I already am very negative on EHGO. It's one of my losers on the day. So I don't want to trade a chart pattern like that. So I'm going to focus on Sober, new area highs, blue sky setup, and here comes 25. Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, man. I was just pulling something up
brother.
here. Do you mean 340, Ozan? Because 240 is like a world away. Oh, but you're going further out in expiration. Let's pull up what Ozan has to say once again. But I'm curious if you, no jokes, my startup killed Sober. Nice, man. Good to hear about that. You are right, Alan Sebastian, about Yeah, exactly. I remember when I tagged you in. We're going to head over there momentarily, but I want to see what Ozan has to say. 240, bro. Sorry, bro. Anyways, let's pull up. What expiration cycle was that? Once again, 240 calls. That is going to be, okay, that's at the end of the year, my guy. Let's see what we got going on here in December of this year on the $240 strike price on TSLA. He's saying that's where we're seeing the most amount of concentration right now. I'm not seeing anything at this very second, Ozan, from a volume standpoint. Tesla 240, December 18th. Man, only 158 days away. Wow. I'm not seeing anything. Maybe you're seeing something that I'm not. Please retag me in the chat, and we will see what you got going on momentarily. Let's send things off to the desk.
Keep an eye on Warner Brothers here. We're seeing reports of this as early as this morning. I mean, technically last week, and then also again seeing this kind of announced, I think, more formally about half an hour or so ago. But now CNBC reporting once again here that Paramount and Warner Brothers are being hit with a lawsuit from 12 states, including the state of California, to block the merger between Warner Brothers and Paramount Skydance. WBD, again, continuing to trade higher as this news is digested. Paramount also trading higher. So again, PSKY and WBD to the upside as we continue to see over the last, again, half an hour or so, circulation of reports that Paramount and Warner Brothers are being sued by 12 states to block the merger between the two companies. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Yep, very interesting report, of course.
And it's not
about that.
And it's not good for Paramount too, because we talked about every day that the deal is blocked and delayed. Oh, nice high of the day break there on ELPW.
Yeah, we're looking for more.
You're in it.
We're looking for a move into 50.
You're in a lot of positions.
Position is. We're going to stop out, though, Joey, if it does lose that 39 to 38 level. That is the area low. So new position alert. Not ELPW over here. Get it. Oh, TT Mass calling out glue, GLOO. We got to look at that one. TT Mass calling it out and KC seconding it. That must be good. Oh, I love these low volume KC 526 specials. No, get it, Casey. Well, she's also saying AGEN. All right, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took AGEN off the watch list though because it was displeasing me here.
Ooh.
But we're gonna have to look at ELPW. I want to defend into that 38 to 39. What do we got? We got 43s on this one. Okay. We also are out of the majority of the position on Sober because it did put in a new area high, but it's having trouble clearing it. And there goes ELPW, pardon me, through the area high into 44 and change, 44.70 now. HOD, we're looking for 5, Mr. Options, and then we're going to look for 6s, 46s, of course. But we are looking to defend. Topping tail should be this one's middle name. Should be all the small cappers' middle names today, man, because you're getting a lot of topping tails on all these monsters. What the helly? Every time we make a new area high, there's immediate selling. There's been very little in like the way of directional movement in one just fell swoop up. It's been very steady state with a lot of selling. So be alive to that. Sober coming back into my entry. We're still holding a little bit here. Now, decision is, do I give this to below the dollar, right? Or do I give it to below area low, right? Because the area low here is not necessarily the dollar. It is at around 96, but that puts it about 10 pennies below my area. And here comes one again. Now, I'm going to go ahead and give it to area low. So let's go 95. We're going to go for the last remaining amount on this monster on SOBR. And that's fine because we did well on this one. So we can give this one a little bit of room here. And then if it catches another bid up, I'll get involved. ELPW displeasing me still, but we have an opportunity to add. So we'll take this opportunity on the dip here to add into ELPW. There we go. No, am I doing something wrong here? ELPW. Yeah, okay, hold on. Yeah, there we go. Okay, good add there. Just hitting the wrong key.
Where's Los?
Yeah, what are you looking at, Joey?
Yeah,
the market's at low?
Yeah. No, I was seeing where Los Pollos and Gorev is. Yeah, I'm seeing what we got going on here on NVDA. It's just not good. This is attempt number 2, right? Cracks the low of the day. We're at a dodge. And I have to go with what the options chain is telling us at this point, Ozan. And you know what? It might be absolutely disastrous, and it might take a little bit more time than what we're going to expect to see this name reach any form of an all-time high again, right? So again, we're sitting at 90,000 contracts at 210. You pop up to 215, and then you 220 where you just have these massive amounts of concentration. This could be bury. And one valid point that someone made, and I forgot to mention, is that with the amount of size here, this is really where the larger participants are laying, right? Like if you want to mask yourself when we talk about riding the waves when it comes to trading, well, you can identify that via open interest. You can ride the wave at 210 saying, hey, man, we're probably going to close south of 210 this week, right? Like we'll keep an eye out on that. I understand that it's only 5 points away. Same thing, like you can almost guarantee that we're going to close south at 215. Why? Because there's our delta playing that. And then it's almost very, very much, I mean, this might be a little bit of a stretch, but I'm going to call it here right now. It's almost inevitable that we close south at 220. Now, a catalyst can come in, but what the options market is also telling us, even though this fluctuates, we have a 70% chance that this is going to close OTM, right? And this is what you want, or sorry, OTM by the 17th. I like our chances, and you're still collecting $30. This is where you collect more, though. $78 on the collector side. Love it when there's a tight spread. $78 on the collector side. If you do have the hunch or believe, there's no need to have a hunch when the numbers are telling you that it's going to, that we're going to close south at 215, which is unfortunate, right? Because I continuously build. Now, what I was leading to with my next point here, which I think is extremely important to know, and where we experience these large amounts of open interest and what actually happened to the underlying asset itself. Well, let me show you, ladies and gentlemen. And you're going to be like, you remember that scene between Lil Yachty and Drake in that music video when they're in the app pretending to be Apple employees and they're like, this is that moment.
I'm sorry, Lil Yachty and Drake. I believe you're thinking of the Life is Good video with Future, but I could be wrong.
No, you know what scene I'm talking about when they're in like the Apple store.
Yeah, but wasn't
it's Yachty.
Okay, then he's done 2 identical videos.
Yeah, it's Yachty. This is the point where you go like, oh my God, yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. And I believe it's within this zone, right? So we had a lot of open interest. We had expected move after expected move earnings report where we just stay within it and we just fluctuate for quite some time. I'm not saying that's necessarily going to be the case right now, but what the options chain is telling us is that there might be a probability of that happening. So yeah, we're still in this long. We're still in the short meta. I don't love doing that, but hey, let's see if we can figure some things out. And I told you, we're such small size, we're waiting till after 2 o'clock to see what we can find.
The IWM's down very close to 0.70%. Let's take a look at 2 individual tickers. VEEE, which is Twin Power Cats, is up 361% on the day. So it's a manufacturer, distributor, and a marketer of power sport boats, which has announced that it will be entering into a definitive agreement for a transformative transaction that will be combining a merger involving a publicly traded company not named with the concurrent privatization of its boating business under the brands Twin V and Bahama Boat Works. Secondly, we have QTTB that's up almost 90% on the day, Q32 Bio Inc. So Bempikibart, which is an investigational, fully human anti-IL-7RA antibodies being developed by this company for the treatment of severe alopecia areata and other autoimmune diseases. So this antibody has, as of today, received strong and achieved strong efficiency and safety in the phase 2A. So which is why this ticker is up almost 90% on the day and VEE up 361%.
Thank you very much, Sia, for that. There goes QTTB through the high of the day, back into 22. Sorry, did it get into the high of the day? 22.24 is the HOD. Yeah, it did. It just printed 22.24. No, it says 22.16. Okay, whatever. It's near high of day. Here it is, up 97%. This one's really going. Sia just mentioned it. We were trading it earlier. It's really going here, but the pre-market high is around 7 a.m. That takes you to 22.85. So be looking for that 23-ish seller area. On the lookout for that. I'm in 2 trades right now. Added back into sober in and around that $1 area to reload because it did put in higher lows and it does seem to have a buyer in and around 1. So I'm involved in this one, looking for a bigger move up into the teens, knowing full well, of course, that it really doesn't spend all that much time in one area. So throwing out those beak wetters so we can take those profits and move up, right? So that's what we're looking at. Continue to watch QTTB into highs. And then the trade that right now we'll see, it's at VWAP. So I'm looking for a hold up here on ELPW. Got 40s. It showed me 38, so we're not that much out of the money, but we'll see exactly what we get on this one. I want to point out another one that I've said very little about, but you guys were astutely pointing this one out in the chat. BATL, obviously, you know, sort of a pseudo oil play. Keep your eye out on this one. Neil trades it sometimes. I trade it sometimes when we're looking to take oil, you know, up or down, whatever. 191 high. It's a bit of a slower mover today, but you are able to pick some up off area lows because it just keeps putting in higher highs and higher lows, but not a big mover like the others. So BATL should be in focus. But the best of the bunch, I would say right now, are going to be SOBR and QTTB, right? And we'll see how ELPW ends up working out. It is very similar to EHGO, which does concern me. Had that big pre-market move, cleared VWAP again, and then came back down to VWAP. Now EHGO failed VWAP. We'll see if ELPW does. Now the difference between the two is that ELPW has taken out the pre-market highs, whereas EHGO has not. So something to think about there. It could be a distinction without a difference. Time will tell, and we'll see what we get there, and we won't get upset. Shout out to my man Neil. But if there are any other small cap gappers that are making a move here that I have failed to mention, and that, you know, to the long side anyway, do tag me in the chat so we have a notice of that. But yeah, we'll keep eyes on all these ones, Joey, but we're only involved in 2 now. Let's see how it works out.
Good stuff.
Yo, you're short on Facebook,
I was watch it.
Okay.
Watch this.
I did see that already. That's the Russian training. I can't even believe that.
That's crazy,
the dude,
bro.
The commanding officer that almost got his headshot off there.
It's wild,
He
man.
just ducks in time?
No,
That's
just by a
crazy.
split second. But that's what happens when you mount something that isn't probably supposed to be mounted and manned by an individual. All right, guys, let's get right back into these markets. Long NVDA, it decides to sell off.
Bro?
Short FBL deciding to move higher. Yeah, what's up?
Okay, this had me thinking on the weekend.
Yeah.
I've often talked about the possible military applications of eVTOLs. Being a disgruntled Joby investor at the moment, right? One can't help but, you know, wonder what possibilities you could use to generate some cash for this one. So is it beyond the realm of possibility to throw on some weapons into this kind of Joby? The only thing that I was thinking about are weight constraints, right? So it would have to be weight efficient because that seems to be the problem with these. Battery life is kind of limited to how much weight you're carrying. But I'm sure that that's probably a technical challenge that they could solve, right? Just dropping the weight of ordnance, right? So that the explosives would not necessarily have to weigh a lot to have, you know, a bigger payload, so to speak. I don't know, man, but like, why are there not these flying eVTOLs shooting stuff out of the air? Like, I hate to put it that way, but why are there not?
There will be.
But
I'm telling you, there will be at some point, man. I'm telling you, I mean, for quite some time, and even more so now, I've always been a believer that there's no such thing as roadblocks, man, only bumps. Like anything, any issue, the majority of issues can be solved. And I think, to your point, that's one of them, man. If there's a problem with something, someone will, if they really want to, where there's a will, there's a way.
Can you
in everything in life, you could just
someone just on this thing, you know, hovering above you, just with guidance system rockets, like what?
One person's gonna try it, and then the next thing you know, it's gonna be more popular.
I don't understand.
Like it's inevitable, my boy. Anyway, yeah, there goes NVDA to the south side a little bit more. I mean, there it goes, man. Happy to see what the chain's telling us, and it is a down day. NVDL down 5%, NVDA down 2.5% here. So it's just a matter of how long this will take. And I mean, we get all upset when this selling. I mean, this was the tariff tantrum of last year, but at least it happened relatively quick. Whereas in this scenario, or in this case, it may not happen as fast as what we're expecting. I'm gonna keep to my strikes, like 3 strikes at the plate, and then that's it. Then we have to abandon thesis. There are a couple of things that are starting to align, but with the Nasdaq and the SPY heading southbound, not too great of a look, but I do like what we're seeing here for one more attempt on this. You want to be patient, one more time. That'll be it. Then we have to find something else. We're going to remain with our short here on META, even though there's a lot of positive things going forward right now. Let's send things over to the desk.
Speaking of, guys, Fed Governor Christopher Waller is set to begin speaking here at 12:30 p.m. So we're probably going to start seeing these comments come through at any moment. Could also be that he's not going to be discussing monetary policy, but you never really know until the comments are made. So if there is anything of note coming from Feds Waller, I'll let you know. Now, in terms of where he kind of lies in the hawkish or dovish side of things, I used to be able to say he was reliably dovish because, of course, we know that he and Feds Bowman voted in favor of a cut, I believe, at the meeting last July. Obviously, they were outvoted. But either way here, guys, as of late, not really too much to kind of gauge either way in terms of a sense of direction. Again, used to be for sure dovish. Now, a little bit more in the middle. If there is anything of note, we'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Back to you. All right, let's try this one more time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll hop in a little bit more shares here on this one. But again, if it breaks the low, that's why we keep getting in. Cracks lows, then we get out of dodge. So a little bit more shares on this one. Nothing substantial. Add 50%. So combined, it's still a little bit less, about 33% of combined positions. But a nice little strong uptick there. That's what we want to see. We have no issues with getting out of FPL. Just due to the fact and the pricing of each individual one, with the amount of shares we have on here compared to here, they should offset one another, but we want to find somewhat more of a bounce. Now, where is going to be my primary target? I think 206.63 could be a good level for a bounce. And I'm not talking about something blasting all the way back through the volume weighted average price, because I don't think that's going to be the narrative here on today's session. So we'll be patient. We'll allow this to cook up a little bit more, and we'll hold until target. I don't know if we're going to get the breakdown here in META. A lot of positive things and a big time gap up with that name on Friday. So the long-term account liking the performance of META lately.
Shout out, man. Great call out, TT Mass, FTRK on the midst of a breakout now. Watch out for this one. It's really starting to move. So 72.93 is the official area high. We do have a move from the aftermarket on Friday that got into around 80 pennies on FTRK. So that puts from there. So be on the lookout for that. Let's see what the position on Sober is doing. Still holding that dollar, but not really finding a lot of support to the high side. You're finding support at the dollar, but there is also that 10 EMA on the 5 that's keeping us up. Also, this one here, ELPW, about to stop out. We have 38s. If this one loses 36, we're getting out of this one. So it'll be an L here on ELPW, a bit of a retracement off that 44.70 high and back down now into 36 and change. So that's what we'll keep an eye on. But it does seem like FTRK is all the focus right now, as it just got back into area highs. I have to put this one up on the side chart for it to update. FTRK up 80% or thereabouts. So it's going to have a lot of people's attention. Yeah, I got the Woody Woodpecker high. No, man, this is a Blue Jays, Zion. Come on, man, you don't know the Blue Jays. Bruh. FTRK finding resistance at around 72, back into 67. Could be a buy area in between 65 to 67. Breakout high from earlier at around 7 a.m. was around 65 pennies. Look for a hold up there, but I wouldn't hold my breath. Keep your eye out on that. I'm not going to jump into this one quite yet. Want to see if it wants to hold up at 65. Here it is at around 65. Do we get a bit of a bounce? We are going to fail prior bar low if we lose that level. So then it'll have to set up a little bit differently at around maybe 60 to 62.5. But for now, I do nothing on this one unless it really finds a bit of a bid here. QTTB as well, continuing to fail 22. That has been the story on QTTB the entire day. It's a bit inability, I should say, pardon me, to take out 22. So I don't know how this cookie is going to crumble, but it does seem like, we are accumulating for an eventual $22, decisive $22 break, because we've been hanging out here for a long time. So I just feel like maybe something's coming, even though we're not involved right now. Almost break even back here on ELPW, and that poses questions for me. Do I like this trade recovering, or is it the opportunity to get the hell out of the trade and, just call it quits with a break-even trade? I think I'm going to do that, whether it's the right decision or not. Here it is. In fact, we're going to make a little bit on this trade. So good look there. We'll focus on the other ones that are moving, and I'm going to stay away from these ones that have had big pre-market moves and then lure me in. That's 2 now, ELPW, and the other one, EHGO. We're not going to get lured in a third time. We're going up to Adair.
Keep an eye on the market at lows. Right now, you guys are trying to bounce off here. We do have some comments of note from Feds Waller, who, as I mentioned, did just begin speaking. I guess these are just the prepared comments here. He's saying that he expects a deceleration in headline inflation, starting with this week's inflation data. So that would include tomorrow's CPI print and Wednesday's PPI print. He also said he's going to be specifically looking at the core reading, not the first time we've heard that from a Fed speaker, and that the, quote, real side of the economy is actually in good shape. He said that you are still seeing some upward pressure in inflation from factors like tariff, energy prices, and demand from AI build-out. He did also say, though, that the labor market's not a source of inflationary pressure. Basically saying, I think that the key thing here that he said that I want to really emphasize is that he thinks they can get to that 2% inflation target without necessarily having to raise rates. So that's a good look. He's not being overly hawkish. He's just saying we might have to stay where we are for a little bit here as things sort themselves out. So interesting comments. If I see anything else, I'll keep you posted. In the meantime, we have a segment here from Sia.
Thanks. Thank you so much for that, Adara. Let's take a look at what the market's doing right now. The SPY is currently still sliding towards the downside, down 0.68% to be precise. Let's take a look at the sector. So electric tech, we have Nvida sliding towards the downside, down 2.6%, with Apple trading almost flat, but it is a bit inclining towards the green, up 0.61% at the moment. We have all the other names, chip and stock names, INTC, Cisco, AMD, AVGO, MU continuing to slide in the downside. TXN, Dell, KLAC, GE, all in the red, followed by SMDK down 12% on the day. We have tech services, Google trading flat at the moment. We also have Microsoft up 2% almost on the day, and Meta down 1.3%. So it's massive Hyperion data center project in rural Louisiana is getting much bigger and costlier. Reports coming in today. This comes with a big assist from the state's government. We have Oracle sliding 4.6%, with Netflix, Palantir, and IBM up over 8%, with Palantir leading the pack, up 2.2%. We have finance, lots of big names reporting earnings tomorrow and the day after. BRKB is up 0.51%, JPM, BAC down 1%, both respectively. We have Visa and MasterCard up over 1%. Visa's closing to 2%. MSGS, WFC all in the red, and American Express trading closer up to 1%. We have retail trade. Amazon is up 1.1%. Walmart trading flat at the moment. Costco's up close to 1% as well. And Home Depot sliding closer to 2%, whereas TJX is flat on the day. Producer manufacturing is a little bit of a bear today. AMET down 4.8%. CAT is down almost 2.5% on the day. We have LRCX down 6%. And GEV down 4% as well. Consumer non-durables is a bit of a mixed sentiment across the sector, followed by utilities and industrial sectors as well. We have we have in transportation, Uber technically flat, very close to 1%, however, up 1%, and FedEx down 1% on the day. UNP is also flat at the moment. In energy minerals, you have everything in the green. That's not something that you want to see strong. Oil prices jumped today after U.S. President said that the U.S. would reimpose a naval blockade against Iran as Tehran and Washington Strait of Hormuz. So this decision to reimpose the blockade coming after the U.S. and Iran have exchanged strikes over the weekend. So with that, energy is super strong here. Probably one of the strongest sectors on the S&P today. XOM up 3.7%. We have CVX up 2.2%, followed by all the other names in the green. Super strong here. Consumer services, you have McDonald's sliding towards the downside, 1.1%. You have WBD up 2.4% on the day. So a group of state attorney generals are expected to file a lawsuit challenging PSKY's proposed acquisition of WBD. Adara also gave us more information to that. Recently, we have RCL up 3.5% and Hilton down 3.8%. With that, you have health services, UNH up 1%, ELV up 2%, whereas HCA down 1.2%. Non-energy distribution, bit of a mixed sentiment, with communications looking pretty good. Echo down 3% on the day. That's all for your sector watch.
Good stuff, EchoStar. I like that. There's a point, something that I wanted to bring up, Sia. Thank you very much for that. But yeah, good thing we did get out of NVDL. Trapman for real, telling me all about the gamma exposure, stepping in at 205. It's going to be absolutely disastrous for this name here in the near future. So, I mean, shout out Michael Burry, who's short this name. I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe Derek can tell us what his average price is or anything along those lines, nor do I care. but hey, it is what it is. NVDL. Imagine we went short right here, 31.75, bang, all the way to the downside. So a nice little 70-cent mover on that one. But what isn't breaking down right now is FBL. This thing's holding up. Like, I don't know, there's some solid support level in a consolidation range, but as the market heads lower, we look for indecision prints. You guessed it, market lower, USO. Are we moving higher? Most likely, I think, because now oil play back in here, guys. Yeah, so we're just creeping lower. I mean, the momentum in the NASDAQ is nothing compared to what we're seeing to the top side here in USO. But who's really leading the race? DRAM looking like it wants to break down. SK Hynix, oh no, you're heading lower as well too. Look at this head and shoulder on the 5-minute time frame. Western Digital downside. So the memory storage plays. That's why you don't chase, ladies and gentlemen, because it can get absolutely dangerous. Sharif, from a percentage metric, how much are we down off of the all-time highs here on SanDisk?
On the disc?
Yeah.
Well,
you're cheating now, man.
Oh, I thought you were asking me.
Yeah. Well, we typically
we're
don't
up 600%.
But how much are we down off?
How much are we down?
Yeah.
Boy, I'm gonna say.
You've seen it. I've seen you look. You've seen it.
I can see, but I can't even. 67%. Is that say 28%?
28%.
Okay. See, I didn't even know where to look, bro. That shows you how much I wasn't cheating.
All right. I trust you, man.
He suspects everything, bro. V's trying to make a move. Suspect everybody, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I see V. I see it, Tisha. But you know, this one's suspect, right? Yeah, because V has fooled a lot of people today with false breakouts. But let's load it up on a trading screen. Here it is, the monster V. It's still up 372%. It's found a good base. You want to say in and around 20 area. Problem is, when you look at the area highs, they're all a little bit lower than their predecessors. So it does create a bit of a problem here in terms for the longs anyway. And, you know, I don't even know how this cookie crumbles. We're putting in higher lows, bro, also putting in lower highs. So I guess you could try to set up at one of the extremities if you're long or short. I don't know what the locates on this would be, but here we go. Moving in nicely here into about 23 and change. It's really had trouble taking out 25 at all, you know, let alone closing above 25. 24.98 is limit up right now. So be on the lookout for that. This one could really start to get going here. I got at a sober, so we'll give back a little bit on that one. Tried to defend the dollar. It lost the dollar, so it looks like it's heading back to maybe high 80s, mid 80s, where VWAP is. We'll let that cookie crumble. We got 2202s here on QTTB. I'm pretty sure this one is going to take out 22 decisively, whether or not it does in a straight line. So we're just trying to build a position into this one for a possible clearing of that. But there's a lot running. I mean, there's no shortage of stuff to look at, right? And here comes V, and here comes 25 on V. It's 25.34 limit up. I think 24.80 here's seller. But we've seen this move before. I don't think we've seen 25 in a while. The last time we were above 25 was 11.25, so it was an hour ago. So here we go, another rejection of 25 for now. But, you know, the tape and the speed of the book is really picking up here, and that usually means a lot of volume is coming in. Good. Another rejection here at 25 was we opened up a new 5-minute candle on VEEE. A lot of momentum here midday. We haven't even done that many shares, quite frankly. You know, when you look at it, just objectively speaking, 52 million shares, but on a $24 name. So yeah, there is that. There's a lot going, guys. FTRK as well. I was trying to take out area highs, QTTB, you know, moving as well. So lots of stuff to look at. No shortage here, Joey. BATL also took a bit of a flush here. I don't know what's going on with that. Into 189, dropping all the way down to 170, recovering a little bit now into 180. So yeah, holy mole, a lot to look at. What do you got, Joey?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot stepping in right now, guys. We had a massive volume event right here, right? You can see that this is the largest print since approximately that other volatility spike at 10:15 bright and early this morning. Same thing here with NVDA. So Los Polios, Gorev, and I are all looking at these prints, and we have two stars aligning. But also we have to take into consideration and have to be aware of the fact that, hey, if these signals are blown past, it can get absolutely dangerous in some of these names, especially to the south side. So if you're not sure, I'm just getting smoked here in Meta. That's going up. Hey, man, we'll take that. Meta up. We're going short Meta. So we got one winner on today. But we're just like, again, I was putting on such small share size, it's not going to have any effect. If I decide to go in a full risk unit, then it's just like, boom, off to the races we go in a couple of cents ITM. Then we're absolutely rocking and rolling. So I got my eyes on the NASDAQ. I want to post up at 72.80, and I'm going to put an actual half decent amount of shareage, Sharif would like to
Oh.
say, or shareage on this one, just because I do like everything that's aligning. So we're gonna really up the size on this bad boy and see if we can get a nice little move. But again, I don't want anything more than 72.80. That's where I'm posted up at. I'll display it to you guys here right now. And I believe that NVDA is going to get a bounce, but how deep is this bounce going to be is the real question.
V's ripping.
Let's go over
V's going to hold up. Sorry, guys. V's going to hold up. We got 24s on the dot. 26.36 limit up here. We need a few more seconds. We got this one, so let's see how we do. And I don't have that much left. We wet the beak up. Halted. Upside V. $26.35. Halt time 12:42.24. Earliest open is going to be 12:47.24. We send you up to Adair.
So I want to let you guys know here, more comments coming from Feds Waller. He's saying that he is worried about the scenario in which stricter policy could be required. Feds Waller also saying here that the Fed might need to hike rates if the core inflation this week comes in hot. So again, keep an eye on core CPI and core PPI. Feds Waller saying that if we get hotter than expected core inflation, the Fed might need to hike rates. And again, that would be a scenario where stricter policy would be required. We'll take a look here at the Scheme Fed Watch tool, which as we looked at earlier, we were seeing about 60-40, still pretty close here, about 58% chance of rates being held, but 41% chance that we'll actually get a 25 basis point rate hike, at that July meeting. Back to you.
There we go, baby. Good look here on VEEE. Doing it live. All right, so the top now showing 27.15. High of the day, 29.19. So we do have room even above the current level. 27.30, 27.24 now is the theoretical auction price on VEEE. We're also caught in a kind of, oh wow, we just got right back into the money on this one. What a rocket ship up. QTTB here. Picked it up off that $half low, looking for another move, possibly through 22. There's 22 again. What do we have? 24 on the dot. There we go. Let's set up here at 15s. We got some shares on this one. Let's go ahead and see if we can take out some at the $0.25. We need a decisive clearing of 22, man. We are just not getting that on this one. So it does concern me that we do get a flush back down on QTTB. That seller at 22 has a tough cookie to clear. And here we go, zigging and zagging again with that level. My days on QTTB. Your decisions to be made. Do you just flatten out, break even, or do you take this one aggressively north? Just had trouble with it all day, but every time it gets picked up pretty aggressively off that 20, the money fills on QTTB have been off that 20 moving average, but you just haven't been able to catch the continuation above 22. Unless you had resting orders, you really haven't been able to catch it. I mean, I haven't, so maybe some other people have if you were watching it intently, but I haven't been able to do it. So yeah, here we are, break even on this one, looking possibly for some more. Yeah, let's just focus on VE. We'll take the money on this one. We had 80s, so not bad, not bad. All right, 27.36 here, showing tap on VEEE with the current time. What do we got? Current time-wise, 45.15. Again, 47.24 is going to be the earliest time on this one. V, open gap to 32, says Tisha. That's crazy. Let's take a quick look at V over here and see on the daily what to expect. I mean, I think we already looked at this, but let's look at it again. Let's start with the daily. And you needn't concern yourselves with the chart on these small cap gappers. They all typically look alike. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Tisha. I like the move into 55. Let's just say the first shelf here seems to be like 48 to 50, which would make sense, that $50 shelf clear. And then I like that bigger move up as well into that 55 area. So VEEE, I mean, it can get going here. So choose your share size correctly. We're still not even at the high of the day, okay? And even the top is not even clearing the high of the day quite yet. The top is showing 27.36. The same thing we reported before. Ozan sees 41 on that. I respect your opinion, Ozan. Yeah, that's fair there. All right, VEEE, let's see exactly what time it is. It's 46.19, so we have another minute or so before this one opens. And we also have to bring your attention here to FTRK because it's still accumulating south of 75 pennies. So this has been a very good look here on FTRK. But my suggestion would be to pick it up in the mid-60s. They look like the money prints there. Something to look at there. How we doing here on QTTB? Looks like we're decidedly above 22. Should have held on to this one for a 22.50 break, but just can't hold on to too much all at one time here. All right. We are close to opening up, about 30 seconds here on V. So now let's keep an eye out on the top to see if we get a flush on the top. So before resumption, 30 seconds or so, 45 seconds or so, I like to keep my eye on the top to see what direction it's heading in. Are we starting to move up? Are we moving down, to get an idea of what the price action could be on resumption? 26.35 here. We got 24s, 27.52, 67, 65. It looks like it's moving up. 20 now on the top. First time I see 28s, 27.87. Are we going to get resumption on time? I don't know. I don't even know what time it is. Dropping back down to 50s. So it looks like we will not resume on time. So this will be a 10-minute halt at minimum on VEEE. Sucks. No, Case. You're delayed there. We should have opened already, Case. I think, unless you're talking about something else, right? So that's it. So that's what we're looking at, Joey. We're involved here in a halt up on V. 446%, 52.5 million shares. And there goes QTTB back above 22. Watch out here for the rejection, as this one has had trouble with 22 all day.
All right, man. Good look there. Yeah, I mean, low score. We got the same idea now. What we want to look for here is the potential turnaround. Where are we going to? I'm posted up at 72.80s. I told you with the amount of size, I don't want any price more than that. If I do start to chase around 70.30, I wouldn't call it a chase, to be honest with you. I would just have to reduce this size and remove the bid, that's all. What's up, others? You delayed. Man, that's crazy.
Yeah, because I was like, she's like 15-second resumption. I'm the one delayed. I'm doing the show, but I'm the one who's delayed.
Man.
What a joke. Get it, Case.
Yeah, shout out to her. I hope some group home and Apple gets smoked on Microsoft. Crazy squeezed by Algos. Yeah, let's pull up and let's head over to our watch list, guys, and see what we got going on. We're posted up on that level. We got all out of META as it's now starting to head to the south side. All right, guys, damn, 2.8% to the downside. But still inside here on NVDA, inside day there, Sharif. Google still holding, 355 we were looking at earlier this morning. Now we're trading at 356, not too bad. We're negative on the session. AAPL up 0.4%. As I put in some big time movement bright and early.
Yeah, but look at
here
the
today.
sell-off.
Yeah, that's what happens, man. You tap into a new all-time high, and those sellers step in aggressively. And I don't know what's up with that. You would think it would hold, but we see it more often than not. There, my boy, when you tap into all-time highs. What a tease, bro. Yeah, it is. It is. Hey, man, that's exactly what it is. We'll keep it PG around here. Anyways, AAPL, SpaceX down 4%. I believe we're gonna see 135, 125 in the near term, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I'm just getting that feel about SpaceX.
And
you know what's your boy Sam Altman and Scam Altman and Elon Musk going at it. So his parole officer, hey, is Sam Altman going to be SBF number 2? SBF number 2, if you guys know who SBF.
Let's get to it right now. Does someone put a contract out on Altman?
That'd be tough, man. He's probably not that easy to touch, to be honest.
I don't mean that kind of contract.
Oh.
I mean, maybe he catches charges.
Oh.
Maybe something happens to him, right? I think he's aggravating people.
He's aggravating everybody. Karma will get him, if anything.
I don't know. Altman is, he's treading.
Karma will
29 tap, by the way.
Karma.
Blicky Spears liked that one. Of course he did. Allegedly, of course. Yeah. Right? But, reputation, doesn't really have to be based on.
Yeah, this is the market really.
Real life, people's decision-making generally rests on pretty thin evidence. And I think that, his reputation is really interesting. Really interesting. I don't know where it's going, but it's going somewhere. Everything, of course, allegations. It was quite entertaining, let me tell you, though. The weekend Twitter wars between Elon and Scam Altman. But It should be quite interesting. You see, he's like, maybe your parole officer or something.
I
But then,
seen
like,
that.
Altman fired back. He's like, yo, what are these data centers you're trying to sell the market on that, are temporary? I don't think anybody thought that they weren't going to be temporary because we know, in general, low Earth orbit satellites are temporary in nature. Why would the data centers be any different? I don't think he was lying to anybody about that.
Me neither, man.
But in any event, go ahead,
What was
Adara.
funny here was the order of it. So the parole thing actually came after Sam Altman called out the temporary nature of these satellites. Basically like, hey, you're like, more or less selling these investors on these whole space data centers. And then Elon says, oh, you're actually going to be able to see them in a year. Maybe your parole officer will let you out to see them. So I feel like the timing of the diss made it even more like punchy. This whole thing was nuts.
Yeah, it was nuts. It was, quite frankly, it was nuts. But it was entertaining for the weekend.
Absolutely.
So I'll tell you that, right? Like, but
Because we know they don't like each other, man. So
a
obviously.
new energy drink. Leave me alone, bro. I got up quick to go to the doctor today. All right, I didn't get a chance to, leave me alone, man. Why?
I'm all about
Any
that, man.
difference?
I was thinking
People are
about it
just
because now, like Sean rocked the hat. I might come in Friday. We'll come in casual.
Oh,
Joe.
we're open.
There you go.
Joey,
Oh,
and
wow,
we're
what a gap
opening
up.
big through 29. It is a 31.74 high. We got 24s on this one. It is ripping. But we're gonna go now, SSE. Look at what it's doing, man.
Yeah, we
Here
can. No, we
go,
honestly
all right.
can't. We honestly can't go right this second, Sharif, because I told you. Listen, we'll go there. I don't know how
Get
many
it,
times I
Bubba.
can hit this. We'll hit the money.
Hit it, Joey.
We'll hit the Stone Cold.
Hit everything.
This
you
is
got
what I'm
there.
talking about. So I told you, listen, just messing around, and then I'm like, all right, we see something that we need to hammer the share size.
Oh, my
I took
days.
3 losses in a row on NVDL and a loss there on FBL. This one position eliminates all of that, and then you go green on realized. So again, we just hammered the share size right there. Off to the races we go on this bad boy. The TQQs. I told you I didn't want anything else other than $72.80. Nothing else. And it could have done whatever it wanted to, but there we go. We're getting amped up here right now. Got some cool stuff to show you guys momentarily. Let's send it off to the desk as we cook up the TQQs.
We have the USD JPY pair up almost 0.5% on the day, trading around the 162 per dollar region. Let's also take a look what's going on with the Indian rupee here. So Indian rupee and government bonds will likely be tracking developments in the Middle East conflict alongside its inflation data from the US and India to gauge the impact of the volatile oil prices on broader costs, as well as the decisions of the central bank policy. So now the rupee had closed at 95.325 per dollar on Friday, to be exact, which is down 0.1% on the week, as renewed hostilities in the Gulf have dented this sentiment a bit. But currently it's sitting at the 95.6 per dollar region, which is up 0.25% on the day. Let's also take a look at how the dollar is doing at the moment, with the DXY hovering around the 101.2 mark right now. DXY currently up on the day 0.28%. I would say the dollar currently receiving a bit of a mild boost in safe haven demand.
Thank you very much for that, Sia. Guys, 30 is an elusive area to close above here on V, and now they're selling at 29s. So we're getting selling at 29. The previous area of selling was 30, and down it goes. Limit down is 26.72. I'm out. Here, there it is, into the halt parameter. I had to get out. I didn't want to get caught in a down halt, But if this does clear out 30, I am interested in getting back in. I'm going to need to see a closing print, though. We're preceded here on the current 5-minute candle. I'm talking about the 1255 candle. We're preceded by a monster topping till inverse hammer candle. And then the current price action wasn't able to take out 30. So I had to take it out there. That means we gave off a little bit from the top, and that means we left money on the table. But got to practice some gratitude. Good trade on this one. Been happy with the trading today, despite the fact that we are red on some names, but we're also decidedly positive on some others. So continuing to watch this one. I think this one's got the juice. Here comes 30 again. Showing 29s again, Joey, and the volume and the price action here on the tape and the book really picking up. In fact, it hasn't really calmed back down. And here's 30 again, guys. Seller at 82. Big seller here. So we're still, this current candle has a lower high and a lower low. So even though we are moseying on back to 30, The trend is still to the downside. Lower high and lower low on this current 5-minute candle. Be alive to that and wait for a decisive break before putting your money on the line, baby.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, look, there it goes. You guys, we'll talk a little bit about some tomfoolery right here, but other than that, man, we're not going to complain about this, just eliminating all of our other losses and our little moves. But we had, what did I have, about 30% remaining, and it come back. I mean, it didn't hit the break even, but I just thought at the pace that we were going to, but then it makes a strong uptick. So it is what it is. At least we have a clean slate, slightly green, some coffee cash, and we're not going to complain about it. But here it is, right? Like, so we're long initially, but then we see this consolidation and think we're going to get a breakdown. Now, this is no coincidence, all right? So you get this move up. This is just pure in the actual underlying asset itself. If you're intraday trading, every penny matters. That's why I believe posting up is extremely important. You don't always just want to punch because you're not going to get the best price. So if you post up, you'll get a pretty good move, in my opinion. So here it is. You get this move higher, and it absorbs all of this liquidity. Traps the longs, stops all the shorts out, including myself, who are thinking you're going to get this initial breakdown, only to head right back south of this level. So this is something that you need to keep an eye out on. There goes the overall market, a bunch of signs displaying themselves saying, hey, look at us, we're ready to go. Oh man, what a pullback right here. Dwarfing my trade. There it is, a strong uptick, guys. I'm out of it now. Right. It's moving higher, but a nice move there, guys. I'm happy with what we got going on. I'm not going to complain about it. Nice move there, Gorv. Did you take the TQQs too? Because it's getting awfully strong, Joe Rogan over here. 204.97 on Nvida. Maybe we can find a little bit of a bounce across the ballpark here. So 73.23, and we grabbed that low. So a pretty good look and a nice rebound. Just liquidity grab there, a pullback, and then decide to make a new move higher. So it is what it is. We're not going to complain. We'll definitely be happy with what we made of it, considering it was by far our largest position of the intraday session.
All right, man. We're back in VEEE. Looking for a hold out of the majority of the position. Want to move back above 32, and there it goes again. But no continuation. It's a 32.65 high. Looking for a hold on the bid of 32. A move below the $0.50 will end the trade for me. Now we're above the bid. That's it for me. I'm going to take it out there. I want to see if it moves back into 30 so I can get a better cost basis on that. So that's what we'll set up for. But, you know, this one is looking primed here. 32.98 is going to be limit up on this one currently. A lot of strength here on VEEE. Back down into 31 it goes. Look for a 30 hold. 30 right now, 30 and 90. I want to say 30, 90, 30, 80, back above 31. See if it gives us that possible 30 opportunity. And if it does it hold that area? And always look to see where the buyers are stepping in, right? Is there habitual area? In the same way that we look for the sellers stepping in at certain areas, because you want to know who's backstopping you as much as you want to know who's blocking you, right? That's kind of the nature of the game. So 31 general buyer, and I do mean 30.80 to 31 general buyer there, keeping us afloat. Now it's time probably to flip to the 5-second chart. In situations like this, I do like to spot the areas of support and resistance locally. So 32.65, you want to say 32.5 resistance. We're seeing good support here at 31. So there was good support around 31. We're curling, but we're unable to take out 32 here locally on the 5-second chart. 31 showing up again. There's the buyer. There's the buyer at 31. But there it goes, flushing, Joey, into 30.50. So this one could give us a 30 touch here now that we've been looking for that. Here it comes. Now you're seeing 30. Oh, my days, the volatility on this. Down goes Fraser. We're going to limit down here into 27.61. That was limit down. We're defending that level. Wow, the volatility on this is crazy. Now we're going to do front double bicep, my boy. Someone was talking crap about my biceps in the chat earlier. They're like, yo, they're getting smaller. I'm like, yo, don't talk about my biceps, crazy, bro. Catch hands. Talk about my biceps. Anyway, what are you doing over there, Joe?
No, I'm just reading something. All right, yeah, we'll see if we can get that figured out.
What do we got there? Feds Waller says it's not the right time to rely on forward guidance. All right, okay, that's fine. We won't rely on forward guidance.
All right. Yeah, don't rely on forward guidance. I don't know what's up with that. But here it is, guys. Some nice movement here in the TQQs. So what we are going to do is, considering we have no more size in this, or we don't have any position on this here, is we're going to look for another opportunity. And I know we've taken our strikes here at the plate, all right, on NVDA, so we're not going to be participating in that bad boy. AMDL typically has a wider spread, Sharif, just in case you didn't hear me the first time. So are we going to get a rebound? Hey, ooh, it's looking pretty tasty. But anyways, aside from that, the volume is really low, guys. We didn't get the volume VPA signals that we've seen in the NASDAQ in the SPY. USO up 5% now at this point, slowly starting to pull back. So you can see those strong upticks in the market, and then you get those downticks in USO, breaking this wedge. All right, so breaking this wedge is USO. That's not too bad, man, especially on that resistance zone at 113. Are you guys playing USO once again, as it is clearly in play? And there we go. META putting in a new low. So I don't have any positions, guys. A nice little W on the TQQQ is putting us back to the green side. Robinhood, we need this $100 level to hold up. What I don't like seeing, I understand that we're stair-stepping and then taking additional legs higher, but if this cracks, or even if around 105 we sit on the backside of the trend, there could be a little bit more issues in the near-term future for Robinhood. Now, as for the banks, JPM was down about 1%, 0.8 to be exact, closer to 0.9. But let's pull up JPM one more time and see how some of these major banks are performing, considering they are reporting tomorrow, and we're going to go over those expected moves here momentarily. I know we got the news there coming up.
We're going to start at 115.
115, yeah. All right, cool. So here it is, right? $334. You're down 5.5%. Morgan Stanley down 1%. Goldman Sachs down 1% as well to 1 1/3. So not stacking up the percentage gains here today, but that's all right. We're not going to be worried about it, nor are we going to write home about it, because we have the utmost confidence in the American banks, big banks.
You have the utmost confidence you're going to be stacking. There you go.
In JP, it should be called JPA Morgan, JP Money.
JP Money, here we go. V is giving you more money here. If you're long, what a hold off that 10 EMA, let's say $27. Still not at the high of the day, but that feels like it's moments away. 33.75 limit up. High of day, 32.82. It's having trouble with 32.5. You're seeing the ask above 32, but the bid is not. So be on the lookout here for this one. This one could rip through the high of the day sooner rather than later, and it is not going to be slow about it. It will be quick. So make sure you're able to catch the orders, both the entry and the exits, of course. Make sure you're using sound risk management, right? I don't want anybody to think, because I used to say this a lot, but now it's just like you're concentrating, you forget to say it. These are ones that are around for a good time, not a long time. So just because I'm trading these intraday, by no means is it an endorsement of the company or that you should be holding it for anything other than seconds at a time. That's what these ones do, right? Some other people have different strategies, like some people in the chat, they'll hold this from, say, 22.5 into 32. They're good at that, right? But if you're a newer trader and you're thinking you're just going to get into this and it's going to go in a straight line, they don't typically do that, right? So make sure you know what the skills are that are required, what you're looking for, support and resistance, this, that, and the other, and all the different things that we talk about here on the show. So yeah, just wanted to mention that because this one, if it turns around, and it probably will at some point, right? And if you're holding this, you're going to be out of the money substantially, especially if you took big size. You got to be alive to that. Right? Anyway, so VEEE continuing to watch 32.82. Nothing doing there. Now, in a new position, I'm back into FTRK. I'm thinking this one might want to hold VWAP. It's putting in some higher low, so I want to see if this one can get back into 70. I'm not going to give it much in the way of room. If it doesn't hold prior area low, which to me is 62 pennies, I'm out. Simple as that. So we're in at 66. We'll give it to 4, and we'll see if we can take out the high of the day at around 75, right? So that's kind of the thing that I'm looking for there, and we'll see what we get on that. Sober, we've done nothing with ever since it broke down. It's straddling here the dollar area, so something tells me that this dollar area could be another setup for a high day break. Now, we got $0.25 at around 123, but no continuation through that. So SOBR also in focus. And then look at QTTB bleeding its own blood. Very pleased, remember, because I built my position in here, and then when we got break even on it, we had to make the decision. Do I continue for a 22 hold? And I was just like, you know what, man? It felt like the shorts were they had the stronger hand today when it came to QTTB at $22 level, and I wasn't going to fight this trend, so we got the hell out. And this one had lost all the way back into 20. It could be 1950 before this one finds support as that is the volume weighted average price. So be alive to that. Keep your eye out on it. VEEE still zigging and zagging here with 30 bucks. How's my other trade? There goes FTRK. Now it's into 67 pennies. We're looking for more. We're looking for 69, Ozan. So we're going to need you to punch into this one. You're always asking me to tell Katina Man to punch in. Need you to punch in your Ozan. 101, almost 102 million shares traded on the day here on FTRK. We got good shares, and we're looking for that 70 touch. And if we get 70, Joey, I'm going to be talking about 75.
Oh, okay. I like that one there. Yeah, come on, Dark Age Metals. You don't got to be so negative there, my guy.
Well, what do you say, Joey?
It's all right. I mean, he's not saying anything bad, to be honest with you. He just thinks that the banks are going to mess everyone up. I just think that's hard to say, just due to the fact the amount of money that these hyperscalers are spending. It's literally insane. So no, I don't. No, he doesn't deserve one. He's just voicing his opinion. You don't have to be so negative about it. That's all. And no swearing, please, no swearing. All right, Feds Waller. If I get another higher inflation print, I will treat that as a signal, not noise. Fair enough. I think a lot of it has to do with the increase in oil prices. There goes the TQQs. I mean, listen, we talk about rules, and I'm not. Oh man, my poor mind, Sharif. At times, I was gonna say rules are there to be
broken.
Yeah, but they're not, because eventually, you know what they say: you can break your rules. Eventually, they'll break you. All right. So $31. I do like the NVDA for a potential bounce. We missed out on this big time move here on the TQQs. Now we can catch a laggard play. We're only about 10 cents off the lows. This has to be the final attempt here on NVDA, just in case we do get a little bit of a bounce. I do like the base that we're starting to form. Let's do this, man. What else are we doing here?
What are you doing,
well,
Joey?
you know what the Katina Man says.
What does he say?
Traders got to trade, man, and if we see something, we got to try and take advantage of it. So we'll take one more stab on this bad boy. I put on full risk here on this. If it breaks down 31s, we have to get out of dodge on that, Sharif. It will put us back slightly red, but nothing to write home about. We had that nice, I shouldn't call it monstrous, but we have 4 losses, and then we put on 1 win, and then we just we go green, right? Like risk reward and sizing is extremely important. This one we're sizing more, just due to the fact that the market is finding a rebound. 31.30s is going to be an ideal target, but if we head lower, then we know that the shorts are in full control.
Full control.
Yeah, man.
All right, man. We were taking some prints here into almost 70 pennies on FTRK. Best print 69.5. We didn't quite make it up to 70. We're breaking out above the 10 EMA. We're moving up nicely, but we're still not above area highs. I think, where the majority of the prints found rejection, not the high of the day, but the majority of the prints around 72 to 72.5. So that is going to be the key level that I'm looking for. And then above 72.5, I'm looking for that 75. It's technically a 74.98 HOD on FTRK, but this one, we're doing a good amount of volume. We've got the right technical setup, and here comes 70 pennies. Let's see if it crosses. 70 showing up, no continuation, big push down. So now we need to be alive to that 70 seller here that's pooping on everybody's party, right? Because they just showed their hand there as we accelerated into 70. There was a big rejection down into 67. So that's a lot of shares that just took place there. Let's pack the patience. Let's see if we get a rejection, and whether we lose area low, we'll send you to Adair.
Market's bouncing off lows here. I just want to go over some of the comments we had from Feds Waller because they are coming off a little bit hawkish. Now, as we had on the screen there that Joe mentioned, Waller saying that if we get the inflation coming, let's clarify here, if they get another higher inflation print, he'll be treating that as a signal and not noise. So once again, Waller saying if he gets another higher inflation print, that'll be a signal and not noise. Well, he also said, though, if inflation comes down to the next reading, they'll need a couple more prints that way to see that as a signal. So basically, he's seeing higher inflation as 100% a signal. If inflation comes down, he's not quite sure that's going to be enough of a signal yet. So really, he's leaning, I would say at this point, towards potentially a rate hike or holding rate steady, if anything. Doesn't really look like a cut or lower inflation is how Waller sees things right now. Back to you.
Yeah, we take a little. Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much for that.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Do you like the king?
Of course, man.
You do, eh?
Yeah, of course. A very old friend.
Oh.
Came by today. Yeah, you know that.
Look at that shoulder swing.
Yeah, latest flame. Elvis Presley. Yeah, check that one out.
Okay.
Great track. Here it is. We took a little bit off.
Latest
off.
flame.
Yeah, latest flame by Elvis Presley.
Check it out.
It's a great track for those who know. No. So here it is, right? Like, so we take a little bit off, but man, oh man, there goes the TQQs heading right back in towards the volume weighted average price. Oh, Gorev, did you see this this inverted print on the Nasdaq 1 minute time frame? If that's broken, then I think we can head into VWAP and climb a little bit higher. But this thing most definitely lagging. We know about the short interest, so there is. We'll take a scalp on it. I'm gonna get out of $1. Oh wow, look at that! As I get out, it just prints a little bit lower. But hey, we'll dock a W on that one.
Okay.
So not too bad of a look there, guys. A nice scalp. Glad I took half of it off. Why? Because it wasn't participating with the strong rally in the Nas. All right. It's now starting to come back in, and I believe if we are going to base out, we can get a much better price than what we were at currently. This is at the top end of the range. We want to wait for the lower end of the range where our risk to reward is at our greatest, but we took half out and we're happy.
All right, well, just looking here for continuation on V. There we go. There it is through 33. Happy with this trade. Looking for a little bit more, right? Looking for the hold of 32. 33 is elusive here. Looking for a hold of 32, though. There it goes again into 33. Continuation, good continuation again into 33, but no continuation above 33, mind you. There it is, 30. So 34.59 limit up, and there it goes into 34. We got 32.5s on this one again. There we go, man. Very happy with the trade today on this one. Boom, into the area high. V triple frickin' E. We keep doing it live on this one. But there's others right now, guys. Get ready because VMAR, Bovin, and Casey have been talking about this one for a while. There's a lot going on with VEEE, so I don't want anyone to think my digression here means that the trade is over there. It is absolutely not. It's just I'm done. My shares on that one. VMAR is really making a big move. We don't even have it on the side chart, so it's not updating correctly. Allow me a moment, please. There we go, up 40%, 179 high, ramping into the high side here. 40%. The volume's all anew. This is not recycled volume. Take a look at the bottom right of your screen. The volume bar is now overshadowing any of the volume bars earlier because there was really no comparison. 187 high, dipping back down into 175. Look for a hold at around the $0.75. But there's a lot of strength in small caps today. There hasn't been a let off in the midday, not at all. Whether it was V, FTRK, SOBR, VMAR, even ELPW, that hot garbage, and QTTB as well was making it, was doing it well earlier on. But right now, I'm just going to keep my eye on this one. Shout out to my man Zion. Eddie, prediction by you and Joe on Spain versus France tomorrow. Look, man, all my picks were wrong except for England. That's because I voted with like my intentions rather than my rationale, right? I didn't want Argentina to win. I didn't want France to win, obviously, because I don't want to see a recycled kind of Qatar World Cup in North America, right? So obviously, if you're looking at the prediction here, Spain are the underdogs. France are the favorites. So, just rationality tells you France. And then I think that the tougher one to call is going to be England and Argentina. That one is a bit of a wild card. England plays really good at times and then not so good at others.
I think they're hot right now, man. England's hard.
Jude Bellingham's hot at the moment, but Saka looked good as well last game. They were doubling up Saka on almost every time he touched the ball, which is fantastic because that opens up somebody else, right?
For our boy Luis, I hope Espana wins, but I think they're in tough. I think they're in tough against France here.
You know who did it live again for Spain, right? Two games in a row with the winner.
Oh, I haven't watched.
My boy, number 23 on Arsenal, number 6 for Spain, Mikel Marino. Yeah, I mean, he's absolutely dominating.
All right, my guy, that's what we want to see. All right, I know we're getting into the news momentarily. Let's have a little bit of fun here and see what we were up to on the weekend. So I'll show you guys here in just a brief second. For those who are not familiar with the beautiful northern part of Canada, there it is. Here's your boy out on the water. Beautiful stuff, man. Just canoeing. And then we went to, we canoed all the way to the canal, the Rideau Canal up there. So that was big fire. Just another picture. And then here's the boy right here. We could zoom in on old Maya.
Bicep and the tricep.
Yeah.
Shoulder separation going on.
Here, you see the definition? I was more or less, we're focused on the dog here, but if we get into the definition here on the kid looking pretty
Joey
good.
Options got a sleeper.
This guy over here was having a heyday. First panic mode 101. Jumps in the water a couple of times. Next thing you know, he was loving it. So here it is, Milo enjoying his first boat trip. Yeah, that was a good time, man. Hopping in and out of the water.
I'm happy you took the little guy too, bro.
Yeah, of course, man. Hey, you have the experience to let him live his best dog life. Is that my car? No, car typically has wheels and is driven on land. But anyways, there it is, right? This is why we got out, and this is why. Parking fob by side. I don't get what that means. Is that like a thing that they say these days? These kids, I don't know what they're up to anymore. Sure. But there goes NVDA to the downside. The market heading a little bit lower. There it is. Also, the NASDAQ going to give up that move that we were talking about not too long ago. It's going to get ugly here today. 209, a high of around 210. We're now down to $204. How many percentage points is NVDA down on the day? 3 1/10%. A little bit more, guys. So 3.12% to the downside. So an absolute ugly look here in the chip names.
Yeah, man. The chip names are getting clipped. There's only one chip name in my entire watch list that's green, and that's PI. And, you know, that's not really saying much. Bless you, Ram. Everything else, decidedly negative. Look at this SS, you know, all the way from up here, all the way to down there. Look at this little guy over here, poor little guy. And he's one of the only negative guys on the year, so you could tell it's like a counter trade. They're down 50% year to date, Pi. SMCI and Pi are the only two negative microchip names that I have on my semi/microchip watch list. That gives you the idea of the kind of strength that we've had in the semis lately, right? All right, Sia, are we ready to go? All right, sounds good, fantastic. Let's send it Assassino to Sia, and we're going to start the new segment.
Let's talk PSKY and WBD. So a group of state attorney generals are expected to file a lawsuit that's challenging Paramount Skydance's proposal acquisition of Warner Brothers. So the lawsuit is expected to try to block this merger on antitrust grounds and will also be brought up by a group including California Attorney General Rob Bonta. So this deal would combine Paramount and WBD as well as streaming platforms Paramount Plus and HBO Max. Paramount CEO David Ellison has previously said these streaming services would become one following this transaction. Adara, what do you have to say about this?
Yeah, I think this is interesting. I mean, we know that I have done a lot of research on and talked ad nauseum about these U.S. states, you know, pursuing action against these companies. Now, there are a couple things that make this action particularly interesting. So again, this is a 12-state coalition. It's led by the state of California, but as you guys might have known, I've actually done some research as well to kind of focus on which states sue or are involved in actions the most. Connecticut was among them. New York was among them. Both of those states are actually involved in this action as well. Now, the other thing that's interesting here to me that stands out is the presence of the state of Oregon in this lawsuit. Now, we know last week, Oregon basically issued a letter or a request here saying, hey, Paramount Skydance, we want some more details here in terms of, I guess, certain information that was collected. Paramount didn't really respond or work well with them. And then this morning, Oregon said, yeah, we're going to, you know, take back that request. It's obvious they don't want to cooperate with us. And then Oregon responds by joining this now 12-state coalition. So I think Oregon's involvement here is very interesting. And yeah, I mean, interesting here as well to see Rob Bonta leading this coalition. California's, I would say in terms of the grand scale of litigious states so far this year, as you guys know I've studied, they're kind of in the middle, but interesting to see them lead this charge. We're going to have to wait and see what details come of this and how Paramount Skydance and David Ellison respond. I highly doubt they're going to be too fazed by this, though.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It's obviously not the only jurisdiction that's investigating them, but you gotta like this decentralized approach that the Americans are taking, right? They have the federal regulator. It's kind of like a dual area of competency. The states have it, the Fed has it, and it makes sense because a lot of these states that are suing are ones with a massive kind of entertainment workforce that they're looking to protect. So it touches their interests directly. So I do like that. But there's also this concern amongst investors, not just for the antitrust component, but by kind of merging these two, Paramount Plus and HBO Max, into one. They're saying, you know, households looking to consolidate, that could trigger basically a cancellation of one. So technically, you go in there with both, and you have the numbers, you're like, okay, well, I got X amount of subscribers on Paramount Plus, I got Y subscribers on HBO Max, you combine them, and that's the number you're reporting to investors and banks and everybody so they can analyze you properly. But then what ends up happening is if you overlap the content, you're likely going to get cancellation in one of those as people look to save money. So that, real headline number may not be the real deal. So that's something to think about as well. But other than that, let's see if the state regulators win out. It's going to be in court now, and the courts are going to decide.
Yeah, I mean, the Department of Justice already signing off, and multiple other international territories already giving the nod and saying the approval for this. To Sharif's point, some of the other states aren't going to like that. But one thing that I will note is that Paramount wants to get this deal done as soon as possible because September's really starting to creep up. And if this deal isn't done by then, they're going to have to be paying shareholders every single day. And I think it's up to about $0.25 a day for every day that, for a quarter share, I believe it is, every day that the deal isn't done. And that's going to cost you quite a bit. And we already know that Larry Ellison and company might have already overpaid for this $81 billion deal, right? Netflix stepped out and said it wasn't worth it at that point. And it's going to cost them a pretty penny, especially if it's not done. I think it's early September as well, too, Sharif. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is delayed and it's going to cost them significantly more. So it's not the greatest look.
All right, let's send it back to say, guys, V is just ripping all sorts of crazy into $36. Let's just bring it in here. $36, guys. It's all gas, no brakes. VEEE, absolutely him. At the moment, we're up 630%. Guys, look, if you're interested, I'm not saying you trade it, but you need to keep your eye out on VEEE in the aftermarket. It could be one of those ones that really does make one of those huge outsized moves that only the aftermarket and the pre-market environments can allow, right? So be on the lookout here. If you have the time, if you can do it, you got to be looking at VEEE in the aftermarket. It just can get crazy with these ones. I've seen a lot when it comes to that. But let's send it back to Sia and talk a little Meta.
Let's talk a little Meta indeed. So Meta's massive Hyperion data center project in rural Louisiana is getting much bigger and costlier. This all comes with a big assist from the state's government. The company has said in a blog post today, the site in Richland Parish, Louisiana, which is home that will be Meta's largest data center, will be a 5 gigawatt facility and cost more than $50 billion. So if you look at it, that's higher than the $27 billion figure that was given to us and revealed in October of last year when Meta and Blue Owl Capital had formed a joint venture to help with the build out and management of the facility that was originally planned to be a 2 gigawatt data center. So Meta is expanding the project because it's seeking to build out enough AI infrastructure to meet demand, as it's saying. So the company has said in today's blog post that the company will pay and does pay full costs of the energy, water, and related infrastructure the data center uses, so consumers aren't paying the costs. And Meta has also said that since the construction of the Louisiana data center that began in December of 2024, local businesses have received more than $1.6 billion in contracts from the company Adera. What do you have to say about this?
Yeah, well, first of all, shout out to Louisiana here, home of the very entertaining Senator John Neely Kennedy. But I want to talk a little bit here about how much this is going to cost as well, because Bloomberg, according to their estimates, they think this project could actually cost more than $250 billion. Now, that includes AI chips. So I think with CapEx in mind, this is certainly a story to keep an eye on in terms of the stock reaction. I was actually maybe expecting more of a reaction to this, but again, this is just one report from one source. Either way here, I mean, you did reach that high of 676 before pulling back a little bit here on META. Yeah, I'd keep an eye on this project and the cost. Apparently, again, more than 1,000 jobs being supported once it's operational. For the price, I kind of have questions, because then, I mean, just to compare, and obviously this is not a one-to-one comparison in terms of the scale and the types of jobs, but just as some kind of comparison here, last week we had Micron pledging, I believe, $250 billion in U.S. investments, and that's going to be direct and indirect jobs. I think a total of 90,000 across a couple different states. So 250 billion for 90,000 jobs versus like 1,000 jobs. I mean, again, not a one-to-one comparison, so keep that in mind. But I don't know. I think this Meta story, especially given how much Bloomberg thinks it's really going to cost, I don't love it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Let's talk about the Blue Owl part to this. So Meta has been, like with others, exploring different avenues to raise capital. And so we need to be alive to this deal, which was done in October. So they knew from that time, not now and not in last 6 months before that, that, you know, maybe their financiers were getting a little stretched here, and they saw the writing on the wall, and they kind of made the move with Blue Owl. So I do like that. That, you know, shows that they understood kind of where this was going. But I also want to point out that a lot has been made about this bring your own power, and a lot of it is interesting on its face, but when you dig into it a bit deeper, it does actually pass off some expenses. So Meta was like, okay, we're bearing the entire cost of the energy, all the water, the related infrastructure, so consumers are not directly taxed. That's their statement and that's their assertion. But when you actually look, you know, at what 5 gigawatts continuously running would mean, it would basically saying that it would tax the entire Entergy. I guess that's the name of the grid that this is gonna run on in Louisiana. It's gonna drive up what they're saying is baseline spot market wholesale power costs, right? So even though locally it's not changing on the grid basis, it is, which is, so that, you know, obviously that does have an impact. They're saying as well that they're gonna be really boosting the local infrastructure, $1.6 billion in spending, but they're basically tapping out all the concrete, all the metal, all the talent in the area. So apparently that's putting pressure on other businesses. And that's basically it. I mean, I don't really have much to say other than, you know, a lot of them coming out with this bring your own power thing, but I think that we may have to do a little bit more digging into exactly what that means, because I think a lot of people are just using it as a cop-out. Oh, we're bringing our own power, but when you do a bit of a deeper dive, prices do still go up statewide rather than just regionally.
Yeah, fair enough. And I mean, over the next 10 years, we know that there's going to be an increase in power, the price of it, that is. So I think that's really important, especially during this AI data center build out. Now, there's a couple of things that we can take away from this is that, okay, congratulations. We know that there's a big push against building these data centers, but there is some light at the end of the tunnel, I believe, here, because if Meta is going to be investing $1 billion in infrastructure, that's going to create local jobs, right? Like building new roads. You have water, including water and wastewater systems that need to be improved and completely constructed, which is extremely important. Wastewater being one of them, because you don't want to taint, obviously, the good, clean ground drinking water. Now, as for Meta, this is a massive build out, all right? 5 gigawatts, Sharif, that's going to increase the cost, unfortunately, even though bring your own power, who's that going to benefit? Caterpillar, most likely, with the generators, and why this thing has been on an absolute parabolic run. Also the machinery aspect of things. But one thing that you also have to take into consideration is that with this build out, I believe the path, even though they're a little bit late to the dance, the path that Meta is on, I think it can be positive at the end of the day. Why? Because even though it feels like they were late to the dance, what are we talking about? Like, okay, a couple years, but 10, 15 years down the road, they're going to be positioned relatively well. And I think it's going to be great for the stock, but we know there's a big pushback with these data center build-outs. So you have the pros and cons of this scenario, and I think it's going to remain that way for a little bit. But the United States positioning themselves relatively well. I like what Apple or Meta is doing here. And also, I was telling Sharif, we had the conversation on private credit, I believe, last week. And there you go, Blue Apple right at the front of this funding here.
Blue Apple.
Blue Apple.
I like
Owl.
that.
Yeah, Blue
I like
Owl
that.
right
Blue
at,
Apple,
the,
baby.
at the front of this funding round for META. Send it over to the desk.
Bit of a relative volume increase here for Biogen, BIIB. Now, be aware, not a ton of volume on this throughout the day. It's about 600,000 shares traded on the day, but hitting new intraday highs as the FDA approves the first at-home starting dose for Alzheimer's disease treatment. So I guess that's a good look here for BIIB. I know as well they're supposed to be at an Alzheimer's conference throughout the week. So again, nice look for Biogen.
Let's take a look at our next story. So Apple suing OpenAI for alleged trade theft. So said late on Friday that it's suing OpenAI in federal court in northern California, alleging trade secret theft, saying that OpenAI has taken Apple's intellectual property in order to develop its own consumer hardware, Adara. So the company said in a legal filing, which I will read out right now, that this much is clear, however, at every level, from members of its technical staff to its chief hardware officer and coordination with its business partners, OpenAI has been stealing Apple's trade secrets and confidential information.
Yeah, so I read through some of this filing. There are a couple things that I want to note and point out that I think are pretty interesting. So for one, OpenAI is not the only defendant. There are other defendants that are related to OpenAI and also related to Apple that we should talk about. So one of them is Tang Tan, the other is Chang Liu. So they're both former Apple employees who are now, I guess, working at OpenAI. One of them has been accused of basically telling people who are interviewing at OpenAI who came from Apple to bring things from Apple with them to the interview. And then the other was actually accused of stealing a laptop from Apple. So again, allegations that certainly maybe suggest individual wrongdoing, but I think that you'd be kind of hard pressed to argue that they suggest overall wrongdoing of the company unless OpenAI is explicitly telling these people to behave in this way. So I would certainly like more details from Apple as to, I think, the breadth of the allegations. Now, the IO Products being a defendant here is also interesting. Now, IO Products they changed the name a couple times, but it's the most recent name of that new Johnny Ive design company. Again, Johnny Ive, former Apple designer. His company was then acquired or bought out here by Sam Altman and OpenAI. So again, you've got another case of former Apple employee being kind of lumped into this lawsuit. Again, unless they, I think, definitively prove that we have, Johnny Ive actually stealing or copying Apple technology and hardware or design elements for these new products he's going to be working on with OpenAI, I think it's going to be a bit of a tough case. Now, the other thing that I found interesting, and again, this is, I'm curious as to Sharif's thought on this, but what I saw in the court filing is apparently Apple is requesting, or I think they actually said demanding, a jury trial. Now, what I know, at least I think is the general, again, I did criminology here in undergrad. My understanding, at least partially, is if you're, again, this is more if you're a defendant than if you're actually causing a lawsuit. But my understanding is generally if you're a defendant and you choose, a jury trial or bench trial is generally like, hey, if you think, you don't necessarily want to have to play to the jury's emotions or heartstrings, you actually just, kind of want a look at the facts. That's at least my understanding anyway. Maybe you'll pick, a bench trial. Jury trial, I think, is, again, my understanding is I think it's the neutral one, but the fact they're actually requesting one is pretty interesting to me as well. So I think I found that in the filing right away on page 1. An interesting look. So again, just a little bit more of a deep dive into some of the allegations, some of the defendants here for this Apple OpenAI lawsuit. I'll be following this closely.
Yeah, you're right about that, Adara. But in this case, it's not specifically through the emotion. It's because the sitting judge is a former trade secrets and basically has understanding in this specific area. So they want the decision to be made more with a legal and a technical mind frame rather than having to explain everything anew to the jury. I think that poses a bit of an advantage when it comes to complicated subject matter like we are with Apple. But Adara, there was actually a request from an individual interviewing from OpenAI these Apple employees, and he was telling them to bring stuff with him. So there was active solicitation here. Active solicitation shows bad intention, okay? Because then it's not like, oh, we stumbled into this technology accidentally. So that shows malicious intent to me. But in any event, I've got my bias goggles on. I'm an Apple investor. But I think that there is a bigger issue at play here. And it's the status of non-compete agreements in the state of California. They are unenforceable. And because they're unenforceable, because that's the position that the state has chosen to take to protect certain employees, it's opened this kind of nonsense up, where a person who works in very secretive and very technical areas in a company like as important as Apple can mosey on over to a competitor, and there's not a thing Apple can do to stop him. And I think that poses a bit of a technical challenge for these companies who want to innovate and grow in California. So I put this to you guys. Is this another reason companies should be exiting California, tech companies where IP is super important, and heading to states like Texas, which they're doing anyway, going to Austin? So this is yet another disadvantage, sort of regulatory environment disadvantage, I think, for tech companies to stay in California, because I don't like this at all. Anyway, we'll have to wait and see. As Adara mentioned, this is all factually based, and whether or not these things are factual will come out in discovery. If anybody's watched tech litigation before, discovery brings out everything because everything is tested. So I can't wait for the details for this one to come out. SOBR halted, 137 upside. What a move up.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things that I believe are important here. Now, Sam Altman stating that he has no interest in other companies' trade secrets, or OpenAI stating that. But what really raises my eyebrows and I want to question is, what does this mean for the partnership between the two companies? Now, what am I getting at? We know that OpenAI, ChatGPT, is one of the fastest growing apps of all time, but I think that definitely helped to the fact that a couple of years ago, they signed an agreement with Apple for it to be integrated into iOS, iPhone operating systems. Now, once that contract comes to an end, what does this mean for the two companies? Does Sam Altman's ChatGPT have the same success if it's not integrated into the Apple ecosystem? I think that's a massive question. And if I'm Sam, part of his growth has been involved with Apple and just having easy access. And if he hinders that and destroys it, then you might have a little bit of trouble in the near future.
I want your opinion. We saw the breakup of the relationship start, I would say, about a month and a half ago, when OpenAI sued Apple, or said, rumored to be suing. I don't know if they actually did it. Rumored to be suing Apple, saying that they did not get as much out of this commercial contract as had been stipulated in the agreement. So can one possibly infer that the breakup of the relationship started around then? Perhaps Apple, or OpenAI detecting that Apple had detected them doing this whole thing and kind of wanted to get the jump up.
I think that's totally fair to say, because look at Sam Altman's relationship with Microsoft starting to crumble as well too.
It is, man. I think everybody's relationship with this dude crumbles.
So I'm not saying that this is necessarily the beginning, but it's just piling up as his fallouts with individuals in these major companies continues to grow. I think it's just another piece of the puzzle that is starting to be complete right now with Sam Altman and some of his fishy activities.
But it most definitely,
it definitely started with what you just brought up.
And
but this isn't.
We were caught by surprise on that, were we not? Like, it was like, what? There's beef between Apple and OpenAI?
That was following the fact that I believe it was it was just under 1 billion monthly active users or something. ChatGPT was one of the milestones, which it fell short. And then shortly after is when Sam Altman and company state, hey, we're not getting what we were looking for out of this specifically. But what he's doing is he's just stockpiling all of these little bad things that aren't working out very well for him with his relationship with Microsoft, and now growing concerns with Apple. So what is going to happen when their agreement that they have to step out of the iPhone operating system, and you're not going to be one of the primary LLM features in there.
Bro, and on top of this, we've already been talking about companies trying to hide their information from LLMs, because these LLM companies, these OpenAI frontier models, become their competitors 3-4 months later. Right? So now you've got systems in place where certain data makes it onto the cloud, and then certain data doesn't leave because they can't trust these companies. Altman is kind of leading that charge. Well, to be fair, Anthropic as well. They all of a sudden, they're your competitor as well.
And to your Alex Karp's argument, Alex Karp, why he doesn't like those guys? It's because
they're competitors too immediately, right?
Exactly.
All right, I think we beat up this story, but anyway, a lot to talk about here, as you can tell, guys. Super important, but Apple making a big move today, giving it basically all back, up 1/3%. Let's go back to see you.
That was very interesting to hear, and I'm also interested to see how that pans out. Let's take a look at oil right now. So oil prices, we do know it, have jumped today, continuing to push to the upside. U.S. was having a big uptick at the moment. It's up very close to 7% on the day. So jumping today after U.S. President Donald Trump has said that the United States would reimpose a naval blockade against Iran. And as Tehran and Washington are battling to control the Strait of Hormuz. So Brent has shot up almost 6.84%, very close to 7% again, to $80.07 a barrel. WTI is up almost 7% higher at $75.08 a barrel. So Trump has said in a post on Truth Social as well that we are reinstating the Iranian blockade, in all caps, so named because it is only stopping Iran ships or customers from entering or leaving all countries who will have fair and open use of the strait. The president has also said that the U.S. will protect traffic in Hormuz, but has also demanded a reimbursement that is a toll that is equivalent to 20% of all cargo shipped that passes through the Strait of Hormuz. So the decision to reimpose the blockade comes after, again, the U.S. and Iran had exchanged strikes over the weekend. So the U.S. military had also launched another wave of strikes on Sunday against Iran, as well as when Iran had hit 140 targets on Saturday, so as a retaliation, according to the U.S. Central Command. And with that, currently, USO is up, surpassing the 7% mark.
Yeah, it's up big today, Sia. President Trump wants 20%. The administration will demand a staggering 20% reimbursement fee on all cargo shipped through the corridor. So it transforms the Navy into a profit-generating global protection utility. Not something I think the Navy had been known for prior to that, but who knows? I remember you guys had a naval blockade of Cuba. Remember during the what's it called? The Cuban Missile Crisis. What was it called? The quarantine or whatever. So Sia's talking about the naval blockade being back on. So the naval blockade is essentially blocking the shadow fleet, because that's like all the Iranian oil containers are part of the shadow fleet that they don't show their global transponder position, et cetera. We've been talking a lot about that. What else, man? 140 targets hit on Saturday by CENTCOM. I don't know how many were hit yesterday and today. I keep seeing more things coming in on the wire here regarding CENTCOM updating. But yeah, this is probably going to push global prices back up. I guess my question to you is, do we stay kind of in this perpetual state of peace and then conflict, peace and conflict for a while, and then, maybe a more comprehensive agreement comes in?
I think so. I think that's going to be the narrative. Like, think about how we thought that the Ukraine-Russian war was going to be over in the span of a couple of months. We're now 4 years later.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
it's just, these conflicts, they're not resolved quick, man.
No.
They take it, and it's a lot of back and forth. You see what your boy did?
Which one?
Carney and Trump on the Gordie Howe Bridge.
Okay, they cut a deal there.
The States did, yeah.
They got a deal.
They got another deal, man. This guy, as frustrating as it may be, he got the deal. He got a deal that favors. I think the United States.
We paid for the entire bridge.
We paid for the entire bridge. All right. So now we don't.
And the U.S. taking 50%.
No, we don't know. We don't know who's in control.
It's not 50? I thought it was 50.
We get 50%, but 50% goes into an economic trust fund. But we don't know who has control of this 50% fund, and that's 15 years. So somehow the
15 years. Okay.
So for 15 years, we don't know who's controlling the other 50%. But yeah, somehow Donald Trump, something that we completely paid for. What was it, like $4 billion or something?
I have no idea.
Something
it
to
helps
build this
us
bridge.
though, but then we had it because we did so much trade with them. We have to really think that is the volume going to be there with the new Kuzma. Hey, bro, when the media here was up in arms about the 9% of trade that was covered by the new tariffs that he put in, to me, it was such a misnomer. The big one was going to be Kuzma, the NAFTA agreement. 90% of trade. We are in trouble unless we get a good deal on this NAFTA, this upcoming, whatever you want to call it, the new NAFTA.
Doesn't matter.
So it was always such a cop-out. It was like...
Did you see your boy Dougie as well too, talking to the governor of California?
Yeah, because Newsom is complaining.
Yeah, about the wine, man.
Schiff and Newsom complaining about the wine hurting their winemakers. And Big Dougie's like, we'll put it back for the...
It was like, no, he's like, we'll go talk to your boy in the Oval Office.
Exactly.
So, there it goes, man.
No, but it's hurting a lot of them. U.S.
Big time.
So California... wine sales to Canada is down 70%, 70-something.
Well, you're not putting any on the shelves in Ontario, so.
And that's having the direct effect of boosting all the local wineries. So you wonder if this is going to be a policy they backtrack on.
Right? That they take a long time to get sorted out. Because you've seen a couple of the Ontario wineries and the VQA Association, Vineyards Quality Alliance, actually expanding their vineyards.
Of course, there's no American wines coming in. They got to fill the gap, right? Yeah, all right, we were completely off topic here, but that was still important talk.
Exactly.
Let's talk about one of the very important companies, especially from last week, Sia.
SKHY down 6.4% on the day, tumbling more than 15% in Seoul today, over 6% on the NASDAQ. So SKHY jumped, as we do know it, over 13% on its Wall Street debut on Friday. So it was reflected a rather strong appetite in and from U.S. investors for all these AI-linked semiconductor stocks as well. So the decline today reflects a rather mixed sentiment of profit-taking and uncertainty over how SK Hynix's U.S.-listed shares should be valued in regards and relative to Korean stocks. So some analysts are saying that the ADR debut has effectively created a new benchmark for investors to assess this company's valuation overall. And Daniel Yu, who is a global strategist at Yuanta Securities, has said that everybody is really confused about what's going to happen in the memory demand and where the fair price is currently. SKHY is sliding towards the downside, 6.5% on the day.
Yeah, we talked about this, right? We talked about how institutional desks didn't know how to price the ADR correctly because of that, out of left field Korean regulation that says you couldn't trade back your Korean common shares for American depository receipts. You could do it one way, but you couldn't do it the other. That effectively wiped out the arbitrage opportunity, and that changes the valuation. So that's partly, I think, why we're selling off, because the institutional desks don't add a value. But as Daniel Yu said, and as Sia mentioned, part of this sell-off is not just structurally because of ADR or the American depository receipt, but it's because we remain in this perpetual state of concern about the nature of memory going forward, because historically it has been cyclical. There's been a supply glut and then a supply shortage, and that has defined memory, I think, going back to the dot-com bubble. So, I guess old habits die hard here, and people still can't see, into that 2030 demand remaining the same, because historically it hasn't been that way. But everybody else is telling us that it will remain very strong, at least until the end of the decade. So I think that you're going to continue to see large corrections in these memory names, not only because they run up so aggressively, but because old habits die hard. People continue to look at memory as that cyclical business that existed. I don't know if it is anymore, though, bro.
Well, I mean, for the next couple of years, right? At least, in my opinion, but at some point, supply will catch up with demand. Are you going to see like a complete breakdown of the space? Heck no, I don't think that's going to be necessary.
But I made one point too last week. You and I were talking about this. I was like, I always worry about a technical advancement that allows us to use less memory and do more with it. And you know what somebody wrote out in the chat, which was very astute? They'll just buy more, so you'll have more compute.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like you're not going to just stop. It's like you couldn't get to this level compute because you were supply constrained, but now you can get there. And so I think that there's the appetite.
You're not going to be like, I have enough. That's it. We're
you're just going to get more and get more compute, right?
But at some point, like, you have to take into consideration that we are slightly overextended, and you will start to see more of a convergence between the two of supply and demand.
Right.
Not saying it's maybe not from a one-to-one risk to reward ratio where things are really met, but at some point, supply will meet up with demand. But I'm not saying it's going to anytime soon, all right? Now, this is going to be the second biggest share sale ever recorded, raising $26.5 billion. It's huge, okay? So it's the second largest ever. Now, what I was talking about before is just the amount of retail individuals involved with this in the Kospi, the South Korean populace really getting involved in the retail side of things. And I think that could be a little bit dangerous. If I'm over there in South Korea, the last thing that I personally want to see, because I'm not going to say it's the beginning of the end, that's not necessarily the case, but you're going to see a sentiment shift. You don't want to see that type of dilution in something that's been free roaming for the past year and a half.
Oh, look at this, bro.
What's happening?
France is selling the Rafale to Ukraine. Oh boy, here we go. 28, 29, they're going to have it apparently in Ukrainian skies. Now, you know that the Americans did, I think, give the F-16 to Ukraine, but they gave it to them with very specific use cases that they can and can't use it. Like, I don't think it can go in deep into Russian airspace or anything like that. But yeah, Francis Macron, Ukraine to buy 16 Rafale fighters. It doesn't say which one to be flying in 28 to 29. He's also going to give them air defense system, the SAMP-T air defense system. Not that I know anything about that. Is that a French air defense system? Let's find out. I want to know.
But yeah, anyway, so let me finish up
Sorry,
here. So yeah, what we got going on here is, listen, from a retail investor, I mean, in the longer term, it isn't horrible, but when you have such a large share dilution, sold 177 million shares in ADRs, it might take a little bit longer than what we're expecting, and you can see them getting hit pretty heavy. So today, that is. So I mean, I wouldn't be too enthused if I was the South Korean average investor or retailer.
No, look at this is what they're selling them, Joey. This is the bad boy right here. Surface-to-air missile systems. These SAM sites. This is, you know, like this is for airplanes, though, man. We need something new for drones, right? Something that doesn't cost $100,000 to $1 million a pop to fire, and that's what your Andrills and your all these other companies. That's why you invest in those guys, because this, I feel, this is a thing of the past over here. These mobile SAM sites, man. We're gonna need like active reconnaissance drones to detect drone swarms, take them out autonomously. I think that
like
that's where we
warfare.
go here, bro. This is
It's trench
archaic
war.
over here,
That's
man.
trench warfare, man.
Yeah. All right. See, are we going on? Or yeah, all right.
This is our final story we are talking about, is just recapping, but also taking a look at how President Donald Trump has reinstated the Iranian blockade, but he has also said today that he'll impose fees in the Strait of Hormuz at the rate of 20% on all the cargo shipped. I did mention this before, but just a quick recap over what's going on. And after declaring America the guardian, quote unquote, of the Strait of Hormuz, so the U.S. has rejected Iran's claims over the strait and its plans to charge ships passing through it as before. So oil prices, we do know it, have jumped, continue to jump. Also, stock indexes are also continuing to slide following this announcement. And Trump has written in the same post that the strait is, in all caps, both open and will remain in all caps open with or without Iran.
Look, Sia, he was trying with that shipping channel near the strait or the side of the Omani coast, right? And then we saw the Iranians attack the ships there, which caused, of course, the U.S. to retaliate, and that's how this whole thing started. I just want to see, you know, I got to tell you the truth. I was quite surprised by this. I was, when you know, it used to be Brendo and I at the big desk before this whole thing happened with Iran. I said one thing before the whole conflict started. President Trump must be speaking to his military planners so that they have a plan to make sure the strait remains open, because I can't foresee, you know, eventuality where President Trump doesn't allow oil to flow. And that's exactly what happened. And now we're in a month, I don't know what, of the conflict. And still, there is no U.S. naval dominance in a way in the strait, which shows, you know, unobstructed passing. We are still dealing with this issue. And I got to say, I'm quite surprised by this. I figured that the U.S. would have had this under control, and it doesn't seem like they can. I got to tell you the truth.
What's that?
We're
say that again.
multiple months into the conflict now. I don't think that they can control the strait in a way without committing more military resources and without taking more casualties. I'm just going to say it. They would have done it already.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's going to be the narrative. There's not much more I can say, but I 100% agree with you, Sharif. If you really want to be the guardian, you know what that's going to cost. Hey, he can just fund that the passage, and he can fund other cargo ships going through, oil tankers going through, with the 20% he's going to be collecting from these countries. So, I mean, listen, hey man, I'm not going to say, I don't think biting off more than you can chew is the right term, but if it started, you got to find a way to end it, and it's definitely hasn't gone to plan for Mr. Donald Trump and company.
No, and a lot of great comments from you guys coming in, man. Like, don't doubt the U.S., right? They're always somehow successful militarily. Ozan saying, what leverage does USA have over Iran except massive bombing of the whole country, literally? I mean, they were trying to choke them economically, right? And we saw the Iranians able to weather that some way, somehow, right? With the whole blockade, which lasted for months. A lot of you great comments there, like obviously how this cookie ends up crumbling, and then somebody joking around, we'll get Canada to do it. I was like, all right, bro, all right, you don't have to dunk on us. I'm just making an observation.
No, you're doing.
Right?
Canada will do it for 19.9%, so you get a 1/10 basis point less.
Let's not go down that road, Joe. Let's not go down that road.
It wouldn't be the best offense, but hey, it's cheaper.
There is news at the desk, so we're sending it to Adara.
Speaking of oil, we are getting some comments right now here from the Joint Maritime Information Center, which is led by the U.S. Navy. They're saying here that the U.S. blockade will apply to all vessel traffic regardless of the flag. Apparently, they're going to start enforcing this naval blockade of all Iranian ports and Iranian coastal areas starting tomorrow, so July 14th. If I get any more details here, I will let you know. That'll be at 8 p.m. here GMT on July 14th is when they're going to start enforcing this. It's also worth noting here, President Trump was set to begin speaking at 1:30 p.m. He's going to participate at a, quote, Freedom 250 Grand Prix showcase. So potentially we could get some more comments, I guess, related to Iran. We know that sometimes he can get off topic during these events. The stream just went live. President Trump yet to be seen. I'll keep you guys posted.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see exactly what happens over there. But yeah, it's a prickly one, Joey.
It is, man.
It's a prickly one, brother.
No question about that.
You know, I got to tell you, I just didn't anticipate. There goes. I don't know why my position is not showing us, Asino, but we're involved here. Oh, you're restarting. No problem. We're taking prints, though. Limit up, 152 on Sober, showing 150 seller. I'm in at 138. We're doing it live. We're looking for a little bit more. Let's look for 53, but that's seller. 51. They took him out, Joey. Into 51 we go with no continuation. So I'm waiting at 53s next. Look for the flush here. A loss of 40 ends the trade for me. Buyer at 44 on SOBR. Big buyer here at 44. Can he hold? More size coming in onto the gateways there. Let's see if it holds. Look at this epic battle between the 44 buyer and the 45 seller here. Nobody's moving. Back into 47 we go. Can we get a decisive move up though? We'll have to wait and see. But anything below the 40 print ends the trade for me. But we're looking for a little bit more. Next profit taker 53.
Man, Nvida again hit the one of the heaviest here, and man, down 3.4%. We'll head over to our watch list, guys, and see what we got going on. So whatever happened on Friday, evaporation. I mean, still inside, but still inside day, guys. I told us, watch out for this potential bull trap. Where have we seen this before? I'll show you. SPCE. I haven't looked at that in a little bit. 137. We're still short SpaceX.
What are you short? Oh, SpaceX? Okay.
141. Short the short the market.
Tues.
I seen you was short 141 there or something along those lines. No, SpaceX.
Bro.
Sharif, you
right,
did it
bro.
last week. I did it this week. Get it right.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
then you skew the dollar amount, my boy.
Yeah, we can't skew that. Anyways, aside from that, man, nice work there, Mr. Katina, man. Breakdown here. Listen, I don't think we're just going to stop. This is some momentum to the downside. I don't think we're just going to magically stop at 135. This is my opinion, subjective. I think we had a little bit lower than that. Price does take a little bit to turn around. But we also looked at the options chain, guys, that could potentially indicate that we will stop right at 135 and then potentially curl over. Look at the open interest, 24,000 contracts right there. But if this gets, as Sharif would say, decimated and blown out, watch out. There's going to be a lot of room to move southbound there, Sharif. $130, 9,000 contracts there. And $100, 20,000 contracts, $100 on SpaceX. I wouldn't be surprised. It wouldn't blow me out of the water. That's for sure to see those numbers.
There goes SOBR into the high of the day, 57s. We got 38s. We're looking for 59s. Big seller at 57. Can't shake him. Into 55 we go. But Sober, it's alive again, man. It slept it off. Okay, let's go. Let's see what we can do here with 60s, liking the look of Sober. But hey, I want to shout out Don Becca. Great comment from you, brother. I want to shout you out. Sharif, the American military can definitely do it. You are missing the bigger picture. This conflict dragging on is simultaneously meant to keep the Chinese bottled up. No oil, Taiwan threat. Well put there, you astute SOBU. That was actually well put. And we've been talking a lot about how the Chinese and Asia in general do rely more on Middle Eastern oil than the West does. We know how the Western dynamics are. Venezuela, Canada, obviously America with their own production, most in the world. So I do see your point there, and thank you for pointing that out, because we definitely should have given that more airtime. I think, obviously, this does hurt the Chinese. I don't know if this is accurate or not, but I did read on the weekend that the Chinese told Putin, don't think about using any battlefield nukes, because he was thinking, apparently, if you believe the reports, and I'm not vouching for the veracity of the report, I'm saying I read it, that Putin was considering using battlefield nuclear weapons, which are low-yielding nuclear weapons, low yields. So they don't have like destructive capacity like an entire city, low yielding on the battlefield to kind of counter this threat that, you know, Ukraine has had lately with drones, because there's a gas shortage right now in Russia, man. The Ukrainians have been quite successful in their latest drone attacks. Tactical nukes, yes, Fedora.
I think that would. I mean, at this stage in the war, I know we talk about a potential deal being made this close. I don't know if that's going to be ideal. Not something that you want to do.
Yeah, the market is tanking, Nick. You're absolutely right. Let's bring it in. We got like another 10 seconds. The Katina Man's short. Get it, Katina Man. Everything's negative, Katina Man. The Dow is negative, down a third. The Q is getting absolutely clipped. They are at the low of the day or thereabouts, down 1.81. The SPY losing as well, down 3/4 in the IWM. Russell 2000 ETF also down into 0.96, but faring the best is the Dow. It's been positive and then negative on the day throughout, so keep your eye out on that. The markets are all bleeding their own blood, and you can see simultaneously, of course, that USO is at the high of the day, 170.1788, as oil moves up and the market down on the back of renewed tensions in the Middle East, sadly. Joey and I will see you guys same bat time channel. Big boys are that way.
Welcome back, everybody. I love that the red Jays has. It's a good look, man. Keeping Canada up in here. Not everything is down. Not everything is down. Sharif said everything was down. I was just trying to figure out why, of all stocks, we've been talking about crappy IPOs. Well, I shouldn't say crappy IPOs because they were good on the first day, but weak IPOs would be the better way to put it. Figma is up 12% today. Figma? Talking about Figma? I don't know why, but it is. So almost everything is down, but there's some kernels of strength out there if you're able to find them. Let's be real. We mentioned the Warner Brothers story in the middle of the day. That's spiking. It's at the highs, pretty much at the highs of the day as well. So there's a few kernels of strength, despite the market looking very weak.
Yeah, despite the market looking very weak, we do want you guys all to take a look at Oragenics, ticker OGen on the NYSE Americans. The company is now activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first fully functional and operational patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Oragenic has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Please go check them out. It's OGen, and it's all about the concussion treatment protocols. So thanks to OGen. The most recent trade that I have is Apple, and we're doing like, I don't know, man. We say, you know, you gotta sit down here, make a couple trades here today. What's up, Randy? Hope you're doing well, man. Thank you so much for finally. I'm glad we figured out the whole Sharif Randy sort of fooling around with the temperature thing here, because now we can blame Randy for fixing it. So thank you, Randy, for fixing the temperature. Yeah, but we just went long on Apple right into here. I got out a little bit because I was wondering if it was breaking, but now we're coming right back up to the upside right there. Yo, Randy, what going on, man? But we're still short SpaceX, which is now $6 in the money, and we're short the NASDAQ. And who would have thought short today? There it is, man. Bang to the short side right there. Apple's still one of the top P&L names on the show, of course. And that was the long that I had, and that was breaking right there. We finally got away from Apple, and now we're long again. So I'm only have two longs today. It's Apple, SpaceX, short right off the open there. SpaceX short. I didn't know if Randy was still there. Short on that break, so that's a pretty easy peasy, lemon squeezy type of trade. And then short the market as well, right off the jump. So we got that. That's what we're doing. And it's pretty good so far moving forward here.
Yeah, there have been a ridiculous amount of shorts. Trump speaking at the Grand Prix event. Well, the Grand Prix is to the downside. Today, I've had one long that's worked, and obviously, before we get to that, SLBR, which I know you guys, a lot of the small cappers are looking at, halted to the downside, just halted down. I feel like this is maybe the third or fourth halt of the day, but it is tapping not significantly lower, but about $1.26 right now. So it looks like this one will open up lower. there's still a couple of minutes before that 5-minute halt is going to be done. I'm out of silver short, out of SMCI short, out of IBIT short, looking for reloads on a couple of them. As I said, the only thing I'm in is WBD. We're going to go to Adara. I'm thinking reload on this. Basically, you'd think, why is it up when there's bad news? Everybody knew the lawsuits were coming for this, so when it happened, it was a sell the new kind of event, which meant it actually buys. So I'm going to look to buy the dip again here in front of the volume-weighted average price. I'm down to only 10%, but that was running into the highs. You got to find that relative strength where you can, and we always find our strength by going to Adara at the desk.
Keep an eye on GM. President Trump just lavishing some praise on the company here at this Grand Prix event for Freedom 250, the 250th anniversary of America. President Trump welcoming the president of GM, whose name I believe he said was Mark Boyce, and then said, quote, "Say hi to Mary for me," referring to Mary Barra, the CEO of GM. He said that they just bought a whole bunch of Escalades, and apparently that they think GM is trying to get into defense. So interesting look here for GM, not really moving too much, but just be aware. Now, separately, more comments here coming related to Trump. They're coming from Iran. We have comments here from Ergachi, the foreign minister of Iran, saying that, quote, President Trump's 20% Hormuz tariff charge is too much. We know that President Trump announced today that the U.S. wants to be, quote, the guardian angel of the Strait, which Iran has already said that they're not comfortable with, and that, as such, he wants to charge that 20% toll here for some of these shipments coming through the Strait. If we get more details, we'll keep you posted. I'm seeing some comments here coming from CENTCOM in terms of, or not CENTCOM, sorry, the military or the joint forces in terms of how they want to implement some of this. But if I get anything more concrete, I'll keep you posted.
Yeah, GM Defense is, it's not like the biggest division that they've got going on, but it is another lever that GM can pull, whether it's fuel cell technology or like there are some military vehicles that they produce as well. So there's a lot they have going on there. The interesting thing about GM right now would be its 200 period moving average. This is on the cusp. Like, you'd like to see it hold on here, hold the 2, break the 50. I think that would be a good sign for you. But man, that you lose that 200 period moving average, it's probably going to be the kind of name that actually gets interesting for a short if that were to happen, at least in the short term. Good looking stock. I like the angle there, but hasn't been performing that well. And maybe, I don't know, you get the mention with the president when you're at the low of the day. Crazier things have happened, but I'm not really even seeing any volume spike there. So maybe we can't lift that one higher, Mr. President. But if you can, 76.85 would be an interesting breakout play. You can't look at this market without the context of what's going on here in USO. Man.
No, I don't like that.
8%.
We were actually talking about that. The final 4 teams. She just told me that might expand even more.
Money. Of course they'd expand it more.
Course. But I was saying to Neil earlier, it's funny because the top 4 teams still made the final 4. So it's like no matter how many teams we let in, it seems like the cream still rises to the top, which is what's supposed to happen. So, and it's great exposure for all the other teams. So I can't hate on that one, right? So the top 4 ranked FIFA teams, ranking-wise, all made it into the final 4. So shout out to parity, I guess, that maybe potentially doesn't exist there in soccer either. But you know what? That is what it is. Okay, so right into there, man. 143. There's the break. SpaceX right now at the lowest it's ever been. So we're going to wait to see what winds up happening now at 135 now for SpaceX. I mean, there's really nothing else to do. This was a name that we wrote down earlier, and it's right here on the sticky note, of course. The most viewed, piece of sort of media that we have other than our actual stream right there. 6,500 of you viewing today this TQQ short. We're in that one. That's SK Hynix. I'll have to look at that. I haven't traded it yet today. So that's a short right there as well. We'll have to look. SpaceX, we're short that one. And then SoFi. SoFi we never got involved with. I know Neil took a shot long there, but I didn't try SoFi yet. Maybe. Let's have a look now to see if SoFi's potentially worth a long. Yeah, no, I mean, I'd like to see us at least break the 200 period and try to get it back over VWAP right there. So SoFi right there, not a great looking trade into the level, but it did give you that VWAP bounce right there on SoFi where, you made a move lower off the open, came back up, and then completely switched course right back to the downside for SOFI. So that name, again, hasn't been through that $20 mark in 7 months. So, we're trying to see if that one has anything behind it there. Robinhood, that's down to 110 as well. So that's going lower there. looks like they may be able to bounce back from those levels. And then coming up over the next couple of days, of course, it's bank season time bank season, yeah. Earnings season, yeah. Therefore, JP Morgan, as it hovers around the top end. So we'll wait to see if JP Morgan can go ahead and, beat. And I think Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, the underwriters of SpaceX, and the other one, Cerebras, and now SK Hynix, should be able to at least speak positively about some of those inflows, but you've seen a nice little downside drift in some of these names as well. It looks like they're getting ready to go for me on earnings, and we talked about that earlier today. The XLF might be a nice little ETF not to hide in, but how to play these earnings, because then you're sort of not worried about guessing on one name, getting it wrong. This way you can sort of play in the patch of all of them. So that's what we're thinking about right now, the XLF. I don't know about taking 137 break short. That's not a horrible plan, but I mean, right now, we go to the gym. Can you see when we got back? Right into here. So we started, that's not exactly, we got back more around 115-ish. But we let it fall back in right into 137. We take that fill there. And then we also watch out for the TQs, which here it is. There's where we got back. We starting to fill out there. We did have some lower bids that never got filled yet, but nice little move there on this one. So that's 6 on SpaceX, another 2 on the TQs. So yeah, man, it's $8 in the money right now. And then we're just trying to mess around with Apple at these lows. The only long that I've had all day there with Apple. So yeah, Houston, we do have a problem there with SpaceX today, as it's only going lower right now.
Yeah, absolutely only going lower. And it's a great one. And the percentages are all over the place. Right now, the only order I have out that is to get more shares of anything or shares of anything is silver. It was just one of those, well, we shorted a bunch of stuff in the morning. And when we were looking at some lows, silver got, SLV, I should say, was at VWAP. So it did lose VWAP, right? VWAP to the low of the day, pretty standard practice. We like to find if we can find it. But now we've got an all-day trend line. Pre-market high lines up with our little VWAP. 1, 2, 3 connects. It's underneath it for the 4th, which gives an opportunity to short it in the 90s, get it out in front of the 52 area, and then that's what we're going to go for here. And obviously, I mean, it doesn't matter like almost anything that you're going to be in. Intel's at low of the day, down 6%. This is a name, it could see that 100 today. But this morning, we were kind of like, it closed at 110 on Friday, and when we're sort of throwing numbers out there, if you get a little bit more granular with Intel, 100's a nice round number, but the actual support's at $97 on this stock. So I think it's got a little bit more to go to the downside. It's another name that I would be looking for some kind of a trend support if we could get it. Random oddities, anyone seeing, well, I like this. Anyone seeing any support possibility SpaceX down here besides the fib at 103? You don't, you have the issue prices, right? You have the 135 issue price. You can throw Fibonacci's if you like, but one thing you can always do with recent IPOs is you can go to data from the private markets whenever they were doing raises and just look at what the valuation points were at significant funding rounds. And then those can give you some historical prices. So in the gap between, say, 135 and 100 on SpaceX, that's where you might find some key levels. It does require some legwork, but that's all public stuff out there. You just look at all their big raises. It's all public. You can find it and then just do the math with the, you don't even have to do the math anymore. You can literally just put it into ChatGPT. But if you like Fibonacci's, I'm sure, there's crazier things out there that maybe people trying to find some fibs where they could make it work. It's not a fib, but it is FIG. I know the software names are having a big day, but when you're up this much and looking for a reversion, you could do a heck of a lot worse if this thing can break the trend. So I'm going to have that. I'm going to have this one up, at least on one of the charts. I've got silver up here, IBIT, and WBD, and then Figma is going to be one of the other ones for potential trend break. But it doesn't really seem like it's going. It's got this nice little pullback here, but what has to happen is throw a head and shoulders up, break down under 23.5, and then look for the move into the volume weighted average price. So, those are the names that I've got on watch here, and we'll see what happens with the market on a Monday. Not a very good start to the week, but we've seen this story before. You get a major IPO, you get some temporary tops, even if technically speaking it wasn't really an IPO. The SK Hynix effectively was it was a big one, and we're talking about billions of dollars that needed to go somewhere, and a bit of a temporary top up.
Yeah, and what a big trade it was there on. I don't even know if I put it here on the gram here, which is of course X. No, I might not have even put it up. We did take the SK Hynix long right off the jump there on Friday. Just trying to see. I don't think it. I didn't even tweet it out. But yeah, that was a very, very good long trade there off the open of SK Hynix. We just treated it like an IPO and really did well off that one. And like I was saying before, we'll see if we can sort of repeat that again. This is actually today. Why is this not? Oh, that's quite right, because it was V.
Yeah, it's silly.
Yeah, that's why. So here, SKHY. So this is what it looks like on a 1 minute chart on eSignal, of course. They sort of amalgamate the two symbols right there. But yeah, it came out nice and early, which was great, around 11:30. There was the move higher, man. It was a good one. Always wish you had more shares on every trade that works out well. But still, man, we nailed that one. Then we were able to get even a short into the end of the day to nail that one. So it was just a really good field day for SK Hynix there on Friday. And yeah, I was looking at this that's 170. This morning, I was looking at 155 short because that was sort of right into here, what we had talked about during the pre-market areas of concern there. Now 155 seems to be where VWAP is, so we'll have to wait to see if we can get back lower here. I still really like the short, man. I mean, make the 158. I mean, we're not too far away from possibly pushing that short as well. Give ourselves 50 cents, maybe 60 cents worth of risk. I like this right now for SK Hynix. 158. Is that what I said? What is the price? 158 short? Yeah, 158. So let's see if we can get right into there. Send it to Neil? Nah, no one wants that. Soon, we'll do that in a minute. Thanks, Tiffany. Right in here, 158 short coming for SK Hynix. So yeah, I've been told we got to go to Neil. Let's go to Neil.
I think maybe some mic issues potentially. Yeah, and guys, thank you for the feedback. Sometimes we have some little minor issues with the mics, for sure. I'm actually looking at SK Hynix as well, but before a little bit different of a story. Obviously, anytime you get the press that we saw on Friday, it's going to be a great trade. It was a great trade, the long. The afternoon shorts were also profitable as well, but obviously nothing like the long today. In the uptrend, managed to catch a couple of reversions in and through VWAP once or twice, but this is a trend break here if it closes under 157. If it bounces, then I'll just track it. Just keep tracking it as long as it holds the trend line. Once you break it, that's when we want to hit that go for sure. I'm also, like I said, that SLV is starting to get a little bit to the upside. So here's silver finally I shouldn't say finally catching a bid, but catching a little bit of a bid. And as long as, there we go, I gotta hit save for these and then they stick around. As long as we can hold this trend, it's this or VWAP. So up to 52. Up to 52 is what I wanna see. And shout out to everyone out there that have been putting symbols in. Andrew Mather, when you're typing in V, don't forget to put the dollar signs in so you can bump it up on our stock visualizer. V is still trying to go. Volume's really tapering off on this runner, but it has been strong all day. It's kind of forming a bit of a head and shoulders play.
Oh, V, yeah. I saw that $12 was really
This is ridiculous. It's $13 from VWAP.
Ooh, the wall.
So it's a little bit opened up and a little bit crazy. Just understand that almost any major move that it puts in from here is a high probability to halt. So you can't treat it like a regular $28 stock. Forget about a couple of points in this. You probably have to give everything like $4 or $5 to try and see if it can break out those highs. But with crude hitting the high of the day just now,
is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's about where to look for some shorts, reloads and some shorts and SLVs where I'm looking. Let's go up to Adara, although it's not at the desk. It's at the wall.
Indeed, guys, it is another segment of, I'm just going to keep the name for now, to the window, to the wall, where we take a look at a chart window up on this here wall, specifically an infographic chart or image. So my poorly drawn U.S. state map is back because we have to talk about here data center legislation by states. Now, I have to thank someone in the chat, I believe by the name of Green Saber, I want to say, who suggested, hey, Adara, can you look at which U.S. states have sued over data centers? Now, I went a little bit different. What I really ended up looking at here, and I do want to shout out the National Conference of State Legislatures, which is where I found all this data. I wanted to look at which states have tried to introduce some kind of legislation when it comes to data centers. And so this is kind of the status of all of it. So we have 6 states that have introduced a bill that just means like, hey, this is forward here. We want to make this a law related to usually just temporary, like 1 to 3 year moratoriums on data centers. Then you've got one state here, that's Maine, the tip of the iceberg, quite literally over there. That's where you had a bill vetoed. So that means it passes all the necessary stages, but a top executive, usually a governor, says, nope, that's not going to be a law. Bye-bye. Then you have 6 states here that have actually, failed to pass this. So the bill makes it through some stages, but, at some point just ends up dying or isn't carried through. Then you have one case here where this actually continued. So basically that means that, at this point, it was supposed to expire at a certain point. This is my understanding, but it'll continue on for the time being. So it's kind of been stayed more or less. It could have ended, but it's going to continue for the time being, that law. And then you actually have one where it's passed. That's going to be this great state of New York, which actually looks like we passed some data center legislation there. Specifically, I believe a 1-year moratorium on data centers above a certain amount of megawatts. Now, what is interesting here? What do you see when you look at this map? Well, what I see is a lot of these legislations are concentrated over here on the East Coast, a lot of them on the tip of the East Coast here. You have some kind of in this mid-east area of the U.S. Like the most west that you get here really is going to be South Dakota. You have Oklahoma also, again, kind of in its own little range here when it comes to these, I guess, states that are pursuing data center legislation. But yeah, I thought this is really interesting. I do want to shout out once again that individual in the chat, I believe, Green Saber, who suggested an infographic like this. I have another visual coming out tomorrow that just really takes a look at, just by state, each of these different types or statuses of legislation that each of these bills have passed through, data center related bills. So I thought this is pretty interesting. Hope you guys liked it. If you have any feedback, if you have any other infographics that you want to see, any different topics you want me to cover and research, I'm literally always open and always taking notes. So definitely tag me there in that chat. You can check out this infographic. It's live now on X at TTV Research. And that is today's segment of To the Window, to the Wall, as I send you back over to the guys.
You die with
113 million shares.
Thank you very much, Sarah Dara. And we were actually just talking about that Sober stock, which has done 200% to the upside with 213 million shares.
Yeah,
Make sure I get that actually right. The weird thing about this one is I've said this before, I have a hard time understanding the very long term for this business. Because it's like if things are eventually going automated, like the more and more you get more automated driving, like you'd think just long term we solve that problem altogether.
No, but I think it's not. It's testing. I mean, you still can't drive.
No, of course you can't.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think that this actually can tie in.
In the short term, I think it can be great. I love the concept. But.
Yeah, I think even long term. I mean, I could see it getting, just more everything, just more mechanical, right? Like maybe you do have to, in order to, use full self-drive if you've had a past potential, issues with the law as far as, sober driving or anything. And all of a sudden you need to get into your car, maybe in order to activate some sort of through Bluetooth or however they're doing it, you have to activate your full self-drive. Maybe you do have to use some sort of a, mechanical breathing situation here. So Sober upside, I'm not even sure what the story is, but 213 million shares today for SOBR. FAC there. Short play just halted and reopened back up. This looks like there might have been a few halts here today in FAC. 2.7 million shares for that one as that's going. What's GFUZ? So this is another one. It doesn't look like much going on there. GFUZ. The best one was this, man. At $12, I was looking at this earlier and we talked about it. It really started to ramp up at 12. And if I go over, I'm getting obviously better at, I don't really trade halt names, but getting better at trying to find them out. And I definitely feel like when this was starting to ramp up here and we halted, I could really start to see some of the action off of the level 2 really start to go and the machines get turned on. So, we definitely want to have a look at some of these names as we continue to move forward here with VEEEE. Again, beautiful upside take there. We have everything for me today has just been working. So I haven't really looked elsewhere, but we should be able to do that and look at bigger names, especially ones that have this kind of volume today. 65 million shares. You know, I got Roblox spiking over here on my mind right now as that's hitting
still?
some of the scanners. Yeah, 55. That's near the day's low right now, not spiking anymore, but hitting the scanners down near the lows at 55.50. So this could definitely be a long. I just bought a little bit more Apple here. I only have a quarter of a unit, you know, not trying to do anything too crazy here near the end of the day. All we're trying to do is stack up, man. We've got our, you know, a good P&L so far here today off of this. I mean, the SpaceX short, we just got filled down there at 136.80. So like that, this has been quite the day here. Once, I mean, I'm a broken record, but SpaceX again continues to be top, and I think this is going to be this is my top stock today. So there it goes, man. SpaceX all the way to the downside, and you know, can't not trade this name. I mean, it's doing tons of volume. The action is there. It definitely has momentum, you know, behind it both ways. So we'll just continue to watch out for SpaceX. And then, you know, who's your daddy over here with SKHY? Feel like we'll be right back into this name ASAP as soon as we get a trade going. And it's too bad because like I'm sitting here now at 158, but didn't see that earlier. We'll make a lot of money on SK Hynix over the next couple of weeks. Trust me on that one. But for right now, it's just kind of like slow grind here on SK Hynix. And maybe today's not the day, but you know, we'll find some levels on this one and just continue to trade it going on there. Love you too, hangry wife.
Yeah, there's been plenty of opportunities on SKHY. I wonder how well the volume is going to hold up on this. I feel like it should do pretty well because this is not like a SpaceX situation where, you know, people can talk about how overpriced it is and whatnot. No, like this is something people have been trying to get exposure to alongside Micron and SanDisk, and its valuation is good. So I think there's still going to be some excitement. That said, it did break the trend. So I jumped in. There's a trend line. There's a prior bar. There's VWAP. So that's the structure of the trade that I'm in right now for SK Hynix. It's about finding spots. Realistically, like so far the scalp shorts have worked on this thing, if we're being real about it. But I just wonder, like it's a better bet. I know I've been pretty bearish on it, despite the fact it's been pretty decent today. 0.6% down is it's a bit deceptive because it gapped down and really there's been a lot of buying on the stock. But when you throw in the fact that Micron trades a single digit PE and these guys trade, I don't know, like a quarter of that, there will be some interested dip buyers, I would think, on SK Hynix. PEs and everything. Memory space is incredibly cyclical, at least it always has been, and no one wants to be caught when the music stops on any of the memory names. Like, I don't care what you're looking at. Like Micron down 5% today, obviously in sympathy, but we've seen what happens when these go down even for like a little bit. Like people get scared, and then 10% turns into 20, and 20 turns into 30, like right quick. So that is definitely a possibility. But let's be real. As long as the growth continues, every single quarter, they just keep putting up these monster numbers. And if you look at who's actually generating the cash, there's been a bit of a shift. Cash flow growth has been in the memory chip names more so than it has been in the mags who are spend. So there had been some willing dip buyers. And I think at some point, probably come in here and actually think some longs again on SK Hynix. But on day two, I find with any major IPO, I've been like day 2, day 3, favor the short if you can find it as the hype dies down a little bit here. So looking for this one down in the volume weighted average price. We'll see if it gets down there. USO, you got to watch. It might be turning around here. Like at 119.
Oh, wait, that's that high.
Yeah, like we're already at 119. You have to go back to, what was it, the 17th. So go all the way back into the 17th. Maybe I'll put up like a 60-minute or something that you can even see these levels if it even gets there. But anytime you see parabolic like this, like you start thinking about, okay, so no, let's see 17th? Okay, no, it's the 15th here. So the 15th, the last time we were really trading at this level, and it was about 119 with like 120 and a half at the top. So from a technical standpoint, like you're starting to get to some places where you might think for at least some ringing of the register, the short-term trades. So even this is starting to look like it could be a trend reversion. Tons of volume. And remember, just because things close, like when spot closes, it doesn't mean that oil stops moving. But sometimes you do get trend breaks around this time of day. So I'm going to pop the trend line up and have this one on the radar as well. 9% higher.
Yeah, that seems crazy talk.
Congratulations if you bought the Venezuela bottom.
I did not realize that. Or congratulations if you bought it on Friday as well, man.
Or yeah, just then too.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically the levels. We were talking about that the other day. about some of those levels. But hey, man, traders got to trade. And there goes Apple again, man. I mean, we just bought that right there. Okay, Apple. I'll take it out a little bit now. Okay. Nice movement here, guys. We just bought this. There goes Apple again. The two longs. The only long that I've had, today has been Apple, and there it goes. So far, so good on this one as we continue to go higher. And again, just a couple reloads done right for you guys live right here today, 216.25. Another one, just put that in there on Apple. I don't have very many shares left, and again, my unit is going to be different than Neil's, different than Joe's, different than Sharif's. Everybody has different amount of shares they trade around here. So for me on SpaceX, very little left for myself, but still hovering around 136.85 was our best out, and we'll see here. I'm actually thinking about I don't really want to get more off the 50. If we do get to the 200, I would consider getting a little bit more there at 138.50. So that could be a spot coming through for SpaceX at some point. Who knows when, if it does get back up there. I'm not going to punch out right here. We don't have enough shares to really worry about it overly. So right now, SpaceX just doing its best that it can to figure itself out right now. And there it comes. Okay, yeah, let's go back there to the downside for SpaceX. And then, of course, the market's still puking all over itself. And this was the number one trade idea off the sticky note today, was the short there in the NASDAQ. So what else do you guys want to talk about, man? GFUZ, yeah, that sober stock. I mean, we're trying to talk about everything for you guys here. Then that sober stock, nice move down. And, we're just thinking about what the place is for this stock, but 150 is your 200 period moving average. We touched that today and come right back in off of it. So, technical analysis still remains kind of true here for this particular name. And of course, I'm referring to Sober. So we'll see where that one goes moving forward now, but a good look there for SOBR today, up 178%. So that could be a good one there. All right, here's a question. What's up, casserole? I like some casserole. Let me put this one up right now. Should you hold your position? Here it is right here. Here's a real question.
Casserole.
Yes. I don't know what his name is. I was just joking around. Oh, it's not up yet. Okay, it's lagging, I just heard. So when it comes up, we'll get that. But here it is. Bro, or but, the question, okay, there it is. We got it up.
Oh,
still lagging. What? This is like my computer over here, lagging. Yeah, hello. All right, so there it is. All right, by the way, what question, here's the real question. Should I hold my shorts overnight via options into the banks? No, I don't. Well, the banks haven't really reacted quite well off of earnings. So you do have to watch out for that call. I do think you're onto something there, potentially holding it into that. I don't know if you've made money on them or not. Like I was going to say, depending on who's coming tomorrow. Goldman, I'm not even sure. Adara, who's coming tomorrow? Maybe that will help us.
All of them but Morgan.
All of them but Morgan. Okay, so
that's,
WFC,
Citigroup.
Okay, all of them but Morgan. So I would just say that if you're in the money right now, which maybe you are, there, Casserole, then maybe you would think about getting something out at some of these levels. I can't really, hate on that kind of an idea right now as the market's trying to pull back in just a little bit here. So I would say if you're in the money right now, nothing wrong with playing a little bit of house money into tomorrow. That's Goldman Sachs. And, you're talking about rolling them into earnings. The only thing I can say is earnings, nobody's supposed to know what to expect from these things. And if we just go back to the last earnings date for JP Morgan, I feel like it would have been back in February maybe. I don't know when exactly it was, but there's some nice negative plays here off of earnings, and it's taken a little bit of time to get back to the upside for some of these plays. So I would just say be careful with anything that you're doing heading into earnings, especially with options. They can get pretty expensive. You could hedge yourself with an XLF long potentially if you wanted to, buy a couple of contracts long in something that is potentially hedging yourself there, but you don't want to put too much money into this because anything you make on this, you'd lose and you maybe net it out. But yeah, my opinion for the banks are they're looking set, they look to be primed for a long. I mean, they've pulled back in, maybe not JP Morgan, but some of them have pulled back in a little bit and look to get back to the upside. But yeah, the banks I feel like are one of the hardest things to read. You just want to stay long forever. I put on quite a bigger position on JP Morgan in my own account right here. The last time it touched the 200 period moving average, not the last time. This was back in March. Then we had the tariff tantrum. I was scared for that position, of course, and then it just sort of matured up. So I'm still long JP Morgan somewhere around here, 220 to 230 off the last trade. And I don't have any plans of getting it out, man. Just ride sort of that interest rate and ride that dividend back there to the upside and see if we can, capture some relative strength in the banks, hopefully starting tomorrow as earnings season is upon us. So I do like Citigroup maybe the best from what I've read there, but yeah, we're not trying to do anything too crazy here today. Just shorting the names. Now Apple is it's 50 cents in the money, so we're still going the best we can here today with what we've got. It's Apple, it's Sia at the desk.
Let's take a look at how the markets are doing starting with the three major averages. We have the SPY still in the red, down very close to 0.80%. The triple Qs down very close to 2%. It's down, to be precise, 1.8%. We have the Dow still in the red, down 0.33%, and the IWM down very, very close to 8%. Let's take a look at a couple things I want to bring up right now. App 11, that's APP, is down almost 11.4% on the day, making it its worst performing S&P 500 member to start the week. Now, the decline also put App 11 on pace for its 6th daily loss in 7 sessions. So, let's take a look at BII, next. Biogen is up 4.6% on the day after Tues has upgraded the biotechnology name, that is Biogen, to buy from hold. Tues has said that the stock could see upside after it releases the latest data from investigational drug trials. Let's go look over there. Finally, we have BRAI, that's Brain Limited. The company is up 42% on the day almost after the company has launched Aria, which is an AI agent that's designed for the real estate industry. CEO Nataraj Balasubramanian has said in a statement that we believe this creates a scalable recurring software opportunity within a global real estate software market forecasted to reach approximately $32 billion by the year 2032. So with that, Brain is up on the day 42.7%.
That'll definitely work. And we're back for a split second there. I did that thing where in Windows, like you shake it and everything minimizes. And the whole idea, Windows, is when you shake, everything's supposed to come back. It didn't. But thank you very much. Lamenting on. I feel like people always hate on Windows for probably good reason. But anyways, just to get back to brass tacks. Well, it didn't take very long to get to VWAP on SK Hynix. Like it broke trend here when it lost to 157, so entered 157. The stop was just above the number, so it wasn't like an even dollar stop, but it was, call it like, I don't know, plus slippage. It was 25 cents a risk, but throw slippage in there, so it's probably more like 40. And then we're able to get like $1.30 on that, so it was pretty solid. But ultimately, like it ran through my bid when my level 2 wasn't even up there for sure. I might have missed my chance to reload Warner Brothers. It's already headed higher. I think the mistake was waiting for VWAP when I should just be taking any consolidation if I like the long. So what I'm gonna do here is just add to it there-ish. Here, let me pull that. Someone keeps telling me, center it a little bit more. There you go. So I'm gonna try to add in here in the 35 range and then just tighten the stop. So if I'm gonna move the stop in just underneath 30 anyways, then I can just try to add in the mid 30s and then tighten the stop as we go. So that's the approach I'm gonna try to the high of the day. Like it's a good, like you're talking about a full percentage point to the high. So I think there's lots of room for us to still rally on this bad boy. It's been going counter trend to the market because they've got their own story. But the other thing that works well is if you ever get, like this is not really, like this is a momentum stock because like the deal's up in the 30s. It's trading at such a ridiculous, like it's trading so much underneath like the $31 deal that you're really, it's moving around more than your regular percentages. And when you have something with a wide spread and the market's weak, sometimes it looks a little bit more appealing, right? Because if you think the deal might close, well, then you can close in the gap there. So I'm gonna add to it if I can in the 30s. This would treat this like any other momentum stock, which is trending into the upside. We'll see if we can get some kind of a reload in HK Hynix if it does come back into VWAP, but here comes a potential trend break on SLV. So we short in front of the trend line. This is your resistance level right in about here on SLV. So I've been short a couple of times on this. Kind of like the same approach, but one was VWAP and the other was down here. Just sort of taking your shots. I'm not reversing into this long because I'm not really feeling that all that bullish on it. Look at the error message on the even our screen for a split second. The position board was you see the red that just popped up.
No, I missed it.
But anyways, yeah, so we'll get out of this one if it breaks that trend line. But Warner Brothers, I'm going to go with the patented, well, I'm moving the stop up, so I'm going to average in here. Well, not really much for averaging in, but almost considering it a new trade. I happen to have some shares from earlier, but it's like a new trade that I want to be long in the 30s up top. Michael P. DeRider, because Mike is an alternate personality.
Right.
We'll have to make sure we get them right, because in the morning there is Mike P. DeRider, there's Michael P. DeRider, and there's a couple of other ones in there which we've had conversations with. The amount of knowledge that I have learned from the show is wild. Well, we appreciate you too, Mike. All of the viewers, I don't know whether you're on, our viewers on TikTok, our viewers obviously here on YouTube, and really small cap traders, large cap traders, options traders out there. We've had Forex traders that are like, I don't even trade equities and I like the show. So we appreciate all of you guys. And let us know what you guys are watching. Here's what I was about to do. I think I was dragging this down, and that's when everything minimized. Like, I didn't shake it, but I wanted to ask everybody a quick little poll. Yeah. So, earnings season, I can't even type. Earnings season starting.
Yeah.
So what I want to know is, what scares you the most? So what scares you the most? That's too big. I was just going to earnings season here. What are you the most afraid of? I'm going to go memory. Whoops. All of them. It can be the group. Is it oil? Is it software? Or is it AI? And I don't want, look, I could put other topics in there, but I just want to know in general. And AI just means the rest. Oh, you know what? I'll go Mag 7. How about that? Mag 7. So I'm only going to give you guys 4 options, right? So what do you think is the biggest theme in earnings season? If you think the biggest thing we need to be concerned about are the memory chip names, you type 1. If you think it's all about Iran and oil, type 2. If you think it's about the software names, that should be dead last. That'll be type 3. And if you think we're still driven by the Mag 7, then give us a 4. I'm going to actually throw in, you know what? How can it not be about memory earnings? Because when you think about it...
Yeah, oil and software are irrelevant right now, I think.
Because some people think the software bounce could be the next story. I think that's where I want to throw it in there. But if memory falters, if any of those names falter this earnings season, and don't put up the numbers we're expecting,
you don't have AI in there.
It's over.
Is that memory?
You know what? I feel like it's too close to the memory.
Yeah. No,
because the AI tree blows up, it's kind of like the memory name blowing up too.
I get you.
It's not much of a difference. So let's stick with memory. It seems to me like software is dead last. No one seems to think that can be a balance or any kind of a catalyst for the markets. But it's pretty even between memory, oil, and the Mag 7. I suppose you could make the argument the Mag 7 is about whether the hyperscalers keep spending, and then that's the story.
Yeah.
But man, if Micron misses, if SanDisk misses.
Yeah, and I don't want to say like oil doesn't mean anything right now, but it's just we get so many headlines back and forth every day. I mean, obviously, the market being down 2% today. Not even the market, it's the NASDAQ, right? The ES is, like, think about this. Oil, USO's up 9% today. Okay, the ES is down 0.6. You know, the Dow might not even be down. I mean, the Dow's been just on some crazy other level these days with how that's been moving around. Yeah, it's down 0.3. So with oil being completely rocking today, you know, you're getting some of these other indexes that are doing really nothing. So I would say that, yeah, when you're looking at memory and all that, I mean, I think it's a great poll. So, you know, this is the dog that wags the tail right now, right? And the biggest dog, of course, is Nvida, and we're not going to get them for a minute. So you're going to be waiting for AMD earnings, waiting for, you know, Intel to show its face, and then you want to wait for the big mega cap names to Meta. You want these names to get going as well. Meta's been going, but you want to make sure that they can hold some of the momentum here into the earnings reports, right? So that's what I'm doing here with Meta, hoping and praying that they got a good report underneath them. So we'll see if Meta just continues that CapEx spend, and they may not, and if they don't, then that's the scary part about it as they finally, I mean, why would they spend more money on CapEx? We sort of got the story from them the other day that they're trying to build out some more data space, their data centers here in Canada, in Alberta, and now they're going to be selling some of that over compute that they've committed to so far. So if they have too much, maybe potentially not the greatest story there moving forward for Meta, but I still think that's up in the air. And then, to your point about software names, Palantir, and shout out to my good friend Nelson there. I'm proud of you, man. Hopefully this continues to work itself out here. And that, of course, is the oil trade, as Palantir here starts to go back up to the upside. I like Palantir. I was talking with Nelson a little bit about it, and it's just this 125 area. It seems like it wants to hold. But the thing is, you got to be careful with it. I mean, it's got to try to clear over through this 132. I do think Palantir does have runway up to 155. Their report was amazing last time, and it went down. So I don't know, man. It was one of the reports that Alex Karp, who's a madman himself, so he and I are probably good together. Alex Karp had said it was like the best quarter he'd ever seen, and I think that was up here around 194. He might have said of any tech company ever.
He did.
And then that move's been rated to the downside. We have Mr. Michael Burry there, infamously still famous for his housing short there. He's made many mistakes, obviously. I think probably more mistakes than he's done right, but he's still short Palantir and some of the other software names, as far as I know there. So I think that's been a great trade, obviously, to the short side. And yeah, just predicting that software was going to have a little bit of a, moment, I think has been right there. And, you've seen names like Salesforce and whatnot get to the bottom of it. But another name that, I had mentioned here at 108 about Lululemon, and just thought that, maybe that was somewhat of a kitchen sink there when it came back in. It would have gone, if you took that 108, it would have gone against you down to 104 or so. But now Lululemon finally trying to say, get that garbage out of here, and we'll see. It's still got to break this level here, 135, but it's not looking horrible now. I know it's only 3 straight up days, but at least it's trying to go. It just finally took out its 50-period moving average. Look, we haven't been above the 50-period since all the way back to the beginning of the year in January. So I know that there's been some, calls that we made in January that definitely have not turned out very well. I'm glad I don't have Lululemon as part of that one, but if we can get above the 50-period moving average and right into there, take it and hold it, that's what we're trying to do right now with this candle. So a couple wicks higher, we haven't closed above the 50-period. Like, that's not even a close. I guess that would have been right here this day, but I'm not sure where the 50-period would have been at that time. Really, you got to sort of go back to November. So you're trying to go back almost like 8 months there before you saw like a real run in Lululemon, and that was once we finally closed above it. Looks like, pretty easily. So that's back in November, all the way to the upside into 220. Now you're getting it at half price down there at 120. So I know Sharif and I, we wear Lulu. I've got it on. Got the socks right now for sure on, and I like the product. It's been beat up, man. I mean, Under Armour. I mean, check out Nike. I think they were on a little bit of a run.
Small run.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. So you're getting 3 or 4 days back end trading right here. But actually, that's $40 a 4. That's 10% up. So yeah, Nike's probably beating some of these other names. Wish I was in Nike rather than Marvell since June 30th. But yeah, nice move upside there for Nike, up 10%. Not bad. SpaceX still hovering around. TQ still hovering around.
Nike could break out, actually.
Yeah, I hope so. And then right there, we're almost out of all of Apple, by the way. So it made that move. We actually took most of it out right here at 317 there on Apple. But yeah, just waiting for something else to happen here. I don't know, man. The Nasdaq's pretty slow right now. It's on 247. Maybe some of these halters will start to move again. I don't have anything moving. Like Sober, nice move down here. I don't know where the halt bands are on this one, but we still got a little bit of ways to go here on Sober as it's dancing around. Maybe that $1 holds or doesn't. Like, that's a good break right there to the downside, as we know that companies and shareholders panic when you get dollar breaks, because if you stay underneath $1 for whatever that time frame is, 90 days or whatever it is, you're going to get that warning from the Nasdaq to say you got to get above $1 or you get back down into the pink sheet. So we're going to watch out for that VWAP hold of $1 right there on Sober. Yeah, man, happy birthday to everybody whose birthday it is out there.
Yeah, Beyond Meat's an example of that.
Yeah, is that still at 68 cents?
68, 63.
Yeah,
soon to be.
It's a pretty good call.
Soon to be 50.
Yep, probably.
Then to be, oh my goodness. Then to be reverse split again, I suppose. It's so weird that we actually get people that are interested in trying to pick bottoms on like the worst stocks of all time. Buy the dip on things in an uptrend can be a lot better way to play it for sure. All right, I gotta make sure I get all my pages up because I just saw a super chat up here and it's Ronnie Boy. I don't know if this is working. I'm gonna try it now, see if things are fixed. I think they are. Ronnie Boy, yeah. We appreciate the super chat. The context that we have to keep things to, and again, we'll shout out at everyone if you send a super chat in here, and ultimately, we try to keep it apolitical. But the reality is, regardless of what you might think, there's two things that I'm pretty sure everybody should be happy about if they happen. Actual, reasonable, normal traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, and no troops on the ground or further escalation.
Yeah, that'd be bad. Right?
Like, as far as I'm concerned, one of those things we have yet to happen, which has been a pretty good sign. The other one, if it's not resolved by the next earnings run, I don't know what's going to happen to oil, because they were already saying if things don't get back to normal by this time, that we should already be seeing a much more significant spike than this, and what will happen to Europe and yada, yada, yada. And of course, what's going on with China, things are only okay with China because they stockpiled like crazy going into this. I mean, like absolutely crazy. Their reserves bigger than the US's by an order of magnitude. And really, you extend this even further, maybe that's a plan. Maybe they just want to choke them out. I have no idea. But I think at the end of the day, everybody wants peace. But all of us want cheaper oil. I promise you that. Yeah, there goes that SLV. You win trend break 1 on, well, WBD was a trend break, I suppose, as well. Same thing over there with SK Hynix every time I've taken it. But this one, see, clean trend break, get out, wait for the volume weighted average price. That's what's going to be next. I did get the reload on WBD, although I'm kind of, the way I see it, it's more of a, this is a new trade buying this dip. It doesn't really matter that I had shares in here, like left over. This is a new trade that I'm basically giving to this low. So relatively tight stop, because there's a 0.5% between there and VWAP. So I want to make sure we're giving it a relatively tight stop on this bad boy. We're going to go up to Sia at the desk, I believe, for a small cap recap. I think.
Thank you so much, Neil. Yes, you're right. It is the small cap segment. Let's take a look. IWM currently down very close to 1%, still maintaining a bit of a bearish momentum on the day. Let's take a look at 3 individual tickers for now. We have CNXC, that's concentric, that's up 13% on the day. Corporate services are picking up momentum for this particular ticker and company. It's also released its sustainability report a couple of days ago, and they are one of the top 5% that have received a star and earn a medal for the same. The company is up 13% on the day. FIG, Figma, is up 11% on the day. Just 2 days ago, we had the CEO of Figma saying that he's never been more bullish as the AI versus design momentum and debate continues to intensify. We have TCBK. That's Trico Bank shares up 11.2% on the day. This ticker is soaring after First Hawaiian Incorporated has announced that it will be acquiring the company in an all-stock purchase transaction valued at approximately $2.02 billion.
Thank you, Lucia. I'm going to throw this up here just because, thank you for the super chat, Blundercorp. But you know I didn't say $20 for Beyond Meat, okay? Appreciate the super chat. I know you're joking. You know you're joking. Just want to make sure everyone understands that that is just some humor. I'm going to make the assumption. The only people that think Beyond Meat are going to $20 are maybe insiders that know that they could do a reverse split that big, I suppose. Or,
well, yeah, they could go like,
yeah, they could. I mean, it's 60 cents. Like, they could do a ridiculous reverse split, and then you would see the price of $20, but the value's not going. I mean, anytime soon. I don't think so. Maybe the CEO's moms or something. I don't know. Come on. No, absolutely not. There's better. If you're looking for squeeze plays or like shot plays, like if I'm betting on, we've had this conversation before. Here. If I'm saying there's a stock that could potentially go to zero that I actually like, SMR. That chart stinks. The stock could be headed to zero. They might never actually make money. But you know what? I'd much rather have them than Beyond Meat, because I can see something that takes them exponential. Whereas I don't know that you can say that about Beyond Meat. I have nothing against Beyond Meat. I don't know. That's just the way I see it. Also, SMR is not really a penny stock yet, so you're not worried about delisting here. That's it. It is making, dang, it made another, it just keeps on making 52-week lows every single, once a week it'll make a 52-week low. But when this breaks the trend, I want to look to be in it again. So, you know, there's always a better play out there for like a shot play. Even like some quantum names might be better bets if you're just looking for like long-term hero stuff.
Yeah, I mean, these are just meme stocks. So when you're looking at GameStop
It's
or
not even
AMC
one
or
anymore.
anything like that, you know, you just got to be ready for it. Watch out for D-Nut and things like that. All right, so, you know, on to real trading again here. 137.50 coming through on SpaceX. So, you know, we take another fill there as it starts to go back up. And the reason why I say real trading is we want to remind everybody that this is the #1 selling book here on Amazon. It's Real Trading. You got to go grab it right now. It's only $1. I was actually just looking at it right there on Kindle. So if you are interested in grabbing this one, go grab it immediately on there. This is Daniel Schleffer, the guy that started it all here at Real Trading, you know, talking about how us here hitting keys are, you know, compliments to what's been happening out there. You need to have some real ideas to come through and some human insight. So if you've been fighting the markets algorithmically or whatever, check this book out, man. It's Real Trading here. You know, this is the rise of the stock market is for, you know, algorithmic trading and faster keyboards and everything like that, but you still need that human insight. So go check it out. It's 99 cents for the entire month. So get onto Amazon right now. The #1 book, man. I mean, this promotion's running through August 10th. Go find it for $1. I mean, if you have a Kindle, you might as well grab that. It's Real Trading. And it's a pretty good one, man. Why stock markets will always need a human touch. So, yeah, I think it's pretty good. I haven't gone through the whole thing yet, but not too bad at all. When we complement the technology and, you know, we talk about here the different order types and everything like that. And I mean, it's like I've had my biggest days of my career right here in front of you guys on SpaceX. We had a big day on SK Hynix as well there on Friday. And, you know, anything to do with, you know, mechanical trading there. We just took the long opening print and able to get out of it and then work around, you know, the various ideas that we have. So, you know, obviously we talk about Citadel and all the money that's being made, you know, through that kind of a trading avenue, Robinhood and whatnot. But there still is definite need for that human touch. I mean, look at these trades that we put on. There's nothing here but me looking at levels every single day. There's SpaceX, $5 or $6. And if you guys watch the show on the regular, you know we're doing this, you know, as often as we can, at least trying to. Right there, the break of Apple in the morning at 3:20, you know, being able to sit in front of a level 2 and watch this go and, you know when to hold them, know when to fold them, things like that. Shout out there. And now all of a sudden, Apple's $1 in the money, you know. So there's a lot of money to be made here just by doing what we're doing. And I want to thank everybody for watching and go support not only the show, but the book as well. I mean, the show doesn't get any kickbacks, but this is Real Trading. We're on a Real Trading floor. So what's up with Daniel and everybody else there? Go and grab it and let me know in the chat if you have any positive experiences reading this book. I mean, 99 cents.
Yeah, let me know what you take away from it.
Like less than,
it's a good read.
You know, the price of a cup of coffee. Obviously, you get this book. So if you have a Kindle, go grab it. Otherwise, I'm reading on here $29 US. Right there. So go grab this book, published by Forbes. You want to go get it. It's Real Trading. So shout out right there.
It's a great deal. And again, I'll say it was a good read. So, and obviously biased being interested in the markets, but if you're here, then you're interested in the markets. It's that simple. And if you are, understanding structure and why things work the way that they do, Daniel is an expert on that. Zero questions asked. Absolute expert on it. No questions asked. Speaking of SK Hynix and IPOs, I know this isn't traditionally an IPO, right? But you guys know what we're talking about here. The ADR, it doesn't seem to even want to retest this volume weighted average price. We got out at VWAP, but I think a pop back into the volume weighted average price. Any bump now just sort of has this going on here. Keep moving it over. Just every time you flip stocks, it goes back. But any bump to VWAP, or maybe even just holding this trend line. Like if we can just hold the trend line and then flat bottom break. So hold the trend, have any kind of a flat bottom break, that'll look like a good one as well. Thomas Kondo, BBAI thoughts, thinking of going long if below $3. I haven't pulled that one up in a while. We were talking about this with SMR. Like in the chat, someone said, oh, they're waiting for $6 on SMR. And I was like, well, I was thinking my hat size, and the more I look at the trend down, I don't know how much I still want to do that. Like, I'll just wait for it to break the trend. On BBAI, $3 is literally the 52-week low, so you have that theoretical support down there, and then you've got 250. What has happened, though, is look at the bottoms. Like, okay, look at the stock when it's made a bottom. There's the low, there's another low, there's it regaining the 50-period moving average. So when it's in a downtrend and it regains a 50 period, it basically gives you a consolidation setup long. There's it making a fresh low, coming out of a downtrend, holding the 50 period, and then you have a consolidation long. Like you can just be in it here without catching the bottom. Now, obviously, when it does it here, it's the 200 period instead of the 50, right? Like it's downtrend there, it never holds the 50, it does it off the 200 period moving average. And then here again, off the 50 period, it's good. Now, does it always work? No breakout there. Obviously, at that point, it's still in the downtrend. But most of the time, it's literally breaking the downtrend, putting in higher lows when it goes. I think that's most stocks that end up like this. You know, where they have the opportunity to go 2, 3x, like I was saying with SMR. It's the same story. Sure, it might be good, but I'd rather wait. Wait for it to show bottom, make higher low, hold some moving averages, and then go. You miss out on, like this was $11 to $18.50. So you miss out on a boatload of that trade, and it still goes 3x. So I'll take that. So that's the way I look at all of these falling knives. If you're catching them on the way down, my approach is always the same, unless I just think that I don't care. I want to own this for the long term, and it's not any kind of a shot play. You know, like it's not the same thing as dollar cost averaging into Apple, in my opinion. But that's just me.
All right. Yeah. No. I mean, Apple's a completely different.
Yeah. Well, I use it as an example.
Apple and BBA. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. I don't mind the $3 level. We've been getting questions on BBI for a minute. It's that stock is broken. All these stocks right now, I go to the downside. When Palantir can drop from 220 to 120, you know, a real earnings, real company, you know, a lot of love for them. What are you supposed to do? I'm going to get out pretty much now, I think, on Apple. I mean, we've really run the gauntlet on this name. It's been a really great trade. 316.74. We'll get out if it breaks through that. So 316.74 right now. We'll see what the damn. Did I just get filled on something? No. Okay. I already went out, and all of a sudden my screen flickered a little bit there. The name that I thought we missed on the low side of things was Alibaba. I mean, Alibaba came in there into $90, and then it had its day in the sun a little bit. Nice upside move. And if you had your day in the sun, you're definitely having some days around here. Joe's about to go tarps off tonight, so get ready there. Get on Lakeshore right now. Watch this man go crazy there as there's beautiful weather. Yeah, exactly. Maybe even right now, Joe. I mean, I don't know. Well, we don't know how the ratings we need on this show. But there it is, breaking through 115 is Alibaba on Friday, but coming back in. So we wait to see if there's a gap fill up into 120. Again, any movement down on Alibaba, I think this is one of those names where we could definitely get around buying. So I think next time we're down in this area, I want to buy some Alibaba. And I don't want to load into it because I don't love the Chinese aspect to it, but I do like the fact that it's going to be a cheaper look there on building of the hardware. And then, you know, using, you know, again, they don't have a problem using CXMT memory like Apple does. You know, they don't have a problem using different alternatives to Micron or, you know, some of these American companies that are going to be just higher prices. So I think Alibaba can win. But wow, man, this Apple right now it's $1. Now we're clubbing as that's starting to go back up to the upside now again and try to break longer. Obviously, pretty much all the shares were out at 317. So I don't know if he has the Austin 316 over there, but we're on Sean 317 right now. And there it goes, man. Nice move higher for Apple right there. I didn't want to, you know, Conor McGregor myself, just come right out, you know, kick and then kept falling down and eventually just have to make my $15 million after 1 minute and 9 seconds. But hey, man, that's what the fuck. I thought he did get it. Oh, he doesn't get it. Okay, I thought he did get it. I saw that was his payday reported there. But yeah, anyways, big move upside there for Apple. I don't know if you saw that fight or not. You had to stay up till about midnight there.
No, when it comes to the fight game, I always just watch it to pick it up the next day.
Yeah.
That being said, I'm in the camp of believing that he actually probably had an injury. Because the other thing too is
that's what I think too,
when you juice up, you do sort of get a little bit more injury prone. If we're being real about it, that is one of the.
I don't
side
know
effects.
how UFC drug tests.
Well,
I don't know. I have no idea. What is it?
WASADA, but.
What is
like
that?
I'm a track and field fan, so like I understand very well the whole notion of, well, if you're in certain sports, if you're not cheating, you're not trying to a certain degree. So I'm always skeptical of a lot of the testing
Barry Bonds.
Yeah, like I don't know. Like if I look in as the smell test is okay, it seems like it, and maybe he didn't. I don't know, but I tend to believe he was probably.
I don't think he looked that jacked up. I mean, I saw him before. He looked bigger before, obviously. So we'll wait to see what's going on there. But yeah, I am going to ban anybody that has a negative name on the chat. I'm banning them. So I just
get the ban hammer.
No, I'm just letting everybody know. So if they want, people are like,
I like the funny ones.
This chat. The funny ones are something different.
Yeah,
but anything that's racial or anything like that, or talking about different things, I'm going to get rid of them ASAP. I don't have time for that. So we'll watch out for that. But right now, I mean, look, I wish we could talk more about Halt names. This is a Halt scanner that we have, and it's built here by Real Trading off our P8 system, which we're using right now. And make sure, I saw some people said they got that book and they really enjoyed it. So go get the Real Trading book one more time. You buy it twice, buy it for yourself and your best friend. We don't have anything halting here. This is the last couple names. So FAC, Sober. But see, this is 14. So you're at an hour ago right now. So we can have a look back. We will take a look at Sober. I mean, that one's done 230 million shares. And yeah, it was on its march into $1 again, and he just popped 10%. And I know 10% may seem like nothing because it's up 175%, but that was a nice move right there into 110. You could take, even if you take something small, 1,000 shares, something like that, then what you're going to wind up doing is if you just took 10 cents on that's a hunch. So buy dinner tonight, right? Go treat your lady to, a nice steak dinner and get some shrimps on that Barbie. You can make a little bit of money back and forth right there. And I want to thank Joe again for, letting me know about Farm Boy, because obviously I didn't know about it before I met Joe. But go in there, grab some beautiful steaks and all of that there. Thanks, Joe, man. I really appreciate that. But upside right there for Sober. So go get a little bit of love in your life and cook for your loved one. I think cooking is amazing. Way to show some support. And, that's the thing. Like, I'm lucky enough to go home every night pretty much and have a nice cooked meal. I wonder what tonight is. We had Chinese food yesterday, which, of course, we didn't make. That was my mom's birthday. And she wanted Chinese food, and we had a great time there and everything. So it was fantastic there. So shout out to my mother, Deborah. And, nice. Your grandmother's name? Nice. Yeah, the best ladies are named Deborah, it seems like. So shout out to Deborah, and what a great time we had there last night. And man, my kids are getting huge. Every time my parents see my kids, they're like,
we ended up with butter chicken when we did Chinese.
Oh, good, man.
I wanted the General Tao, but
we got some General Tao.
We ended up with butter chicken, but it's fine. Like Chinese, when you want Chinese food, you want Chinese food. Let's be real.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually trying to help myself. I only had the one plate. Generally, you go back for more. I saw Baxter, my 24-year-old. The man literally just like, thank God I only went back. I didn't go back.
One plate.
No, the plate was, so we got 9 different dishes.
You ate one plate of food? You ate Chinese food and you ate one plate?
That's what I'm saying. I was like, my kids were just eating it all. I was like trying to save some leftovers for Grandma and Grandpa over here.
Impossible.
But yeah, just but it was a lot of food anyways on that one plate. The thing is, my kids are very specific on what they eat. Like, my son needs to order chicken. Like, I'm doing all the ordering, so I had to add chicken wings on there. And, although Chinese food, chicken wings actually pretty tasty. I don't know what kind of fat they use there, but they're pretty tasty, needless to say.
In my life, I've never only had one plate of Chinese food. Ever.
I know. That's what I was saying. How
in my life.
But I did have 2.
Minimum 2.
I did have 2 fortune cookies.
Minimum 2.
So anyways, right there, short SNDK all day, Sean style. Okay. Whatever your style is, but there it is, easy peasy. Get the book Dark Pools, HFT for poor executions. Yeah, well, I went to Laurier, and
that's a good book.
Yeah, that was there was the other guys there that ran.
Brad.
Yeah, you're right. Katsuyama there. So, and a couple, released a book, and I forget what that one's called. It's not
Flash
Dark
Boys.
Flash Boys.
Dark Pool is a good book.
Must be similar.
Flash Boys is a good book as well. And again, like we're saying, I would say Real Trading in the same vein. Like, they're really important reads. I'll be the first to tell you.
There, I just lost memory again.
Sean and I had our trading floor, and I'll never forget when we had traders that were talking about. They were like, I swear someone's front running orders and this and that. It's like, I think this is happening. It feels like this is happening. And this is like at least a year or 2 before the book came out. And then you found out that it was all true. And then sometimes you had to start. Now here we're fortunate because we got plenty of different order types at Real Trading to allow us to get better fill, but it wasn't true for all of retail. And then if you're not paying anything, you're the product. Everything changed when they went to zero commissions. But one of the other things that the trading allows you to do is the opportunity. Sometimes if you're retail, it's like, yeah, you don't have PDT anymore, but you make one trade and that one trade has to work. And I think a lot of times what the best part of trading might be is you can have a thesis as long as you can have a thesis, a bias, whatever it might be, but there could be like multiples. I only traded this twice, but you could break out at the open, buy the dip in here, and then buy this trend break, and just simply try every single pullback to buy if you're bullish on something. But then you keep the loss relatively small, and then you try to hold the win for the top. That's what you want to do in trading. But I think what a lot of traders, they try to, it's almost as if, they don't want to find their lane or find a strategy, right? It'll be, oh, what stock is hot today? What is everyone else trading? I'll just do that for today and I'll do that for tomorrow. If that's what works for you, where you're constantly just, what is the highest volume name or what is the highest volatility name, and jumping around, you got execution strategies that work for you, fine. But I think you have to find like your identity as a trader. Like, do you do better trading? Maybe you do better trading small cappers. Maybe you do better trading Mag 70. Maybe you do better trading ETFs. Or maybe you just do better looking for specific entry types. Like to me, like reversions, pullbacks on trends, where you can find like your quick in and out, and your risk to reward is going to be good. But you got to make sure you find your style as a trader, because it's a hard enough business out there. And it's even harder if you don't have good resources like our desk, and we're going to jump to one of them with Sia.
The SPY is down 0.71% at the moment. Let's take a look at how the sectors are performing right now. Electric tech, we have leading rather poorly, not strong. Nvidia sliding more towards the downside as we speak, down 3.35%, whereas Apple maintaining the same levels and momentum as it has from earlier in the day, up 0.57%. We have AVGO, MU, AMD, INTC, KLAC, Dell, SNDK, all continuing to slide towards the downside. MU has extended its losses, down 5% on the day. SNDK is also sliding closer to 13.5% as well. We have Dell down 2.8%, TXN also down 4.5%, very close to 4.5%. In tech services, you have Google trading flat. Meta is down 1% on the day at the moment. Microsoft has gained a little bit from earlier in the trading session, up 2% on the day. Oracle's down 5.5%. We have Netflix and Palantir up in the green. Netflix is up 1%. Palantir is up 2%. IBM is up 0.7% at the moment. And PNW up 0.63%, relatively flat. Finance, you have BRKB, Visa, MasterCard in the green. BRKB inching closer to 1%. JPM is a bit flat at the moment. We have MSGS. WFC is flat at the moment. It was a bit into red earlier in the day. It's reversed its losses, so that's a little bit of a good look over there. You have Citi down very close to 1% as well. And retail trade, you have, Robinhood also in finance, a name to call out, almost close to 2% to the downside. Let's also take a look at producer manufacturing. You have that continued bearishness from earlier in the day. Again, AMAT is down 5%, LRCX is down 6.4%, GEV down over 4.5% at the moment, and CAT down 2.3%. Retail trade, you have Amazon, Walmart, Costco, all well above 1%. You have Home Depot continuing to slide 1.6%, and TJX still flat on the day. You have consumer durables, Tesla continuing to slide closer to 4%. Made, I would say, a little bit of a reversal, not too much, nothing great. So it's still down 4% on the day. Consumer non-durables, you have KO and PG up. KO's up 1.2% and PG's up 0.84% to be precise at the moment. Health tech, you have a bit of flatness in the bigger names like Lilly, ABB, V, and MRK, but J&J is a little bit towards the green, considerably flat. Energy minerals, you have bullishness throughout that sector. You don't want that sector to be fully bullish, but it's bullish. XOM up 4.2%. You have CVX up 3.1%. That entire sector seems to be one of the strongest performing sectors of the S&P 500 for today on Monday. Process industries, transportation, a bit of flatness throughout these two sectors, as well as utilities here. I'm seeing a bit of green in utilities. CEG is up 2%. TRGP is also up 2% on the day. Non-energy minerals, you have NEM down 2%. FCX and CRH also down more than 2% on the day. Finally, for communications, TMUS, VZ, and T continue to be bullish on the day, whereas Echo still holds the bearish momentum, bleeding its own blood, down 3.8%.
Bleeding its own blood. I like that one. All right, guys. Speaking of bleeding blood, we're going to just do a little update here. Thank you, Hangry White, for reminding me. So the CBOE is actually now offering options in the pre-market that will go from 7:30 in the morning to 9:25, just around the imbalances. Now, it's only on extremely liquid assets. Obviously, the names that have 2 days to expiration, you'll see those being traded in the pre-market now. So we'll keep an eye out on some of that data coming into play. And then also, as for SK Hynix, as of July 14th, it will be optionable. All right, I just wanted to let you guys know that. And thank you, Hangry Wife, for reminding me. Send it back to the boys now.
Good look there, Joe. And speaking of options, I want to say it's tomorrow, and we'll ask Dare if that's true, that SK Hynix will have its first of the leveraged ETFs that are going to be available, correct?
That is correct.
Yes.
At least as far as what I've seen.
There you go. I'm only saying it because Adair was the one that told us on Friday. So I'm just repeating what Adair already said. So that should be, whether or not those are what you want to trade, usually, I don't know the tickers off the top of my head, but usually probably like a 2x bear and 2x bull. So for those that don't want to pay for locates, there's probably a way that you can express the short tomorrow for free. 4 missiles have reportedly hit areas near Konarak and a U.S. aircraft in the airspace over the city of Konarak.
Sounds great.
Yeah, so that sounds good. What's USO at a bajillion now? No, still at 118.
Yeah, the market doesn't really care.
Yeah, the market does. USO basically still sideways, I suppose. But that tit for tat, it hasn't been good. Like, we're juiced up here today. I know we've been talking about steroid references for some reason are on the brain after the Conor McGregor talk. No, we're still in breakout stage. Like, once we took out 115, it was all explosion. We haven't really pressed through the next level. That might be a tomorrow thing here for USO. And this morning, I was telling you that you didn't get follow through with a lot of the oil names. Well, follow through now. Oxy breaking back out, XOM going ham, CVX, fresh off the Venezuela levels and now bouncing. So probably about, close to 10%. From the, we closed after the gap up on the Venezuela day, and the bottom was 164. We bounced at exactly 165, so 10% up. Ooh, and at the 50-period moving average. Could be a little turnaround level to look for a scalp tomorrow on CVX. And shout out to our viewers over there on TikTok. Art Gallery, I love them. Our community just tiered up. Community tiers up every single day around here. So shout out to you, Art Gallery.
Yeah, it's over there on TikTok. And
Holla.
we want to make sure that everybody understands that we do have TikTok right here as well. There's Yeti right there. He wants to talk about battles. So we have a consolidated feed. So shout out to our good friend Fabian, who I haven't seen him here today. He's not here today. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. No Fabian here today. Right there. But yeah, everybody, it's all joined up right here. So no matter where you are, whether or not you're voting on one of those polls, whether or not you're, trying to get our attention or not, we have them all right here. So YouTube, TikTok, right there. So shout out to everybody. And glad to hear that we tiered up right there. Save Man Woman says SNDK. Yeah, wow, always a great short at 2K. It's nowhere near there, I'd imagine, right now. But we can go over and have a quick look at SNDK, unless it is up there. Let me have a quick little look, SNDK, to see what's going on here with it. Yeah, 1,600, that's what I was thinking. SNDK looks like another great trade there today. And we got this from Easy Peasy, who said he was short all day. Like your boy, so we want to say thank you for that one, Easy Peasy. I'm glad that you're able to hold on to some trades. And that's one thing I've been noticing. It's like, you get these moves, and that's why we held that Apple trade early on this morning, right? And we actually got out of Apple. Apple did make a move right back down in, but that's what this trade was all about. And this is what really set the tone for me right there today is that breaking it and waiting for that $3, trying to get to the upside. We didn't even get anything out there until it was 60 cents and then more than $1 there. $2, $3 upside. Then it faded out, and we just scalped. We got like stopped out basically 3 times right here, but not before taking a little bit of profit. So all the money made on the first run, you know. But then this is the thing about that trade, Mr. Easy Peasy, as well as anybody else listening to me, which probably is not many. But this little break higher right there, that's like what you're looking for with the momentum. And then when it gives it up, you do want to make sure you have stops, because, you know, now it looks like the short, you know, would have been the way better play here in the market. And just as a good example right here, right? I mean, we're taking Apple off these lows, and I didn't even pay attention to it. We could have had we could have another long right there. You want to talk about opening range breaks. You want to talk about support and resistance, what kind of style of trader you are. I'm every style. I don't really have a specific style, but I do like support and resistance, especially late in the day, right? I mean, this break there, key level break 320, I think you got to be on top of that. And I think you got to try to trade strong names when you see them come down to strong levels. So right into here at 316 has been holding all day. That also goes, we talked about the opening range. That comes right back into some of these levels as well. So sometimes if you sort of dig far enough, you can find trades like this. But, you know, be certain, man, that like if I'm long down here, this is my stop, right? Like these little breaks and these little moves down, this is where you have to stop out, or else, you know, problems like right into here. This is, again, you know, one of those trades where we're in this one at 932 on, again, an opening range break down right there on a name that we were very red on. You know, we talked about SpaceX to the short side. So there's the opening break. There's the short. So, you know, if we're here to make money, let's make that money and take it to the downside. And look, sometimes it'll bounce around and break higher. That's not going to be the trade for me, right? I'm trying to withstand pressure from this name, and sometimes you'll get bumped back up. That's why when you're looking at a trade, try to figure out where your outs are so you can size accordingly, and then boom to the downside. And we did pretty good on this one, still holding SpaceX. I'm waiting for that 135. Like we did get 136 there. We've taken a few more outs on the way, but yeah, this is an all-day hold for me, and we're going to wait to see if it does print us down there at 135. I'm not sure if that happens. I'm also thinking about taking a short into the low of the day break, which is what we already have. The low of the day right there, that's 136.50s or so there for SpaceX. Low of the day break, now down 5%, and still nothing halted, but we did see that on TikTok about Battle. So let's go over and have a quick little look at this one. And oh boy, see, here's another name, like once again, right? Like I'm not sitting here trading imbalances. I'm not sitting here trading these names, but we did talk about it earlier. A break of Battle up here at I think it was 180 or whatever it was in the pre-market. No, it must have been whatever this level is. 170 there probably gets this name going, and that's exactly what happened. I mean, we break it. Forget about right off the open. It was after that. We hadn't really been wrong on that break of 170. I mean, it would have came back in. It would have gone down to 167 or so. So there's an opening range break on Battle again that would have worked out. So yeah, lots of different styles for different people, but you know, make sure that you figure out what you're trying to do at what time of day. I think the time of day is obviously something that's very, very important as well. The imbalance is still GDX looking like a buy. We can talk about some of the bank ones. Yo, what's up? A bunch of hearts.
SK Hynix just broke the 153.
SK Hynix is that low? Oh, okay. So here's another name that we missed it because 155 was the short that we wrote down. And, you know, again, it was just right there at 155. So, yeah, I don't mind taking it if it comes back up. But there's the short side there as you've got it right now.
I just took the break. So it was that whole, well, if it puts in another trend down into a flat bottom here, oh, man, every time I try to show this better for you guys by moving it over to the middle, boom. Okay, so there's your trend down into a flat bottom break. I could draw that trend line better, but who cares? You guys get the idea. Trend down, there's your flat bottom, double bottom. So break down, we'll go relatively tight stops. Like we had a trend break, which I prefer much better to like flat bottom breaks like this. Like I don't want to give it all back, but it's been scalp trades for me on this. Like get in, take your $1.50 to in that range every single time rather quickly. So every time I've been in it, I've wanted it to work almost right away. Like get in, doesn't go against, straight down. And so I see this bottom in here, and again, I'm just thinking it's another 150 to 2 scalp in there. And if it works, great. That'll be like the 4th time that we take that scalp trade. If it doesn't, then we go 3 for 4 on it, and I've got my defined risk set up. So that's what the idea is going to be. So it's a relatively tight stop, but each time we've gotten fortunate. We've had it long with some tight stops. Sorry, short with some tight stops. Haven't had a long in this stock since Friday, which was fantastic, by the way, that long. And one more note about like there's something that I'm started thinking to myself about these IPOs. I know this wasn't technically an IPO. It's really just that if you have something that's working, staying consistent with the strategy. Because I was having a discussion with like another trader, and he's like, oh, he took more on SK Hynix than he did on, say, SpaceX. And I was like, yeah, I'm not saying I would have, but I didn't like the amount less that I took. Like I don't think I had like a rhyme or reason for it. Like I ended up taking like, I don't know, 12%, I think it was, 12 to 15%. When it's like, okay, well, did I really like it even like that much less? Like I should have taken 30 or 40% or half. Like that's reasonable because it's still a very good performing strategy. And it's such a binary trade. It's such a defined risk, which it instills automatic discipline if you trade it the way that we're looking off the open, willing to get wicked out and all that kind of stuff. So, that was one thing that kind of gets me. And the other one is, not necessarily ignoring all the IPOs that don't fit, but I think one of the best parts about this IPO trading that's been happening is avoiding some of the dogs that are out there. And sometimes there's these smaller ones that'll work, but you know what? Sometimes you got to say no to those because you're only looking for the ones that are the high probability, and doing a good job with them just probably need to have a little bit more on in that trade. I also didn't like how many outs I had in the opening candles. I took twice as many outs in the first 3 minutes than I usually do. That was another thing, a little too aggressive on getting out. Let's go to Adara at the desk.
Keep an eye here on USO. Comments here being reported by Tasnim, an Iranian media outlet. They're saying that several, quote, violating vessels were targeted in the Strait of Hormuz. So again, Iran now sounds like targeting, quote, violating vessels in the Strait. Unclear the countries of origin of these vessels. If we get more details, we'll let you know. But again, this conflict does wage on, and USO continues to consolidate near, though slightly off of, high of day.
All right, I finally went short there on SK Hynix right now. Just enough is enough. Like I should have already had the 155 there. I don't have it. I'm pretty sure this has, I'm not pretty sure, but I know it has a good opportunity to bleed here down the rest of the day. So it just went into 152.20 right there. We'll see what winds up happening. I think we'll just stop out if momentum dies up here about a bucket away from us. So if this dies around 153.80, we'll watch out for that 25 period moving average. Maybe try to get a little bit more in here at 153.50s if it does come back up to that level. But yeah, I mean, I had my offer there now at 155. After I saw that, and then I just was kind of like, yeah, I don't think we're going to get it. So let me start the short right now on SK Hynix. So I will be scalping some out at 152 flat, and then hoping for obviously a bigger move down right now. So we'll see if we can get that. But hey, man, we're into the short right now for the first time today in SK Hynix. Meanwhile, the market, as we had sort of said already, was going to be a downside day. There it goes as well, down to the downside. So there goes the TQQs. And here comes SK Hynix, man. Let's see if we can get a bid at 152, and then we'll see where it falls from there. So yeah, I saw you reading this. What's up?
Yeah, thank you, David, for the super chat here. Of course, love to share the wins, but today you made mistakes, and it's okay to put yourself in the penalty box if you find emotions running over your logic and rules. Dave's dumb trade of the day. So you know what? Is the reality. It happens. Winners happen. Losers happen. Putting yourself in the penalty box, I think, get down.
Go.
Get down.
Yeah.
Tag it.
Beautiful.
One of the things about having rules is from like some people are like, okay, well, you could hold every single one of your shorts and it would work.
Let's go.
Fine. But like to me, I've been able to scalp $6 out of this thing like every time. Just $1.50, $1.50, $1.50, $1.50 each time clean on SK Hynix. So just know your rules and know your style. Like if I'm going ridiculous tight stop, really tight stop, really tight stop. This one here, just so you know, there was a 155 break. My stop was at 155 because that was the level I liked. So when it broke up, it was like back down through 155 with a stop at 155. Like I haven't given any trade in this thing more than 50 cents. So when I get my 3-to-1, boom, in, out, bingo, bango, bongo. And at the end of the day, you're really just trying to stay within your rules and get as many clean trades as possible. And that's what it's all about. So Dave, I love you talking about that. I love you showing that for sure. Because ultimately, how you're going to be, how the market judges you, not how you're going to be judged. That's a different story. How the market is going to judge you, and this is true for any trader, it's going to be what happens when you are wrong and what does that look like. And you have to be able to say, okay, take the winning trades that you have, but when you have losers, you've got to have rules that minimize the losses relative to what you get out of it, right? So like if I'm in a trade, and here's a losing trade, like if I'm in a trade and I'm giving it that, well, see, when I'm winning, I've got to be holding for that move. I've got to be holding for that move, so that you can actually have relative wins, like wins relative to the losses you would have taken on that stock. And every trade's going to be their own. I think we heard that we're going back up to the desk. No? Okay. Maybe not. Oh, we are going to the desk. Let's go to the desk with Sia.
Thank you. Quickly, let's look at the money markets here. So we have the pound and the euro gaining ground right now. Reuters reporting that the pound is at a 1 month high versus the dollar and at a 1 year high versus the euro, while the euro has also been rising against the dollar in these recent sessions. Let's also take a look before we just wrap this up what the dollar is doing right now. Climbing a little bit over here, a bit of an uptick around the 101.28 region. The dollar is still holding a bit steady, up 0.31% on the day.
Caught me stretching.
Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention. I'm apologizing.
No, my sciatic is it's bumping today. Let's put it that way. And if you know, you know. Bruh. Who hit the bruh? Anyways, man, I'm over 40. It's basically, you know, like that nerve in your back.
Yeah, well, you're old.
You sit down all day long. That's one of the things, like you getting sciatica. And I know I didn't do my rolling every single day. We were at Wonderland all day on Saturday, which is a lot of standing and walking around. By the way, Canada's Wonderland, you know that new one, the Alpine Fury? Mm-hmm. So that ride and Yukon Striker, the other really good new one.
Yep.
One of them was down 80% of the day.
Oh, what?
And the other was down 50% of the day on Saturday. And it's like gorgeous weather, and the top two rides were basically like done for most of the day. Vortex was down half the day.
I like Vortex too. Oh man.
It's one of Aaron's favorite rides. So yeah. I don't know. Like I love a theme park, but my goodness, if the top attractions are down more than half the day.
Yeah, I wonder why that is. I mean, you could probably look it up. It's now owned by Six Flags.
Yeah, it is now Six Flags.
That out. No, I think it's Six Flags.
It's Six Flags now. Because I have the app, and I'm pretty sure it says Six Flags.
Yeah.
It's disappointing, man. Like we had fun anyways.
Yeah, of course. But the rides that you're there for.
Yeah, like I was sad for her more than anything. Yeah, it's Six Flags now.
Yeah, of course, Six Flags. I mean, I only speak the truth around here. All right, so 153 coming through. If this breaks through that level, then like I said, man, we'll try. I'm still going to try to give it to 154 now because we're able to take that profit there. We still have half left. So we're going to wait to see if a 154 breaks. Hopefully it does not, but you never know here with these markets what's about to happen. So we're going to wait on 154 where we do have some more offers upside to get a little bit into that. And then if it does break, I got to actually adjust my stop order here at some point for SK Hynix because now we're going to change it a little bit. It was to be stopped up there, then we got to fill. We'll wait to figure out what's going on there. But 154 looks to be a decent out. Breaking higher than that, yeah, we'll probably stop ourselves out. So 154 out is what I'm looking for there in SK Hynix. All right, One and Adara, let's give us that information about the European markets.
Pretty sure we all kind of know what happened last night that was pretty noteworthy in the Asian markets. But here to break it down for us and to tell us what to expect from tonight's overnight session in Asia is One.
Thank you, Adara. Yeah, Asian markets last night, major story would be that of the Kospi. Black Monday in South Korea. Kospi down nearly 9%, way below their 7,000 threshold. We had some level 1 circuit breakers, some sidecar trading halts, a lot of emergency liquidation across domestic tech boards. Basically, the whole market just shrugging off SK Hynix debut on that NASDAQ. I mean, SK Hynix in South Korea was down by more than 15%. That's huge. But as we look towards the open for the Asian market, so what can we expect? Of course, everyone's eyes are going to be on the Kospi right now. Due to their standard 2-day clearing lag for broker liquidations. So there's going to be some automated margin calls that will hit the tape on the open. And you got to check and see whether or not state-backed funds will provide a block buy cushion or not. Maybe there's going to be some deleveraging action, and that will definitely drop the index further. Another thing to note as well, as we know, CPI coming out tomorrow, so expect some defensive portfolio positioning across Taiwan, Japan, India as well. Macro desks are basically squaring their positions and conserving some liquidity ahead of that Tuesday CPI print. Any upside surprise from that print will reinforce that hawkish sentiment around Asia, and that will definitely pressure some premium tech multiples. And finally, oil. Any escalation in Middle East conflict, of course, if Brent crude pushes over $80 a barrel, that will definitely trigger rapid selling across airlines, logistics, even tire manufacturers in Asia. So keep an eye out on that.
Tech and energy in focus here heading into that market session in Asia. Thank you once again to One for going over that for us. And if you guys want more insights from One, you can join us at 11:30 a.m. for the European market close segment, and of course 3:30 p.m. to talk these Asian markets. In the meantime, with about half an hour to left to go in Power Hour, we're going to send you back over to the guys.
Yeah, that's not pretty 9% down. But you do have to put things into perspective. If your entire market is a couple of stocks,
Yeah, I mean,
it does make it difficult
Samsung.
not to have moves like that with Samsung and HK Hynix. Thank you. Another viewer from the lovely TikTok, and that is a good stock, and all you care about is to just say GL dubs. Oh, actually just made a bit of a trend break. Maybe this is what you're referencing. Look at that. Consolidation, trend break here on GLW. I hate the fact that it's underneath the 50, but the good news here is it has lost the 50-period moving average to then regain and ramp. So lost the 50-period moving average. This time it's not doing the regain part that it's supposed to. Corning. But it's still early. There's a chance that it holds on to this trend. I don't like losing that 50-period, but it's still a good stock. I don't think you can. It's a quality company is what I should say there. It's not the best. Any stock that loses the 50-period moving average is not really faring that well, but that could just make it more interesting at the 200.
All right. Props up. Anybody that's stuck in with this here, SK Hynix, man, there's the reload there as we talk about, like, taking very small risk here, but putting that money up. So only one trade right there for SK Hynix, or one idea right now, and there it is off of that level. And there we go to the downside. It's SK Hynix now, 63 plus cents in the money on a decent amount of shares. So I'm going to, there we go. Hey, man, we'll take another piece out right there at 152 as it's coming right back in. So there's another one, man. We've got it again. We'll say shout out to everybody that's out there. Another props. Why not? Give yourself some props for short. SK Hynix right now is where we're making this name go to the top. No, it won't be the top of the board, but it's getting there for me. Well, no matter what, for me, it'll still be my fifth stock today. But anyways, we'll see what happens with SK Hynix now into the close. Hopefully more downside, as we say, more life. Again, we just want to keep on having the best life we possibly can. And there it is, 151.50s, maybe a play there for SK Hynix. And yeah, man, there it is again. If you're going clubbing, maybe you're doing it with SK Hynix. Now almost that dollar. We just got to break through 152 right now, and just trying to play off of certain levels. That's all. I'm not doing anything. If making money was about how smart you were, then trust me, man, I wouldn't make the most. I'd make the least around here. So SK Hynix, waiting to see what happens now, just trying to play off levels, man, making it very, very simple. But what's helping out for today's money-making opportunities is the NASDAQ. And, what's up to Easy Peasy and everybody out there as well, man, that are trying to make some money today. Look at this move on the NASDAQ. Like, sucks to check your long-term account if you're long. But, yeah, it's been a good short today on the NASDAQ. We took it first thing in the morning. We took it, well, that was 10:30. And then we took it again right here at around 11, averaged up into, again, opening range breaks. So a little bit of a concern here, I think, by a few about what's going on. But for me, just waiting to see what's going on with the NASDAQ. Don't have many shares. We just got a fill a couple minutes ago at 72.30. That was, all these fills here, low of the day, low of the day again. Now we break a little lower one more time. But yeah, SK Hynix, we just took a few more outs right there. I don't know what to expect from this name. And as Neil mentioned too, like, this is its first couple days. So, day 2 right now, it doesn't have much memory. So stick with, what's been working out for you guys. scalping back and forth, whatever your strategy is. I'm in the scalping mode here with SK Hynix. So, we risk less than $1. We try to take $1. Some people use 2 to 1, 3 to 1. Some people don't use anything and they just go by feel or whatever. So we'll wait to see what happens there with SK. Oh, there it is, USO.
I don't know if it's...
Is it busting?
120 or bust? So Willis, what you talking about, Willis?
Yeah.
Maybe you could... I don't... Why or bust? War continues. So, the trend is your friend. If you're long oil, anywhere that you would have been long, like on a breakout or early morning, it getting to 120, it not getting to 120, does that really change anything in the aftermarket if it doesn't get to 120? I don't know that necessarily does. We need some kind of a headline or something, because there's your rounded bottom. We had Michael Noss on this morning. He always talks about the smiley faces. There is your smiley face. I don't need to draw it for you. And whether you break 120 or not, you've certainly broken the downtrend. The downtrend is broken, and it's now putting in higher lows. So, like USO or oil just in general, and you've got the names that are following it. You've got the big names following XOM, CVX, Oxy are all going as well. So, I'm kind of with you on that one, but I don't know that it needs to see that 120. It's trending higher until proven otherwise, and it's probably going to require some kind of a headline.
I just want to bring up,
by the way,
yeah, go ahead. No, I just saw some size on SK Hynix, so I'm starting to punch a little bit more out. There's a little bit of size there at 15s. Not that I'm worried about it. That's only 40,000
It's the biggest
shares.
size all day on that stuff.
Yeah, and so that's part of why I punched short initially, is I saw something similar to that, and it was breaking, so I just executed against that trade and went short. But I just took some out there at 17s actually, I think it was 19s ahead of that price. So if it breaks, there it goes, it's gone. So I just want to give everyone an attention there that's sort of what we're doing right now. We're in the money on this trade, obviously, waiting for it to break back down through 151. But yeah, I guess that size didn't mean a whole heck of a lot. Just wanted to show it to you. Those are things that I'm looking at there on the level 2, and just goes to show it's not always.
The other key is if you saw on Sean's level 2, that was NSB. Like, that's NASDAQ. Like, that's one of those gateways that, you're just displaying on NASDAQ for abnormal size. It tends to sometimes mean a little bit more. Blicky Spears, really appreciate all the info you guys provide. Well, let's provide you with some more information. In less than 10 minutes, the imbalances are going to come out. There's a few names that are mildly interesting so far. XOM, 1.2 million buy. Hey, surprise, there's an energy name with an imbalance. NCLH, that's a little bit more interesting here. So 1.1 million sell, oil prices go higher. Do you think that's good for the cruise lines? No. QSR, about 1 million shares to the buy side. The early look favors NCLH. I know Pfizer's 4 million shares, but Pfizer has just an obscenely large float. You got to have a huge and ridiculously large imbalance on Pfizer for it to really move. But NCLH, that gets interesting, especially sell imbalance, 1.1 million, and it's trying to go higher. So you could have a situation where this is ideally popping into VWAP or something, and then comes out a sell imbalance, hopefully 1.1 million or larger. If I see an early look on anything, and I'm looking to trade that one in the direction of the imbalance, if when it comes out, it's smaller than what we're all seeing here, then that's no good. It needs to be at least the same size or larger at 350. But with about 8 minutes to go, this one's on the radar. I still think there's a continuation play, maybe not this one. I've been talking more about CCL, than NCLH, because I've been looking for CCL to break the 200-period moving average and give you a second look up. It was above the 50 that I would have taken a shot if it could have held above the 50 period. That didn't happen last week, so they're looking for a potential swing in CCL. That's not going to happen unless we hold that 50-period moving average. And to be honest with you, it's the kind of thing where I can just look at the sentiment and what's going on with oil and just decide not to take it anyways, because things are a lot different today than they looked last week with the move that we just saw in oil. So we'll see what happens in the next 7 minutes for NCLH, but just an update on that CCL. Obviously, it never really held that 27 in the first place, but we were talking about it last week, so I thought I'd update you guys. Not really that interested unless we can hold that 50 SMA.
We and just want to bring it to your attention again, like SK Hynix did go to the upside. We do have 8 minutes now, 7 minutes now until the imbalances. So I'm starting to, we have a little bit of size on the offer, which is nice. I'm starting to get out right now on SK Hynix. So what's up, Juan? Hope you're doing well over there. Juan fixing the quotes for us, and this morning much better. So we're really happy with that one. But yeah, I just took like it broke through there, so I took a 65 fill or whatever, and then I just took another one right now at 38 right here right now, and we'll wait to see. Now I've got on maybe 25% of this trade. I'm going to wait for a break. I'm still at 151.80. Hopefully we can get down there, levels that we've gotten filled before, and then we'll wait to see on a breakdown, Tatiana, breakdown, as we'll see if we can get to the downside right there. Joe knows what's good over there, of course. But yeah, 151.80 coming through, hopefully very, very soon. And then, yeah, SpaceX. So we got out on that break right now. We have a very, very small piece left. Watching out. I mean, if we do break through VWAP, then we'll have to go womp womp, and we'll only take $3 on this trade. But again, less than 5% left right now on SpaceX. So because the fact that we don't know where this is coming out with. And by the way, I just canceled my stop order on this trade, to talk about like planning your trade, as Neil mentioned, understand like where you're getting in and where you're getting out. This was $1 worth of risk. I just canceled my stop was 144. So right there, 143 short, taking obviously, $5-6, so 4-5 to 1 on this one. So we'll stop at 139.50. We might get stopped out really soon on this one. And if we do good, not good, but fine, we'll get stopped out on that one. A very, very small piece left here on SPCX. And we just wait to see what's going on right now with SK. That's my last one. And then one small piece left here too. Let's just put some stops out in case we get run, right? So 73 right there, a stop out here for that. So that'll be $1.80 on the minimum side of that one as well. So yeah, man, so far so good here into the open market. About to get changed up a little bit with the imbalances. So right now, Pfizer with a buy. Last time I called BSX Boston Scientific, I was wrong. It's that's right.
It is. I was gonna say, I'm like, what?
I called it that last time.
That better not be wrong.
I think it was Sharif or something. He was like, that's not BSX, and I was like, no,
of course
it is. So there's BSX there, XOM, QSR. So they're all bids pretty much, right? I mean, AT&T, sell side, and here we go, man.
Oh, market's down.
Yeah, it's SK Hynix right now. Let's go, man. We're doing it right here. Let's go, SK Hynix. This is what I mean, man. I only started trading this thing a half hour ago, and now, we're starting to put some damage on the board here. Will it hold 152? We shall never know. But SK Hynix right now about to test it. Well, it is testing it. And you see how it only shows 100 shares there, yet you're seeing thousands of shares coming off here. These are called iceberg orders, hidden orders, things like that. And this goes back to that whole real trading. Like, to be able to sit here and see that stuff, like, that's where the money's made, is being able to figure out, okay, now that's broken, now what, And it
was like 25 out there.
Yeah, man, we just got. We're at 87. We're not getting filled right now. We're under 100 shares sitting there at 87, which is why it didn't show. But it looks like that break didn't give us what I wanted to. Okay, well, I'll still wait. I was about to punch out a little bit more there because there it goes. All right, let's go, man. That's what we're talking about right there. Ring the cash register now on SK Hynix, man. Getting better and better as we get near the close.
Yeah, that stock is gonna go.
Let's go.
It's gonna go SSR. I think. If it goes SSR, then some of the game plan might change for tomorrow. Because we said last week, first day looked long, first 2 days after looked short. Obviously, it wasn't always an easy short this morning or this afternoon. But I think tomorrow, if it gets to SSR, I'll at least entertain the idea of some longs. If it has the short sell restriction on it, a bottom break is going to be through that LOD. Yeah, technically not the low of the day. 151.30. So it's doing that thing again, where it's trending down. It might be too close to the imbalances. I wouldn't take a breakdown trade on the imbalances. Then you get smoked if it does an imbalance in the wrong direction. So I'll wait till the other side here. With about 3 minutes to go. NCLH, by the way, it's now gone. They paired off the imbalance. So I'm going to flip to maybe QSR or XOM. Those will be the two that I'm going to watch. Of course, in addition to SK Hynix. IBIT is still, we had it off VWAP early. We had it off the same level off the top. And then we shorted it back into this wick high. But it's not really retracing the low. So I have the stop right in here, about 10 pennies on IBIT. So it's kind of ticking close to it without actually breaking. I'm just going to get on the bid. If it even flashes a little bit down, should just get out with 2 minutes to go here. So I think the next opportunity is going to be on the other side of the imbalances. We'll quickly go to a SIA for a crypto update. When we come back, the imbalances are hitting.
Let's talk a little crypto. Send it right over to the guys for the imbalances. So the U.S. President Donald Trump's financial disclosures have shown that even as he's been encouraging investors to plow more into safer harbors and safer assets, more into crypto. I apologize for that. His money managers have been investing a significant portion of his proceeds into more safer harbors away from crypto. Also, we know that U.S. President Donald Trump had received more than $1.4 billion last year from his family's crypto projects alone. So including the World Liberty Financial as well as the Trump meme coin, which are shown in his latest financial disclosures filed with the U.S. government Office of Government Ethics. But that we have BTC currently down 2.6% at the moment, trading around the $62,000 region. We have ETH down 2% as well, trading around the 1,700 region here. We have Solana that is down 2.6%, trading around $74.8 region, followed by XRP down very close to 2%, trading around $1 mark.
All right, so I just punched out of SKX by accident there, so I just punched back in. So if you're wondering why my price has changed, I'm not going short here. I just wanted to hold it into the close to see it. My stop is now 153, which is where the short is. I punched out there by accident. I put the wrong stop in. So, that's why we're back short 152.31. If you were wondering, I don't think anybody's actually following the trades that closely. And then we did get another piece out right there. Just didn't want to risk, again, even just losing 20 cents, not worth it. We'll wait to see what happens with SpaceX right now to the downside. But here we go, man. Only 30 seconds left until these imbalances hit.
Yeah, we'll see in less than that, actually. And for those that are wondering, SGov, I know we always ignore this one when it's up there, but that's because it's like a treasury, so it's not really going to move all that much. EWY did pop up for a buy of 1 million, so that wasn't there before, but we'll see if it's still there now. We've got Intel with a 2 mil. Nvidia, 2.7 million. Forget about it. Who cares about Intel? 2.7 million to buy on Nvidia, 2.1 on Intel. Okay, fine. Some people might care about it. Pfizer still 4 million to the buy side. XOM, 1.3 million buy side. The aforementioned EWY, 1.1 million buy as well. Overall, I mean, Marvell 900,000, so it's a 2 billion buy overall.
Oh, wow.
Kind of figured it would be. Mag 7 only 340 million. Led by Nvidia. So 2.7 million on Nvidia gets you that move, immediately retraced. Went 204 to 205, right back into 204. That is how quickly the algo soaked that trade up. There's not even a reversion trade available at 355 if they're going to do that nonsense. So you know it's a weak market when they just immediately slam that down on a good bounce there for Nvidia.
Yeah, huge move higher right there, and this is why you get out. Look at that. Breaks through 153, so we don't even take a hit on SK Hynix today. I mean, that last one's going to look like a hit, but remember, we were short at 153, so we get out. Literally, I think I got a great price. I actually got 153.01s on the way out.
Well, that's about as good
so, yeah, no losing trade there on SK Hynix today, and we just took it twice. So 2 kind of quick scalps there, and then out on that last move, just a little bit higher. Then the market started to blast up, right? So SpaceX we got out of as well, so perfect. Honestly, like holding it all day, we'll do that. Short sell restricted. The minute a stock goes down 10% there, real J right there. The minute a stock goes down 10%, all of a sudden you can only short it off of the ask. You can't go ahead and attack the bid. So you can't put an offer at this price and get short, but you could right now because it's only down 8%. So if it does go down 10%, then that won't happen, and it takes 2 days to reset itself, and then on the 3rd day you'll be able to go back and do that then. So that's what that means, and great question there. Always ask if you're uncertain. But yeah, that's what's happening there, and the TQ is about to come out as well. But wow, what a great day, man! No red stocks today. At all, and all pretty big ones, man. I mean, Apple was, yeah, thanks, Joe, appreciate it. Apple was a big one there. SK Hynix, good big one, I guess, depending on who you talk to. SpaceX right there, the best today for me, P&L wise. Actually, I made the same amount of money on the TQs, on Apple, and that's about it. And then SpaceX was the bigger one, and then just underneath all those is SK Hynix. So we'll go 4 for 4 today. And it was a good one. So yeah, it's been a great start to the month, obviously, because of SK Hynix and SpaceX. And then July was already, for me, pretty much a record. We talked about the amount of, what we wound up doing, in June, what we did there on SpaceX. So really proud as Neil had mentioned,
Yeah, this is July.
Know where your bread is buttered, and that's why we absolutely just completely went as hard as we could there on that SpaceX IPO. And you guys were there, so you saw the damage that was put on there. And then SK Hynix as well, man. We did pretty good on that one as well. But yeah, so right now out of that, we'll see if we can get back into SK Hynix tomorrow. But yeah, man, all good today now. 4 for 4, we'll take it, but it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, you look down at your net and you can see if you traded well or not. And sometimes I even feel like I trade well, but you still wind up losing. You got to follow your rules and make sure that you are, in the right space at the right time. And I don't think I'm going to be on Eli Lilly anytime soon. This name really hasn't done anything all day.
Own it, don't trade
it. Downside, yeah, this is a big time.
Own it, don't trade it.
As well as Apple and Nvidia and all those names. I think those are big own names. But I own and trade Apple and Nvidia. But yeah, Eli Lilly, just too big of a gap. The best trade around here is Adara, and she trades Eli Lilly. So you got to watch out for that one. So shout out to Adara.
Yeah, and by the way, I love the comments in the chat. My bread is not buttered. Yeah, for the jokes. But at the end of the day, it really just does come down to finding what works for you and staying in your lane, ultimately. That's why like SK Hynix, it might only be good for a week or 2 weeks, but you don't know how long the hype is going to run for a name like this. Cerebras was good for like 3 days. It was the IPO open day, and then there was like 2 more days that were great for shorts, if you could even get fills. That's one of the better things about SK Hynix and SpaceX, is Cerebras was a fantastic short on day 2. I don't think you were here on day 2,
no.
But it was like the greatest short opportunity ever. Like nobody got filled when it broke the even dollar at the open. Like it broke the first $5 even dollar. You put a stop order in, it was $5 down almost instantly. Like I don't think a single person I talked to got the fill. You had to wait for it to come back up and sort of take it against you, which was, it was fine. Like there was like $15 and $20 winners there, but you had to hold it like 3 to 5.
$15 or $20 winners. I like to hear that.
Yeah, but it's like but that stock was like $300 and something.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Good opportunity.
That's what you have to remember. Like the stock is, and it's not going to move like that anymore. Actually, I don't even realize what the heck is that even trading at.
207.
Where is it right now? 207. So, that's another case of an IPO recently where you'll hear us talk about how great the long was, and for about 5 seconds, it gave you 10% right away. It has been an absolute loser every day, basically since then. Nothing about this looks good. A little bit of a bounce recently, though. Yeah, Cerebras was fantastic. The only thing that sucked for Cerebras was you had to take that out when it halted up. That's one thing that I learned. If I ever see one of these things immediately give you 10% instantly on a halt up, you've got 15 seconds before it halts. And that's plenty of time to calmly decide how many shares you want to get out. And I sat there and watched. I took out I think I took out 20%, and then just sat there and be like, this is going to be the greatest trade ever. And I should have probably taken out at least half. At least half. It's a free 10% when you're risking, I don't know, 1? At most. So that was one learning lesson for myself. Like if we had seen a halt up on, which we didn't on SK Hynix, I was locked and loaded. I was taking out minimum 50% on any kind of a halt. That's one thing I learned. You have to try to get better on each of those.
Yeah, I'm happy to say I feel like, for sure, we're getting a lot better on them. I think my biggest trades last year were IPOs, and then we basically dwarfed it this year. And now we're going to wait to see what happens. Is hopefully OpenAI and Anthropic can come through. All right, so
I'm less optimistic.
Yeah, I'm not that optimistic about it either. But that's why we're developing trading strategies here for you guys, and hopefully you're developing your own every single day and just making that cash, right? I mean, it's difficult to come in every day and look for trades, but if you prepare your watch list properly, we have videos out about that. You have confidence, you share size properly, you can hit those winners. So everybody that's read today, you'll be back tomorrow, man. Just keep some of that, cheddar around so you can spread it around there tomorrow. I think it's, again, a great day trading around here, and I just hope that we can, analyze our trades today and hopefully put on just as good ones, if not better ones, for you guys tomorrow. So we say good game today as we wrap it up for trading. Pfizer with a buy side, 3 million shares, not really much going on there at all, but we'll wait to see up 1.3%. Pfizer's been really beat up, and again, I think Josh Brown's maybe stopped pumping this one because he couldn't get it to go, but we'll see up here $28, the high there for Pfizer, it looks like over the last little while. Nvidia, sell side, really disappointed with Nvidia today, obviously, as you know, it did get back up to that 210 area, then just big time flush. Not good at all. But like, this is my kind of trading down here at 203.50. How many times are you going to bounce off there? That gave us multiple opportunities. So we'll look at Nvidia tomorrow at some of these levels there as well.
Why have Pfizer when you can have Merck? I'm trying to figure out why anybody would.
I don't know. I don't know what's in the pipeline.
It was no, but I'm just saying they had exactly the same chart pattern in the back half of last year. The charts were almost identical, and then one of them broke out and continued going, and the other one stayed at the bottom. I don't know. Like, I'm not even talking about the pipelines. I'm just like,
I don't know either.
It'd be like looking at Ford and GM and seeing them have exactly the same chart for a long period of time, and then one of them just goes on a breakout, as opposed to the other. Well, which one would you get? Which one would you buy into?
That's why I'm like, I'm done guessing all these things, man. I just buy the best names and hold on to them. I'm not smart enough to figure out.
Oh, by the way, we have 1 minute to go. We haven't talked a lot about the IGV today. Some of the IGV stocks, I think specifically Figma had a monster day today. Shoot, that's right, our CrowdStrike is not split adjusted. Anyways, Palantir was having a pretty good day.
Yeah.
CrowdStrike, now I have this issue because that's not split adjusted, so I have to zoom back in. CrowdStrike had the most consolidated, like about as consolidative a day as you could possibly imagine with one wick bottom. Like, look at the long hold here all day long on CrowdStrike. I actually have, let me go back to a 15-minute chart here, just so you can see a little bit better. One liquidity grab underneath, and then just pure unadulterated consolidation. This feels like a, hey, wipe out bottom, breakout play for tomorrow. All of the other software, a lot of the other software names look really strong. That's one that caught the eye. So I'm going to put it on the radar. Next time I call it up, I'll use Z-Signal, but with only about 15 seconds to go. The closing bell brought to you by VFS. That is VinFast. Scan the QR code. I want to thank them for sponsoring both the opening and the closing bell. Big shout out to VFS. As the market now closed, the ES might only be down 0.75%, but the NASDAQ a whopping 2% to the downside. Blood everywhere, crypto week, oil super strong today. That's going to be a good portion of the story. Whether or not you get 120 or bust on USO, you certainly hit 119, 8.5%, weighing on the markets along with chips and pretty much everything else out there. So rough start to the week, but you can short when you're trading, so it doesn't mean that trading had to be bad.
No, trading was actually one of the best days for me this month, and I just want to say thank you to everybody for watching. That's all that really matters, man. Yeah, Joe, I don't know why we think alike, man. It's not definitely not a great thing there, but we do. So too bad for you, Joe. But thank you to everybody here moving forward, man. Thank you so much, Tiffany, everybody. Fabian, get well soon. Brendo, Sharif coming in late today, and we want to thank him for doing that. He's be in tomorrow. Thanks, Neil, Adara, Sia, Joe, Brendan, who did I say? Andre over there. Thanks to One as well. And Ramin, thank you so much for everything. It's been a great day. We will check you tomorrow when we have those bank earnings. So it should be a fun one here today. Tomorrow should be a good one. It's 4:02. Get home, give your loved ones a kiss and a hug, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Ciao.
Stay hydrated. It's hot.
Yeah, stay hydrated.